2014 would have been the year of Sierra Lamar's graduation from Sobrato High School in California. But instead of celebrating such a big milestone with her family and friends, a seat was left empty at the ceremony in her honor, as one man robbed her of her future and will be paying the price with the rest of his life. This is a true crime case that left investigators begging for answers, and detectives were doing everything they could to collect enough evidence to bring this man to justice. And as fate would have it, one surprising turn of events finally gave police the answers they'd been hoping for. Back in 2014, Sierra Lamar was living with her mother, Marlene, and Marlene's boyfriend in Morgan Hill after she'd relocated there from Fremont. Although she wasn't thrilled at the prospect of moving to a new area, Sierra was doing well in school, where she also took part in cheerleading. Sierra is said to have had the ability to make anyone laugh. She fit in very well with the other students at her new school, and she had a very friendly personality that was easy to get along with. Almost immediately after enrolling at Sobrato, she started making friends, and before long, her social life was blossoming. Sierra was, by all means, having a great time, and unexpectedly so. Sierra and Marlene had a regular schedule. They would get up at 6 a.m. and then start getting ready for school and work. Marlene's boyfriend would typically leave the house to go to work before they did, and the morning of Friday, March 16th, 2012 was no different. Marlene would leave for work, and Sierra would walk to her bus stop, which was just down the road from their house, at around 7:15 a.m. 10 minutes later, she would get on the bus. Interestingly, this was an unmarked bus stop, since Sierra was the only student to be picked up from that spot. Usually, when the bus dropped Sierra off in the afternoon, she would get home long before her mother, meaning when Marlene got back, Sierra would already be home waiting for her every day. While this particular morning played out like most others, that afternoon was very different. That's because when Marlene got home from work, Sierra was nowhere to be found. It was absolutely unlike Sierra to not return home at her scheduled time. Since this wasn't typical behavior, Marlene decided to immediately contact the school and Sierra's friends to ask if they knew where she was, but they informed her that she never showed up for school that morning, and Marlene immediately started to worry that something was wrong. If Sierra had made plans with friends, she would have told her mother not to expect her home that afternoon, but she hadn't left a message or told any of her friends that she had plans other than her usual routine. Her mother started to panic. She contacted the Santa Clara Sheriff's Office to file a missing persons report, and thankfully they took the case seriously. An investigation into Sierra's sudden disappearance immediately commenced, with the first order of business being to check her social media accounts. It was found that she posted a selfie to one of these accounts at around 7 a.m., and that she'd messaged one of her friends just 10 minutes later. In the texts, they agreed to meet at school before they had to attend class, so that they could exchange makeup and homework. Nothing particularly eventful or unusual. Now, I could easily imagine that investigators are often asked to investigate similar cases to this, only to find that the missing person decided to skip school that day. But nothing suggested that Sierra had any such plans, since her school books and clothing were missing from the house, proving she'd likely taken them with her. She'd made plans with at least one friend to meet up at school, and so investigators decided to interview the bus driver that would have picked her up that morning. But this is where the case took a sinister turn. The bus driver reported that Sierra hadn't been at her stop that morning, and the students who were used to seeing her catch the bus at her usual location confirmed this. She'd seemingly vanished into thin air, but by this point, her case was merely being treated as a disappearance, since no evidence had been found to suggest that foul play was involved. But a search of the area turned up no clues, and so investigators decided to conduct another search the following day with the help of a canine unit. The dogs followed Sierra's scent along the route that she had taken to the bus stop every day, but about halfway there, her scent disappeared. This set off every alarm for investigators, as this indicated that she was either picked up by someone that Marlene didn't know about, or that she'd been taken against her own will. What was a regular missing person investigation at first had now turned into a possible kidnapping case, but there was still no evidence to follow up on. But this changed when another search of the area was carried out on the 17th of March by a search and rescue crew, arranged by the nonprofit organization Class Kids Foundation. In a field just a few blocks away from her regular bus stop, a search party stumbled across a clue. Sierra's cell phone had been found ditched in a nearby field, just a short walk from the unmarked bus stop. This was all the information police needed to conclude that Sierra did not vanish of her own accord. After police collected Sierra's cell phone from the field, it was sent in for a full forensic analysis. While awaiting the results, the following day, even more worrying evidence emerged when Sierra's purse, school books, and clothes that she was wearing were all found hidden in a shed less than 2 miles from the family's house. Marlene was now convinced that something untoward had happened to her daughter, but she did her best to remain hopeful. When the clothing was checked, it was found to be heavily stained by dirt, and it reeked of urine. A grim picture was starting to emerge in Marlene's mind, and it wasn't one that any parent would ever want to imagine. The evidence suggested that Sierra was indeed abducted, and that her cell phone was then thrown out of a moving vehicle, and that she'd been dragged through the dirt at some point before her belongings and clothes were placed in the shed in an attempt to hide them from investigators. But the mystery of her whereabouts was yet to be solved, so DNA swabs were taken of all of the found items. When the results came back, they revealed that there was foreign DNA present on Sierra's clothes, so the samples were sent to CODIS, the national DNA database. This is when the first true breakthrough in Sierra's case came in. The DNA found on her clothes matched that of a 20-year-old man named Antolin Garcia Torres, who lived about 7 miles from Sierra's house. The police immediately placed a 24-hour surveillance on him while they checked CCTV footage of the areas that Sierra was thought to have been in that morning. This is when they discovered that a red 1998 Volkswagen Jetta could be seen driving around Sierra's neighborhood that morning. And when it came to light that Torres drove that same make and model car, his vehicle was seized for evidence. When his car was searched, it became clear he definitely had something to do with Sierra's disappearance. Torres was adamant that he had never met Sierra, nor did he have any idea what had happened to her. But despite his objections, he was taken into custody and charged with kidnapping, as well as claiming Sierra's life, despite there being no evidence that she lost her life at this point. As you could probably expect, Torres pleaded not guilty. By this point, you can only imagine the state of mind Sierra's mother and friends must have been in. Not only from the distressing evidence that was found, but from the sheer uncertainty of where Sierra was, whether she was alive, and what happened to her after she was abducted. Since she hadn't been located yet, the prosecution in the case had to purely rely on circumstantial evidence that had been discovered. But despite this, they pushed for Torres to receive the harshest possible sentence: capital punishment. To make matters worse, there were no witnesses who could testify one way or the other. No weapon had been found in his car or in his possession. And since no autopsy could be performed, the prosecution didn't really have much to go on. Regardless, they pushed on, suggesting to the court that Torres had carried out the crime and that his motives were sexually driven. They were certain of this much and pointed to answers he gave during his interrogation that were sexual in nature, despite the fact that the questions posed to him were not. Since Sierra's clothing had been removed and nothing of value in her possession was proven to be stolen, it certainly wasn't a mere robbery, since her lunch money was still in her purse. If someone had mugged her, they would certainly have taken the purse with them, then gotten rid of it later on after taking whatever they wanted from it, but that just wasn't the case here. The court then heard that Torres's car was not only captured by security cameras near Sierra's house, but was also seen in the area where her possessions were found, and it was now all but certain that he was the one responsible for her disappearance. At the very least, he likely knew more than he was letting on. But still, we have to admit that at this point, all of this evidence was pretty circumstantial. Prosecutors were going to have an incredibly hard time convicting a man who they didn't really have any tangible evidence against, other than the fact that he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, along with some offhand comments made during an interrogation. They were going to need a lot more than this if they wanted to put this man behind bars. But thankfully, they were about to get their wish. Knowing that all of this evidence they had against Torres could be considered as circumstantial at best, Detectives knew that they had to keep looking, and that's when they found it. As police combed through every square inch of Torres's car, they finally found something, a rope in the trunk of his car. When this rope was sent in for forensic testing, it was found to contain trace amounts of Sierra's DNA, a girl who Torres claimed he knew nothing about. Well, if he'd never met her before, then why was her DNA in his trunk? Torres claimed he had an alibi for that morning. He claimed that he was on a fishing trip at the time that Sierra went missing. But the prosecution quickly pointed out that there was a 5-hour discrepancy in the story, in which he could have easily abducted Sierra, carried out the crime, and then disposed of any evidence, including her remains. All of the evidence, despite being circumstantial, pointed to Torres, including the DNA that was found on her clothing, as this was soon discovered as to have belonged to him. But here's where things get a bit, well, weird and gross. See, Torres had an explanation for that theory as well. So Torres claimed that early that morning, he'd been driving around in his car and taking care of himself, so to speak. He said that once the deed was done, he threw a tissue that he'd used out the window, and this tissue must have landed on Sierra's clothing, which in turn placed his DNA on her clothing. But there's one major problem with this alibi. Police never publicly mentioned what type of DNA was found on her clothing. So how did he know what type of bodily fluid it had come from? As the trial continued, Torres's sordid and disturbing past was revealed, and it soon emerged that he had a history of violence against women. 3 other women, an 18-year-old, a 46-year-old, and a 36-year-old, had all accused him of attempting to kidnap them in the past while they were sitting in their cars in a parking lot. At the time of those instances, Torres was employed at a local Safeway store, and he had on 3 separate occasions attempted to abduct women in the store's parking lot. All 3 of these attempted kidnappings took place about 3 years before Sierra's disappearance, which leaves us wondering whether he ever carried out any other successful abductions that were either never reported or never attributed to him. It really makes you wonder. Whatever the case may be, during an investigation into one of those attacks, a stun gun that was intended to be used on one of the victims was found at the scene, and it was thoroughly processed at a crime lab. Inside, they found a battery that contained Torres's fingerprints, and the prosecution claimed that this was irrefutable proof that he was the one responsible, despite the fact that none of the women could pick him out of a lineup. To counter this, the defense argued that Torres's fingerprints could have easily ended up on that battery since he worked at the Safeway store and regularly restocked some of the shelves with battery packs that had been torn open. But let's be real, this was a bit of a long shot. Torres's lawyer also added that no one had been able to prove that Sierra was no longer alive, or that Torres had anything to do with her disappearance, since all the evidence that had been processed so far, as we all know, was circumstantial. Minus the rope, the DNA, the CCTV footage, the history of violence, it was clear that Torres's defense team was beginning to grasp at straws. But the story still isn't over yet, not by a long shot. Torres's defense team asked the court to consider the possibility that Sierra had merely decided to run away from home, since it was known that she wasn't happy about relocating to a new area, and had to adapt to an unfamiliar school environment after all. Interestingly, this theory actually had a small amount of merit. One of Sierra's teachers at her previous school was called to the stand to testify. She stated that Sierra had returned to her former school on one occasion just to spend time with one of her friends, though she was only on the premises for about 5 minutes. This happened a few weeks before she vanished. Who was to say that this couldn't have happened again, but that Sierra had either decided to permanently run away this time, or worse, something had happened to her while she skipped town to go back to her old school. The defense team argued that this was proof that Sierra was desperate to get her old life back, and that she just wanted to move back to her hometown with her old friends. While this certainly made a small amount of sense, the theory wasn't backed up by any tangible evidence. It was nothing more than a theory. Sierra had never mentioned wanting to run away to either her mother or her friends, but the defense had an explanation for that as well. Next, they wanted to call Sierra's character into question, and they began to claim that Sierra may have had ties to organized crime. In an effort to prove this theory, the defense called some of Sierra's former school friends to the stand, and they reluctantly admitted that she had, on occasion, taken illegal substances. One friend added that on the day before she disappeared, she texted her saying she was looking forward to coming back to Fremont, where she intended to take pills once again. And this was not a good look. Her friends also confirmed that she was despondent about having to move away, but they never felt that she had any intention of running away, since she was still able to visit them whenever she wanted. Following these revelations, the defense suggested that Sierra had been abducted and lost her life to drug dealers in the area, since she likely would have had to deal with them to acquire the substances that she'd used. While this theory makes perfect sense, it was far more likely that she got those substances from someone who'd already purchased them from a dealer. But the defense had to use whatever flimsy theories they could, since the evidence against Torres was virtually irrefutable. Further proving this was their opinion on the evidence that was collected at the different scenes where Sierra's belongings were found. They claimed that the hair that was found on the rope in Torres's car wasn't present in evidence photos and hence could not have been present when the rope was collected. Essentially, they were suggesting that police had planted the evidence in the back of Torres's car. Or at the least, that's the impression I get from all this. They then shifted their focus to the sheriff who was involved in the case, stating that when the rope was found in Torres's car, it was taken in as evidence but wasn't booked in at the police station immediately, as was normal procedure, since the bag was left to sit in the sheriff's garage in an improperly sealed bag overnight before being brought to the station the following day. This made it possible that cross-contamination may have occurred, which would render this DNA useless, basically. They also pointed to the fact that when Sierra's clothes were processed, 9 strands of hair were found and placed in an evidence bag. Yet, that same envelope was later checked, and one of the strands of hair had inexplicably disappeared. Since this further suggested that the evidence had been improperly handled, they asked that the court disregard all the DNA evidence that had been presented up to that point. Next, they brought it to the court's attention that there was a witness who saw something suspicious that morning that had not been mentioned before. She told investigators that she saw a brown car pull over to the side of the road, close to the spot where Sierra normally got on the school bus. They claimed that since this lead was never properly followed up on, there's a chance that someone else may have abducted Sierra, and hence it could not be irrefutably proven that Torres was responsible. If I'm being honest, I've got to admit, this was not looking good for the prosecution. These were all admittedly very good points. While I think we can all agree that Torres was, without a doubt, somehow involved, well, these theories were not looking good, and it was beginning to look like Torres may be set free. The defense then started focusing on other charges that were brought against Torres, specifically regarding the other 3 kidnapping attempts. They pointed out that the same sheriff in charge of Sierra's case was found to be an unreliable witness in another unrelated case, since he'd mishandled evidence on that occasion as well, and the case had to be retried thanks to his incompetence. Hence, they asked that the other 3 charges against Torres be dropped, since the same sheriff was also in charge of those investigations. They had successfully shifted the focus of the case from the tragedy of Sierra possibly losing her life to the plight of their client. And unsurprisingly, they didn't ask Torres to take the stand, since he would then have needed to face questions from the prosecution that he may not have been able to answer without incriminating himself. Their last effort was to paint Sierra in a negative light. They claimed that she was an unhappy teenager who was in the habit of getting high, and that she may be alive somewhere and had likely just decided to run away from home or go out on some bender of some sort. It must have been incredibly hard for Sierra's family and friends to hear these claims, since they knew that they'd been taken out of context to fit with the defense's narrative. But they were hopeful that the jury would see Torres for the criminal that he was, and that he would be ordered to pay the ultimate price. At this point, no evidence had been found that indicated that Sierra was still alive. She left no note behind at home, never told any of her friends that she was planning to run away. And since she made plans with a friend to meet up at school on the morning that she vanished, it was extremely unlikely that she decided to up and disappear without so much as a word. She would also have had no reason to dispose of the clothes that she was wearing, and it would have been nonsensical for her to leave her phone lying in a field. This would have just been ridiculous. The fact remains that Torres's DNA was found on Sierra's clothing, and her DNA was found in his car, something that couldn't merely be argued away, regardless of the mishandling of evidence. Forensic analysis clearly proved that Torres had contact with Sierra that morning, and he knew where she was at least some of that time, though he claimed to have never seen her before and they'd never had any interaction with her. It was now up to the jury to decide what was to become of Torres, who'd remained emotionless and silent throughout the trial. After deliberating for quite some time, the jury had finally reached a verdict. After all was said and done, Torres was found guilty of attempting to kidnap the 3 women from the Safeway's parking lot, and of attempting to use a taser during those attacks. Thankfully, he was also found guilty of ending Sierra's life, even though her remains had still not been found. But the defense still had other, even more outlandish tricks up their sleeve, and I just can't even wrap my head around this one. When the time came for Torres to be sentenced, the defense suddenly claimed that there was a chance that Torres may have been exposed to pesticides when he was a child, and that these chemicals may have had an effect on his personality and actions, meaning he couldn't be held responsible for the crimes he had committed. His mother, Laura Torres, then chimed in and added that he'd grown up in an abusive home with a father who was an alcoholic, and was known to have abused Torres when he was young, along with several other family members. She noted that his father was now incarcerated for life after he was found guilty of abusing one of their family members, and that this behavior would have had a negative effect on Torres, who she described as a responsible and loving person, who protected his family after losing his brother, who'd been arrested and deported on drug charges before passing away. But let's be real here. All these allegations did was prove that Torres came from a family with a significant history of illegal activity and violence. This didn't in any way prove that Torres could possibly be innocent. It just proved that his other family members may have influenced him, leading Torres down the exact same path. Bad company corrupts good morals. It's not a complicated concept. Obviously, the courts were not having it. In the end, Torres was sentenced to 13 years and 8 months behind bars for the 3 kidnapping attempts at the Safeway store. But in Sierra's case, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Speaking to Torres after the sentencing, Marlene told him that he could still find some semblance of redemption by revealing where he left Sierra's body. But Torres still refuses to admit guilt in this case, even after all this time has passed. Sierra's father, Steve, pointed out that Torres also had daughters of his own, and he found it impossible to understand how someone with children could consider ending the life of someone else's child. He ended a statement by adding, "After what he did, not telling where Sierra is and what happened, I hope it eats away at him while he's in there, while he rots in prison." Sierra's case is one that should have never happened, but it serves as yet another warning that there are many very dangerous people in this world who only have their own interests at heart. Torres stole a young girl's life just to give himself a few short minutes of pleasure. If this weren't bad enough, he could have spared her family a lot of heartache by at least revealing where he hid her remains, but he chose to maintain his innocence despite clearly being the one who ended her life. Sierra's family has stated that they will keep searching for her remains until she's found, at which point they plan to hold a proper burial for her and give her the send-off that she deserves. But for the time being, they're attempting to deal with the fact that Sierra is gone, while her attacker, a clearly disturbed man, continues to live on. In January of 2007, the Shetland Islands experienced a truly horrifying crime. Investigators say that famous children's author, Richard Horne, better known as Harry Horse, took his own life alongside his wife Mandy in an apparent romantic pact. But the story that detectives shared with the public, well, it isn't at all what it seems. Born in May of 1960, Richard spent the first decade of his life growing up in a farmhouse called Church Farm Cottage, located in Brandon, Coventry, alongside his parents Derek and Josephine and his 3 sisters. Brandon is known for being a super small village with a population of just about 500 people. Now, this village is home to several incredibly old cottages and pubs, and when you think of old-timey England, this is probably the type of place you think of. Small, quiet, quaint, and super rustic. Richard's family also had a second home in Salcombe, where they would spend their vacations fishing and swimming and hanging out on their boat, which they named the Ormond. By 1970, the family moved to Warwickshire, and it's here that Richard found his true love, storytelling. He would tell his sisters that their house, known as Christmas Hill Farm, was one of the resting spots where Santa Claus stopped to take a rest while delivering Christmas presents to children all over the world. He was always coming up with crazy stories to tell others, and it seemed like he did a great job at it. These were pretty captivating stories that almost always seemed to have some basis in reality, just enough to make them believable. Now, growing up in the countryside gave Richard a sense of freedom, and he loved horseback riding and spending time in nature. In fact, many years later after his passing, tales would be told of how his horse would often come home without him when Richard wasn't ready to head home yet. And that's pretty telling of how much Richard loved the outdoors, when even his own horse would say, "Okay, I think that's enough." As for how he got the pseudonym that he was so well known by, well, it was all thanks to the headmaster at his school, who during roll call accidentally pronounced his surname as Horse instead of Horn, and the moniker stuck for the rest of his life when he decided that he would make it the perfect pen name, Harry Horse. At age 13, he would develop a love for cricket, a popular sport in the UK. He started playing cricket while attending Wreckin College, and here Richard really began to hone his skills as a storyteller and an illustrator, and even won awards for his drawings. After graduating from Wreckin College, Richard found a job at a lawyer's firm, where he started to gain some valuable experience, but for Richard, well, his attention was more focused on the artistic side of his personality, as was evidenced by a decision that he made when he turned 19. A decision that would alter the course of his life forever. While waiting for a train at Coventry railway station one December morning, Richard found himself thinking about the life that lay ahead of him, as he'd been thinking of relocating to Edinburgh. Unable to make up his mind, he chose to leave the decision up to a flip of a coin, with heads sending him back to London and tails meaning that he would move to Edinburgh. The coin landed tails up, and a short while later, he boarded a train that was headed for Scotland. Now, life in Scotland wouldn't be easy, and he didn't really have any jobs lined up as an illustrator, nor did he have anything else going for him for that matter. But he devised a plan. He dressed himself up like a college student and started attending drawing classes, unbeknownst to the rest of the students and the faculty members. He would basically just sneak into class, learn what the professor was teaching for the day, and then sneak out before anyone realized he was there. He basically pirated college courses. Richard used his skills to create a portfolio of his best work, attempting to get a publishing deal by showing it to local publishers. Now, unfortunately, none of them showed much interest, and things were not going the way he had envisioned, and so he had to come up with another cunning ruse. He'd already spoken to the well-known publishing house, Canongate, and he was turned down. But in 1981, he contacted them again, this time posing as his own literary agent. Richard claimed that his client, Harry Horse, was in Edinburgh for a short while, and that he would love to meet up to show off some of his work, and finally, they agreed. At the time, Canongate was owned by its founder, Stephanie Wolfe Murray, and she found him to be just the type of talent that they were looking for. He was given a job as an illustrator for Magus the Lollipop Man, which was authored by Michael Mullen. And shortly after, he supplied the sketches for David Hamilton's The Good Golf Guide to Scotland. In 1986, an updated version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was announced, and Richard also supplied the artwork for that release, which was a pretty major job. He'd certainly made it as an artist by this point, but still unsatisfied with his life's trajectory, he decided to try his hand at publishing a book of his own. But Richard, he could have never guessed what the future had in store for him. Richard wrote his first book, entitled The Ogopogo, My Journey with the Loch Ness Monster. And quite unbelievably, his first efforts saw him receiving a Scottish Arts Council Book Award. This did his career a world of good, and soon he was producing many more popular children's books, most of which included animal characters. His book, The Last Polar Bears, saw him make his debut on the small screen as it was made into an animated movie. And shortly after, two of his other books, The Last Cowboys and A Friend for Little Bear, also made appearances on television. And Richard's career was now in full swing. He'd finally made it as a published author and illustrator, and his life was shaping up to be exactly what he had always dreamed of. By 1989, Richard had started to explore other aspects of his creativity, and had started his own band, touring across the country. In fact, they were in the midst of a tour in the Shetlands when he met Mandy Williamson, the girl who would eventually become his wife. The two got married the following year and found an apartment in Edinburgh, where they lived with their dog named Rue, who Richard would later feature in many of his stories. Now, the apartment didn't offer much room, but they were happy to make it work, and Richard's friends would describe Mandy as the counterpoint to his volatile nature. Basically, she helped even out Richard's wild nature and calm him down to a certain extent, but Richard was still hungry. See, Richard had a serious love for his dog Rue. He was an animal lover through and through. The two could be seen everywhere together and even took him to business meetings. In fact, Rue would also be the catalyst for the next stage of Richard's career. After Richard and Mandy were married for about a year or two, Richard began to feel that his books featuring Rue weren't getting enough attention. Thus, he and Rue entered the offices of the Scottish newspaper, Scotland on Sunday, to complain about their lack of coverage of his books. Luckily, he'd brought several of his illustrations with him, and upon seeing them, the newspaper's editor suggested that he start working for them as a freelance political cartoonist. And while it was a pretty drastic change of pace for Richard, well, he accepted the offer. He would stay in this role for the next 6 years, drawing caricatures of famous politicians and the situations that they found themselves in at the time, quickly making a name for himself as one of the biggest political cartoonists of his generation, as his drawings could be seen in well-known newspapers that included The Guardian, The Independent, The Telegraph, and The Times. His reputation as a talented illustrator and cartoonist had now started to spread, and he even created the cover artwork for the New Yorker magazine on 2 occasions, while also drawing a satirical cartoon for the Scotsman on a weekly basis. But Richard and Mandy's life together, well, it wasn't as perfect as it seemed from the outside. After 18 years of marriage, it would all come to an end thanks to one unthinkable act carried out by Richard. By 2004, Richard and Mandy had decided to move back to the Shetland Islands in Scotland. This decision came after they received the unfortunate news that Mandy was suffering from a seriously aggressive form of multiple sclerosis, or MS. The change in Richard's demeanor from this point on is a testament to how much he loved his wife, as he became ever more depressed at her failing health, and before long he'd started to use illegal substances to cope with her loss of mobility and their lives together. His family would later reveal that he found it increasingly difficult to see her struggling with the condition, and it caused him to fall into a deep, deep depression. By 2004, Mandy's condition had worsened to the point where she was barely able to talk, and she had to receive constant care, which caused Richard a great deal of worry. In fact, he once commented to friends that he hated having to bathe and change his wife every day. Now, it's unclear if he hated doing this in general, or if he hated that her health had failed her, but I tend to believe it's most likely the latter, as Richard was more than willing to do whatever was necessary for his wife. Though, admittedly, Richard hated the fact that the two had moved back to the Shetlands to be closer to Mandy's family, as it was a very quiet and calm area, and Richard had grown used to the hustle and bustle of London over the years, thriving in the chaotic lifestyle. Those he spoke to about his concerns took it as a sign that Richard was still very much in love with his wife, and that the decline in her health was starting to take a toll on him. But these days, there are many people who disagree with this sentiment. See, since Richard was still taking illegal substances during this time, his behavior had grown ever more erratic, and it's believed that he started resenting the fact that he had to look after Mandy while living in a comparatively isolated area. By this point, Mandy had grown from being the center of his world to being more of an obstacle in his way. At least that's the opinion of some people looking back on Richard's life. Richard had now become prone to fits of rage, and one social worker would report that he became so angry during a discussion about Mandy's rights to disability benefits that he punched a hole in a wall in their house. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Richard's mental health would only get worse from here, and it didn't take long before it reached a boiling point. And Richard, well, he finally snapped. In the days and weeks before the crime, Richard retreated further into depression, and his addiction got much worse. He would eventually cut off all contact with his family, an act that's always worrisome when someone's dealing with depression and struggling to come to terms with difficult circumstances. He did keep in contact with some of his friends, though, and in January of 2007, he invited 2 of their friends over to their place for dinner. But the evening didn't exactly go to plan, and Richard was acting strangely all night. The 2 friends would later tell investigators that Richard had, at some point in the evening, used an unspecified medication, after which he became agitated and on edge, which caused them pretty serious concern. They added that after taking the substance, he became more animated than normal, and he was walking around the house muttering to himself. at one point saying, "It's a wonderful night for a killing." Prior to this, Richard had been, for the most part, his normal, happy self, but now they could hardly recognize him. What worried them most of all is that they noticed that Mandy seemed to be afraid of him. As they were getting ready to leave, she asked him to stay over for the night since she didn't want to be left alone with him. The friends declined the offer, likely because they didn't want to get involved in the couple's marriage issues, but also probably because they didn't want to deal with Richard's strange behavior anymore. This guy was clearly out of his mind at this point. After turning down Mandy's offer, the friends left and didn't think much else about the situation, believing it would all blow over soon enough. But by the following morning, a couple of the friends returned to the house as one of them had left a piece of clothing there the night before. But when they walked through the front door, they were met with a terrifying, horrific sight. The friends had just walked into a crime scene. As the friends entered the couple's home, they were immediately caught off guard. As they stepped into the entryway of the home, they were met with a grisly sight. The couple's dog and cat had both lost their lives, and it was clear the damage done was intentional. The friends didn't know what to think, and they immediately began calling out for Richard and Mandy. Realizing that something was very wrong, they rushed into Richard and Mandy's bedroom, and their hearts sank. The couple was found lying side by side on their bed, both deceased. And this is where the case gets really strange, and many people are still left wondering what the motive was for the story that was concocted by investigators after they learned of the couple's passing. Since Mandy's family was living close by, they were quickly informed of her passing, though it would take several days before Richard's family ever received the news. When they finally did, the details sounded like something out of a fairy tale. The police told both families that Richard and Mandy had attempted to end Mandy's life via an overdose, since she was suffering too much to carry on, and Richard could no longer stand watching his wife's health deteriorate. But tragically, the attempt failed, and this left the couple more depressed and desperate than ever before. The media reported that they decided to enter into a pact that would bring an end to the suffering for both of them, and it was even hailed as a, quote, true Romeo and Juliet tale. They were portrayed as a loving couple who couldn't face the world without each other, and that they decided that they would rather end their lives together than have to live the rest of their lives alone. As one would imagine, both families were devastated at hearing the news, but they accepted the version of events that detectives had offered them, since in their minds, there was no reason for them to hide the truth. But the thing is, they would eventually learn that the couple's passing was anything but romantic, though it would be more than 6 months after the incident that the truth would finally be revealed to the public. Those who knew Richard and Mandy were horrified to learn that they had taken their lives after the dinner party that evening. As awful as this already was, the details that emerged thereafter were even more shocking. It would turn out there was no pact. It wasn't an act carried out as a romantic gesture, and there was no agreement between husband and wife that this had to be done. Instead, whispers began to spread about how Richard had grabbed a knife from the kitchen and attacked Mandy in a tragic act of violence. We know that this wasn't a consensual act since investigators found defensive wounds on her arms and hands, and it would soon be revealed that he jabbed her as many as 30 times before bizarrely turning the weapon on himself. But before he did so, the knife that he was using broke during the attack, which just shows the ferocity of the situation. Imagine the amount of force that it takes to break a metal blade. Thus, Richard went back to the kitchen, grabbed another weapon, and then continued the assault until Mandy's life was over. The coroner's report would state that Richard had 47 self-inflicted wounds before he too lost his own life. The doctor who attended the crime scene was so shocked by what he found there that he had to take time off of work, stating it was the worst crime scene he had ever witnessed with his own eyes. While still under the impression that the couple had lost their lives in some sort of romantic pact, Richard's family agreed that they should be buried together. But when Mandy's family learned what had actually occurred that night, they were understandably outraged at how the case was handled by the authorities. More specifically, they were outraged that investigators had outright lied to them about the state of the crime scene. Mandy's father made it clear that he wanted everyone to know what had happened to his daughter, since Richard had been painted as being some sort of martyr by ending his wife's suffering and then claiming his own life in some sort of romantic gesture. At a press conference held after the true details of the crime were revealed, Mandy's father stated, quote, "This was no pact, it was murder. Mandy had arranged to go with her mother to the dentist the morning they were found. She was not planning on ending her own life." In the aftermath of these revelations, Richard's mother spoke to the Sunday Times newspaper, and surprisingly, she took aim at Mandy and Mandy's family, revealing that she never liked Mandy in the first place. She claims that when attending the couple's wedding, Mandy's family had failed to arrange flowers for the church ceremony, as they had agreed to do. And she took offense to the fact that she and the rest of the family hadn't been invited back to Richard and Mandy's house the second half of the reception. Now, this may sound like petty squabbles between a bride and the groom's family, and this is commonplace, right? But that's not the full story. Richard's mother added that Mandy was a very difficult person to get along with, saying she was quick to criticize Richard when he was in the midst of doing something that she didn't agree with. She claims that Mandy would refuse to wash his cricket uniform, since she didn't like any of the other players' wives. She was also critical of the way that he was raised, as well as the schools that he attended. Richard's mother also says that she had to walk on eggshells around Mandy because she was so volatile and would fly off the handle at the slightest mention of anything she didn't agree with. But again, you could easily chalk this up to a groom's mother not liking his bride. Again, this is super commonplace. It should also be mentioned that the rest of Richard's family didn't necessarily agree with his mother's statements, though, just to add a bit of context. In fact, the rest of Richard's family loved Mandy just as much as Richard did. But still, it gets worse. According to Mrs. Horn, Richard and Mandy had both been taking illegal substances in the months leading up to the incident. Mandy had been doing so to relieve the pain that she was in as her health was failing, and Richard eventually joined in to help cope with the impending loss of his wife. And while most of us may not agree with this decision, you have to admit it's somewhat understandable. Several of the couple's friends contacted Richard's family after the truth of the crime was finally revealed, saying how much they liked Mandy and how they were struggling to come to terms with how Richard could have carried out such a violent and unexpected crime. This heartbreaking tragedy took everyone by complete surprise, and considering how many people spoke lovingly of the couple, heck, even two of their friends who had dinner at their house that night couldn't have predicted this was about to happen, well, it was just a shock to everyone. Now, rather obviously, there have been many people who are critical of how the police handled this case. Obviously, there was no point in lying to the family about what had actually taken place here. It's understandable they may have wanted to spare the family from the heartache and burden of knowing how the crime really unfolded, but that burden was the family's to bear. It's not up to the police to decide who gets to grieve a loss or how they grieve it. When questioned about this in interviews by the media, the Shetland police defended their handling of the case, stating that any suggestion that they attempted to hide certain details of the crime from members of the two families or the public was completely unfounded, though no one has been able to explain why Richard and Mandy's deaths were portrayed as a romanticized pact to end their own lives, when that clearly wasn't the case. It's obvious from this statement alone, the police are just outright lying. When preparations were being made for Richard and Mandy to be buried, Richard's sisters, Kay and Mary Ann, revealed what they thought of the horrific crime and the events leading up to it. They believed that Richard had purposefully started distancing himself from his family since he'd been planning to end Mandy's life, as well as his own, for quite some time. They also speculated that he only did this to strengthen his resolve, or else he would have been made unable to follow through with his plans. Basically, if he would have maintained contact with his family throughout the months leading up to the crime, he may have felt too much guilt and been unable to actually go through with it. Speaking to a reporter, they also suggested that the move back to the Shetlands would have played a major role in Richard's state of mind, and that it would have added to his feelings of despair. Richard obviously didn't want to be there, and this was painfully obvious. Now, it should be noted that when the sisters made these statements, they were still under the impression that the couple had willingly taken their lives together. So while they knew that Richard had taken Mandy's life, they didn't know at this point in time that he had done so against her will. It would only be when they traveled to the Shetlands for the funeral that they were briefed on the actual events that took place. In the end, no one will ever truly know what was going through Richard's mind when he decided to end Mandy's life, as well as his own. But this case shows that anyone's life can be irrevocably changed at any time, and it's up to each of us to decide how we deal with those changes. At some point in our lives, we're all going to get horrible news, but that doesn't mean we have to go to the lengths that Richard did to try to make things right. It's not our job to play God. It's our job to make the best with what we have. When reading statements from people who knew the couple, it becomes clear that there was never any doubt that the two truly loved each other. But what drove Richard to carry out such an unthinkable crime? Well, we may never know. Some people believe he did it because Mandy's suffering had become too much for him to bear, while others think he may have been in the midst of some psychosis due to the substances that he was using. The truth is, we just don't know. Capital punishment is a touchy subject for a lot of people. Some believe we have an obligation to punish criminals who commit unspeakable crimes, while others feel that no one has the right to take a life, no matter the circumstances. In the true crime story of Michaela Shunick, capital punishment was a certain possibility for her attacker, as he'd been released from prison 4 years earlier, but clearly hadn't changed his ways. It was only during an interrogation with investigators that it would come to light that Mickey, well, she wasn't his only victim. In May of 2012, 21-year-old Michaela Shunick, better known as Mickey, was a student at the University of Louisiana, where she was studying anthropology and living with her family in Lafayette, Louisiana. Now, for those of you who may not be too familiar with Louisiana, you should know that Lafayette, well, it's not a great place to live. According to Neighborhood Scout and crime data, Lafayette has a crime rate that's higher than 90% of other cities in the United States, meaning it's in the top 10% of the most dangerous places to live in the entire country. For Mickey, she didn't let this statistic get in her way of living a normal life. She was a popular college student and had countless friends that she could depend on. She was described by her family as a social person, an animal lover, very likable, and good at keeping commitments. In essence, she was someone you could depend on no matter what. Mickey could often be found riding her bike around town, as she was in the habit of using it as her main mode of transportation. But no one could have guessed that this very same bike would become a major piece of evidence in her case, when Mickey suddenly disappeared. On Friday, the 18th of May in 2012, Mickey and a few of her friends attended a live music venue called Atmosphere, with Mickey having plans to attend her brother's graduation the following day. Since her family knew her to be diligent about keeping her commitments, they found it strange when they woke up on Saturday morning to find that she wasn't home, as they were supposed to ride to the ceremony together. Her family assumed that she must have slept over at a friend's house and that she would catch up with them later in the day, but she didn't. Her parents knew that she'd been with her friends all night long, and so they were sure that she was just running late. But when the time came for the ceremony to start, she still hadn't arrived, and they started to become concerned, though they were still certain that they would see her later in the day, and that she most likely would have a good explanation for missing the event. When the ceremony was over, her family traveled back home, hoping that Mickey would be there to greet them. But instead, they found the house empty, with no sign that she had been there while they were out. This is when their concern started to grow to fear, but all they could do was try to make contact with her. They called her cell phone time and time again, but got no answer. By now, they were incredibly worried. Mickey had never done anything like this before, so where was she, and what could have happened? Mickey would have been mortified at missing such an important event in her brother's life, and would certainly have let her family know if she was running late. But they received no word from her or from any of her friends. Her family then contacted several of her friends who confirmed that she had been at the Atmosphere venue on Friday night, along with several of her friends. Her friends say that she left the venue with a guy named Brettley Wilson to get something to eat after leaving that night. When her family reached out to Brettley, they learned that she had indeed left the club in his company, and that she'd gone back to his house with him, which was located about 4 miles from her own home. Brettley added that they hung out until about 1:45 a.m. on Saturday, at which point Mickey decided that she needed to head home. She left on her bicycle, and that was the last time that he saw her. Mickey's family felt that this story made about as much sense as any, but the fact that Mickey never made it home, well, this set off alarms in their minds, especially considering Mickey had been riding around in such a dangerous town at such a concerning time of day. This was the moment when Mickey's family decided she needed to be reported missing. Mickey's family relayed all this information they had to investigators, and detectives immediately contacted Brettley, since at this point, he was the last person to have seen her before she vanished. During the interrogation, he went into more detail, telling the police that he and Mickey had arrived at the club at about 10:45 p.m. to have a few drinks while listening to the live bands that were playing that night. When they decided to leave, they cycled back to his house to pick up his car, and then they drove to a nearby Taco Bell to have dinner. They picked up their order and went back to his house where they ate their meal. They then got a call or text from some of their other friends who were also in the midst of ordering food, but Mickey said that she didn't feel like meeting up with them since she was already tired, so she decided to head home on her bike instead. With all of this information in mind, the next step in the investigation was to create a timeline of Mickey's movements. And to do so, CCTV cameras from the area around the club were checked to see if there was any footage to confirm Brettley's version of events. Investigators quickly found footage of Mickey and Brettley inside the club, and they confirmed that they were there for about 2.5 hours. They added that the pair seemed to be enjoying themselves, and that there'd been no sign of trouble or anything untoward going on. They also noticed when they left the venue, neither Mickey nor Brettley seemed to be intoxicated. Surveillance footage from the Taco Bell showed the two friends buying food just as Brettley stated, and it was all now but certain that he was being truthful about the night's timeline. With all of this information confirmed, they checked CCTV cameras along the route that Mickey would have taken home. And again, they were able to follow her movements pretty easily, as she appeared on several cameras along the way. But when she made it to St. Landry Street, the trail suddenly stopped. Detectives now knew that something must have happened to her at that exact spot, since she would have still had a short distance to travel to get home, a distance of about 4 miles or so. But police soon discovered a major cause for concern. In some of the surveillance footage, a white Chevrolet pickup truck could be seen driving behind Mickey, and since she wasn't cycling at any notable speed, they found it suspicious that the driver of the truck seemed to be driving so slowly, as if they were following her. If you consider that the average bicycle rider travels at a speed of about 10 to 12 miles per hour, it would be borderline difficult for a truck like this to trail behind someone on a bike without making a bit of a scene. The first theory as to what happened to Mickey was that she'd been involved in a hit-and-run accident and that she may have been injured. Fearing that she may still be in need of help, a search of the St. Landry Street area was carried out, but rescue workers were unable to find any clues. Not a single piece of evidence was found. The search was eventually called off. For many families, this is the point in the investigation when things begin to get really difficult. It's bad enough when you realize that a loved one has gone missing, but it's even worse when you have to admit that something awful may have happened to them. To top this off is the fact that no evidence has been found to give any clues as to where they may have gone. So wild theories start to emerge, and it often leads to unspeakable amounts of anxiety for the family. In the meantime, Mickey's friends and family had started a search of their own, retracing the path Mickey would have taken to get home that night. By this point, local media outlets had also started reporting on her disappearance, which was certainly a great help. The official search started at Brettley's house, after maps of the area were printed and handed out to searchers. They'd been laminated and color-coded to show the areas that had already been searched, the areas where flyers had been put up, and the areas that still needed to be checked for clues or evidence. A tip line was also set up, and volunteers were manning the phones all hours of the day, just in case a new lead came in. The family had also contacted a private investigator, John Abdallah, who started making his own inquiries, with a candlelight vigil being held in Mickey's honor that night. By this point, news of Mickey's disappearance was being reported nationwide, so it's safe to say that everyone had their eyes peeled for any semblance of suspicious activity, as well as for any sign of Mickey. On the 22nd of May, military personnel joined in on the search, alongside Texas EcuSearch, who had arrived the following day. With all of these additional resources being called in to assist in the investigation, Mickey's family was hopeful that she would be found alive and well. But just a week after the investigation launched, they received some worrying news from investigators who'd finally found the clue. But it wasn't anything anyone would have hoped for. Mickey's bicycle had been found under a bridge in an area called Whiskey Bay. Not only was the bike located more than 25 miles from the last point where Mickey was seen in the surveillance footage, but it had also sustained serious damage to the back end of it, which investigators deemed to be consistent with being hit by a vehicle, her family's worst fear. The bike had been found on the 26th of May by a group of fishermen, but this discovery wasn't made public until the 28th. As worrisome as this clue was, her family was just as concerned about the fact that Mickey wasn't found alongside her bike. And although some progress had obviously been made in the case, it was starting to look as though foul play may have been involved in Mickey's disappearance. Following this discovery, the volunteer team was moved to Blackham Coliseum, where shirts and bracelets were put up for sale, with all the funds that were received helping to pay for the search for Mickey. Investigators now decided to focus on the white pickup truck that was seen in the surveillance footage, and they released images of the vehicle to the public in hopes that someone would recognize it and reveal its owner's identity. Interestingly, investigators then identified 2 more vehicles of interest, but their owners were quickly traced down and cleared of any suspicion. Only the white Chevy was still missing, and at this point, news that Mickey's bike had been found, as well as the damage it had sustained, was released to the public. For the next 4 days, the case seemed to come to a standstill as searches were temporarily put on hold, though they would be resumed again a few days later. But still, no new information came in regarding Mickey's whereabouts. It should be noted that while Mickey's case was being investigated, a different case was playing out elsewhere in Louisiana, specifically in Jefferson Parish, about 29 miles from New Orleans. A man named Brandon Scott Laverne had contacted the police to report that he'd been attacked by a man that he didn't recognize, and he sustained multiple wounds in the process. Laverne was receiving treatment for his injuries in a New Orleans hospital during his interview with police, but he was unable to provide them with any useful information, as he said he couldn't even remember where the attack took place, likely due to being in shock. In the meantime, a member of the public had contacted the police in Texas to report that they'd found a burned-out white pickup truck, which they thought was suspicious, as the truck almost perfectly matched the description of the one from Mickey's disappearance. The truck's details were checked, and it was soon revealed to belong to Laverne, which was very interesting to say the least. While investigating his case, police looked up Laverne in their database to see if he had any sort of history. Interestingly, they discovered that Laverne had served 8 years of a 10-year sentence, following a conviction for breaking into a woman's house, tying her up and taking advantage of her. He was ordered to register as a sex offender but failed to do so. While Laverne had initially contacted the police claiming to be nothing more than an innocent victim of a violent assault, he was now looking more and more like a hauntingly suspicious criminal. By the 5th of July, Brandon Laverne was stopped by police officers who had a warrant for his arrest, since he failed to register with the state after being released from prison. Just a short while later, detectives were able to place Laverne in the areas where Mickey was last seen riding her bicycle, as well as the area where her bike was eventually discovered. They were now certain that they had found the man responsible for her disappearance, but they still had no idea where Mickey was or what happened to her. Investigators compared the 2 timelines of the 2 investigations, and that's when things started to fall into place. First, they found that Laverne had checked himself into a hospital in New Orleans the day after Mickey went missing, and it's now becoming clear why he was unable to provide police with much information on the attack against him, since it likely never happened. All the information that had been gathered suggested that Laverne had kidnapped Mickey, so he was arrested and charged with kidnapping as well as taking her life, since it was unlikely Mickey would be found alive by this point. Bear in mind, she'd been missing for over a month now. When Laverne was pulled over, investigators noted that he was driving a truck almost identical to the one that he had reported stolen, which they found awfully strange, and they would later find that they were justified in being suspicious of him. News of Laverne's arrest broke the following day, and investigators added that he was refusing to cooperate with their investigation into Mickey's case, outright refusing to answer any of their questions honestly. Laverne appeared in court on the 18th of July, where he pleaded not guilty to all charges against him. But by now it was all but certain that he was indeed responsible for her disappearance, or at the very least he knew more than he was letting on. While all of this was transpiring, Texas EcuSearch teams were still searching for Mickey in Lafayette. But frustratingly, they'd made no progress, as they were unable to find any further clues. By the 7th of August, after searching for nearly 3 months, they suspended their operations when investigators had their worst fears confirmed. They'd been contacted by a credible source who told them they had information on where to search for Mickey. They were told to travel to an area near the intersection of Louisiana Highway 10 and Highway 13 in Evangeline, Paris, specifically to a wooded area next to a cemetery, about 45 miles from the area where Mickey was last spotted by surveillance cameras. And when officers arrived, well, as investigators pulled up to the area where the anonymous tip had led them, they made a very unfortunate discovery. Here, they located a set of remains just as the caller had suggested. The investigation team looked for further clues and arranged for the remains to be transported back to Lafayette. It would be an agonizing 2-day wait for Mickey's family, but on the 9th of August, they were informed that the remains were positively identified as belonging to Mickey, and their worst fears became a reality. The Evangeline Sheriff's Office later informed Laverne that prosecutors would be seeking capital punishment if he were found guilty of ending Mickey's life. And this news seemed to have an impact on him, as he suddenly started cooperating, though he only did so under the condition that he would not receive the death penalty. Prosecutors agreed, but stated that Laverne would have to make a full confession and reveal all the details of the crime to investigators, so he jumped at the opportunity. It's kind of funny how these little birds are perfectly willing to claim someone's life, but when their own life is in danger, they suddenly start to sing. Laverne detailed the events of that weekend, starting on the 19th of May. He stated that he'd been driving around Lafayette in his truck early that morning when he spotted Mickey all alone riding her bicycle. His confession matched what was found in the surveillance footage, and he stated that he followed her around for a while before deciding that he was going to hit her with his truck, which he then did. When Mickey fell off her bike, he rushed over, grabbed her, and forced her into the vehicle. He then retrieved her bicycle and put it in the back of the truck, forcing her to stay inside by threatening her with a knife and a firearm. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Mickey was a fighter, and she wasn't going down easily. She wasn't someone who would just give up in a tough situation, so she tried to secretly use her cell phone to call for help. Unfortunately, Laverne noticed this and threatened her with a knife once more. But Mickey pulled out a canister of pepper spray and sprayed him in his face, grabbing his knife as he was screaming. With Laverne now struggling with pepper spray in his eyes, Mickey managed to use the knife and attacked him repeatedly. Laverne knew by this point he was in trouble, and so he grabbed the blade with his bare hands, resulting in serious injuries. But he now gained control of the weapon, which he then turned on Mickey, claiming her life in a matter of seconds. By this point, Laverne was panicking. Things had certainly not gone according to plan, and for the next 40 minutes, he drove around looking for a suitable place to get rid of the evidence as well as Mickey's body. He eventually found a secluded area that he felt would suffice, and he pulled over. But to his surprise, Mickey jumped up and continued the fight. She once again gained control of the knife and got him directly in the chest, ensuring that whatever went down that day, she wasn't giving up without a serious fight. Even with his life-threatening injuries, Laverne managed to grab his firearm and he fired just one round, ending Mickey's life. By this point, he was now in even more trouble, as he was now badly wounded and had life-threatening injuries thanks to Mickey's commendable determination. He had no choice but to abandon his plans for the time being, and he raced back to his house where he took off his clothes and attempted to treat his injuries, but he knew he would eventually have to seek medical assistance. He patched himself up as best he could and then got back into his truck. He then made the long drive to the cemetery where he planned to bury her body, but due to his extensive injuries, he was unable to do so. Instead, he placed her in a tree line and covered her with branches, hoping that she would remain undiscovered until he could return to finish the job. He then drove to Whiskey Bay where he disposed of her bicycle. Since he knew people would be looking for Mickey and her bike, he then traveled to a friend's house in New Orleans, later checking himself into the hospital, where he received treatments for his wounds, claiming that he'd been attacked by an unknown man. When he had sufficiently recovered from the injuries that Mickey had inflicted, he returned to Lafayette and buried her remains in the woods next to the cemetery. It's then that he became aware of the footage showing his truck following Mickey around, and he knew that he had to get rid of it before it was spotted. He then drove to San Jacinto in Texas, where he set the truck on fire before abandoning it and returning home. Once home, he reported the vehicle as stolen and bought an identical truck, which seems pretty pointless if you ask me. Why get rid of the truck just to buy the literal same truck again when you know police are looking for that truck? As we skip forward, we now know that Mickey had been found. The man responsible was behind bars, and it seemed as though Laverne would be locked away for life. But the story had one more twist when Laverne decided to make another shocking confession. Laverne would reveal that he was also the one responsible for taking the life of another woman, Lisa Pate, who had disappeared under suspicious circumstances in June of 1999, the year before he was sent to prison for the first time. He'd met Lisa in Lafayette that same year and had convinced her to accompany him on a trip out of town. She agreed, but for reasons that have not been disclosed, Lisa decided at some point during the trip that she wanted to go back home, but Laverne stopped her from doing so. Investigators believe that he ended Lisa's life by suffocating her with a plastic bag, after which he disposed of her body. She was found in September of that same year in the Church Pont area, where Laverne was living at the time. After this revelation, additional charges were added to his case, and he was eventually found guilty of everything. But why he suddenly confessed, well, that much remains a mystery. Laverne was sentenced to 2 life sentences behind bars, having narrowly escaped capital punishment. He was also ordered to remain in solitary confinement, to perform hard labor, and was told that he would never receive parole and that his sentence would not be eligible for suspension at any point. To put it simply, this man was locked up as tight as possible. But he would soon complain that the conditions of his incarceration were cruel and unusual, and that he should have never been convicted of Lisa's crimes, since the district court only had jurisdiction in Lafayette Parish, and the crime had taken place elsewhere. He was also dissatisfied with his defense attorney, since they encouraged him to take the plea deal that was offered, and at no point objected to its conditions. He decided to appeal his sentence, but it was found that he had at no point been denied his constitutional rights, and his application to appeal was rightfully denied. But Laverne, having all the time in the world now, was still far from accepting his fate, since he decided to go on a hunger strike, but found it too difficult and started eating again after just 4 days. Still not content with the nature of his incarceration, on the 15th of October 2018, Laverne seemingly saw a chance to escape, and he attempted to make it out of his prison camp by scaling a fence. But this attempt was quickly thwarted by prison guards after the alarm was sounded. As a result, he was separated from the prison's general population and had most of his privileges revoked, the few privileges that he even had at this point. He would still make several attempts to appeal his conviction, all of which were denied. This man is now locked up as tight as legally possible, and it's very obvious that prosecutors are ensuring he will never step foot out of that prison again. Mickey's case has finally been solved, and her family stated that they can finally start healing from the great loss they suffered, but they also vowed that her legacy would live on through a charity known as Mickey's Legacy. Mickey's Legacy, in conjunction with Spay Nation and the Wildcat Foundation, offers victims of domestic violence who are staying in a safe house the chance to learn about their pets' well-being. And it also provides them with free medical and wellness services for their animals. One of the things you always hear about in domestic violence survivor cases is them finding refuge in safe houses that can be found all across the country. But what you never think about is that these survivors have to leave their entire lives behind. They can bring virtually nothing with them, including their pets in many cases. For victims like this, their pets are often the only thing that keeps them moving forward, the only comfort they can find. To be separated from their animals, it's almost like a form of torture. Mickey's Legacy helps these victims maintain peace and comfort during their time of healing by helping them find a place for their animals to stay and also keep tabs on them while they're away. As an animal lover myself, I can't imagine being separated from our dogs, chickens, ducks, goats, donkey, any of them for any length of time. Mickey's Legacy is doing everything they can to make sure that, whatever the situation, domestic violence survivors never have to lose access to their beloved animals. And what a noble and honorable goal that is. It was a warm summer's day when Brenda Delgado received an email from her former boyfriend. The two had been happily dating for a number of years. Ricky had even given her a promise ring. Detectives say that in February of that same year, Ricky decided to break things off. He just wasn't happy anymore. The two remained friends, and by June, Ricky sent Brenda an email announcing he'd finally begun dating someone else, a lovely young woman named Kendra Hatcher. The only problem was, while Ricky had happily moved on with his life, Brenda, well, she hadn't. Hearing this news was devastating, and investigators say that Brenda vowed to get Ricky back no matter the cost, and she was willing to take down anything and everyone who stood in her way. In September of 2015, Kendra's life was about as perfect as she could have ever imagined. She'd been growing up and earning her wings as a dentist in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, and she moved to Dallas, Texas to get a fresh start. While most people with a dentistry degree would jump at the chance of opening their own practice after their long years of study, in contrast, the choices that Kendra made revealed a lot about who she was as a person. Instead of setting out on her own, she joined an organization known as Smile Zone, where she would provide children from less advantaged homes with high-quality dentistry. And she knew that here, she could make a difference in her community. Even when she wasn't bettering the lives of the disadvantaged, Kendra would use much of her spare time teaching people about the Bible, and she even joined a program that focused on building churches in other countries. If this wasn't great enough, the organization even offered free dental services to children living in Ecuador. It's safe to say Kendra was a very selfless person, who always had the best interest of others in mind. But earlier that year in May, her life had gotten even richer when she met a man named Ricky Paniagua on Tinder, and by September, the couple had fallen hopelessly in love. Kendra's home was located in an upper-class part of Dallas, specifically on Gables Park 17, on the corner of Cedar Springs and Ackerd. It was a place where she felt at ease since there were plenty of security cameras watching the property, along with a 24-hour concierge service. Residents even had access to secure parking in a heavily monitored parking garage. Ricky was also doing well professionally, as he was in the midst of completing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas. And he and Kendra had gone as far as discussing marriage, despite only dating for 4 months. Now, this may seem early, but they found that they were a perfect match with similar morals and their ideals very much aligned. In essence, they thought of themselves as the perfect couple. Kendra was described as kind, beautiful, and always willing to lend a hand to anyone in need. She'd worked hard to create the life that she was living, and poured her heart and soul not only into her work, but into her relationship with Ricky. But as is so often the case, one person's success and happiness can cause untold strife for someone else. Jealousy is a bitter pill to swallow. Unfortunately, this jealousy led to a tragic crime that would change Ricky's life forever and end with Kendra losing hers. On Wednesday, the 2nd of September, Kendra had finished her shift at Smile Zone and headed home to Gables Park 17. She was looking forward to the weekend since she and Ricky had made plans to travel to Mexico for Labor Day, which is a holiday for workers here in the US. She was super excited at the prospect of discussing plans for she and Ricky to move to San Francisco when they got back. But she could never have foreseen what would happen next when she arrived at her building at exactly 7:42 p.m. After arriving home, she drove her car into the secure parking garage and parked in her usual spot. But just minutes later, 2 witnesses who were present in the garage heard a woman screaming, followed by the blood-curdling sound of a firearm being discharged. A fellow resident at the complex, a man named Hashem Saad, also heard the same sounds and instantly knew something was wrong. He called 911 and reported what he'd heard, despite not knowing exactly what had happened or who was involved. But before he did so, witnesses saw a Jeep Cherokee leaving the parking lot at full speed, though they weren't certain whether it was connected to the alarming sounds that they'd heard or if someone was just in a hurry. The police were quick to respond, but no amount of haste could have changed what they found at the scene when they arrived. When detectives finally made it to the scene of the crime, Kendra had unfortunately already lost her life. Prior to this, there was no suspicion that anyone had any ill will towards Kendra. After all, who could? She was near about as good of a person as any of us could hope to be. When investigators began looking around the scene of the crime, they quickly noticed that her purse was missing. Her purse couldn't be found in her car or anywhere in the garage, so it was quickly assumed that she'd been robbed and that the crime had somehow gone wrong, resulting in her assailant ending her life. Close to the area where she was found, a handgun magazine was collected for evidence, along with shards from its ammunition. But when investigators started processing the scene further, they uncovered some very shocking clues. As more and more evidence was collected, they were now of the opinion that this crime was planned. They believed the scene was staged to look like a robbery, and this was evident from GSR residue that was found on Kendra's hands, indicating that she had her hands behind her head at the moment that she was fired at. Furthermore, the path that the bullet had taken suggested her assailant was standing behind her when they fired the shot, and that she was on her knees, likely having been forced to kneel, which isn't something that happens during a typical robbery. Cops were at a loss as to who would put this innocent woman through such awful torment. It just wasn't fair. But for the assailant, everything was going to plan. After clearing the scene of the crime, detectives had the unfortunate task of breaking the news to Kendra's boyfriend, Ricky. Ricky was understandably devastated at the news, and later that night he sent a text message to his former girlfriend and longtime friend, Brenda Delgado. Brenda was shocked to hear the news of Kendra's passing, and she vowed to be there for Ricky any time, day or night. As the investigation into this baffling crime continued, investigators looked at security footage from Kendra's building, and they were immediately presented with a fair amount of evidence regarding the Jeep Cherokee that was seen leaving the garage immediately after the shots were fired. It showed the vehicle arriving at the building at 7:15 p.m., 28 minutes before Kendra drove into the garage. Footage inside the garage captured a man who could be seen walking towards the area where Kendra's car was parked, and he would then be seen returning to the Jeep just a short while later. Investigators were certain that this man was responsible for the crime, but they didn't recognize him or the Jeep that he was seen in. It would then come to light that the man hadn't acted alone, as a woman could be seen driving the Jeep mere moments after the man got back in, and it had become clear that this incident had been planned well ahead of time. Footage of the scene wasn't clear enough to identify the two suspects, or to see the Jeep's license plate number, and so investigators decided to release still images of the security footage to the public, along with an appeal for anyone who recognized the couple to come forward. In these types of circumstances, it's often the case that these bids for information go unanswered, either because no one can identify the suspects, or because people are simply too scared to come forward for fear that they might be retaliated against. But in Kendra's case, the exact opposite was true. Very soon after this information was released, Jose Luis Ortiz came forward with a startling confession that the Jeep in the footage was his, but he was adamant that he was not present when the crime was committed, and that he had no idea that his car would become the focus of a true crime investigation. Now, normally, investigators would be skeptical about such claims, but Luis Ortiz had more information that would help set the investigation on the right track, the details of which are not only tragic, but infuriating. Surprisingly, when detectives spoke with Jose, the first name that was mentioned was that of Brenda Delgado, Ricky's ex-girlfriend, who was described by her family as a wholesome, loving person who held fast to her Christian beliefs and morals, and who was part of a loving family. He stated that she and another woman, 26-year-old Crystal Cortez, had approached him on the morning of September 2nd to ask if he could work on Cortez's car, since it had a problem with the engine. He agreed, and when they asked if they could borrow his Jeep for the day, he was all too happy to help out. He knew that the two women had to get to work, and so he felt that he'd be doing them a favor. They arranged to meet back at Jose's place after they were finished at work, but later that day, these plans suddenly changed. While waiting for the Jeep to be returned, he received a call from Brenda, who asked if it would be okay for them to meet at a local Chili's restaurant instead. This seemed like an innocent enough request, and he agreed. But when he arrived, he was perplexed to find that the car wasn't there, and neither was Crystal. The two women would return his Jeep to him later that same evening, but by now he had already learned that Kendra's life had been ended, and that his car had been used during the crime. Before contacting the police, Luis Ortiz had confronted Brenda about the still images that were released, and she reassured him that it was a different vehicle that was caught on camera. It was a mere coincidence that it just happened to look exactly like his own. But she would then change her story and admit that Crystal had indeed driven the Jeep to Kendra's building, since she was supposed to pick up illegal goods for a friend. It's safe to say Jose was not very happy about this. She assumed that something must have gone wrong in the process, and that Kendra had either gotten involved or lost her life as an innocent bystander. And it was then that he knew he had to come forward, since the identification of his Jeep could have had severe consequences. Jose told the police that after confessing to what the Jeep had actually been used for, Brenda urged him to keep quiet, stating that he could lose his U.S. citizenship if the police found out that he was somehow involved in a crime, even though he wasn't. To ensure that his name would be kept out of the investigation, she suggested that he have the Jeep resprayed in a different color, and she even offered to pay for this to be done. But this only further aroused his suspicions, since he could tell that Brenda was being manipulative, and he knew that he immediately had to clear his name as quickly as possible by confessing to the police, and that's exactly what he did. Police immediately set out to track down Brenda, When they finally brought her in for questioning, she claimed she'd never even heard Kendra's name before and that she had no idea who she was, adding that she had a solid alibi for the time when Kendra was attacked. She supplied investigators with receipts from the Chili's restaurant and stated that Jose would confirm that she was there at that exact time, as they'd had dinner together. Brenda then said if they wanted to catch who was really responsible, they should look more closely at Crystal, telling the police that she was with her when they got the Jeep from Jose, but that she let Crystal use the Jeep for the rest of the day. Next, they approached Crystal to get her side of the story, and she had quite the tale to tell. She confessed that she was indeed the driver seen in the parking garage's security footage, but added that she had driven there under duress with her young son in the back, as they'd been carjacked by an armed man who ordered her to drive to Kendra's building. But this was so obviously a lie. Investigators knew that this wasn't true since they'd studied the security footage thoroughly, and at no point had anyone seen a child in the car. They immediately confronted her about this lie, but Crystal quickly came up with a different version of events. Not a very wise move when you're in the presence of seasoned detectives. But she now claimed that she'd agreed to drive the man to the building so that he could carry out a robbery, but it was all at the request of her good friend, Brenda. But she insisted that she knew nothing about the crime that took place and that she had no idea that someone had lost their life in the process. At this point, Crystal had now confessed that she was an accomplice, but she refused to go down alone, as she'd now implicated Brenda, stating that she'd only agreed to take part in the robbery at her request. She then explained that Brenda wanted the man to rob Kendra since she was jealous of the fact that her old boyfriend, Ricky, was now dating her. And the case was now starting to make a lot more sense. And it was soon revealed that when Brenda found out that Ricky and Kendra were dating, she found it impossible to accept. Police were now on to something, but let me tell you, this is only the tip of the iceberg. It was clear Brenda still had deep feelings for Ricky, but she would never have admitted this to him. Instead, she found ways to keep tabs on him, and the details of these activities are enough to send chills down anyone's spine. When Ricky had dated other women after ending his relationship with Brenda, it was only when he met Kendra that Brenda knew this relationship would be a long-term one. Since Ricky and Brenda had kept tabs over the months following their relationship, Ricky felt that it was the decent thing to do to send Brenda an email and let her know that he was now in a committed relationship. Brenda gave him the impression that she was happy for him, and even suggested that they continued being friends. In Ricky's mind, this would have been a very mature response, and he must have been delighted that she took the news so well. But unbeknownst to him, Brenda was actually shattered by the news, and it seemingly had a very serious effect on her, since she then started making plans, along with Crystal, to have Kendra removed from the picture. While Brenda kept as many details as possible a secret, Crystal had quickly realized just how much trouble they were in, and she decided to become a witness for the prosecution, in hopes that she would receive a lighter sentence for her involvement. She revealed that she and Brenda had started making their nefarious plans just 2 weeks after they met, when Brenda revealed to her that she wanted Kendra out of Ricky's life, even if it meant ending her life. This would have been enough to deter most people from continuing the friendship, but strangely, Crystal was immediately on board. It was clear early on that Brenda had become completely obsessed with Ricky and Kendra's relationship, to the point where it was affecting her everyday life. She'd failed to show up for several of her shifts at work, since she was too busy keeping track of Ricky, especially after she managed to gain access to his email account, and learned that they'd been making plans not only to go on vacation together, but to start their lives together. She told Crystal that she felt as though Kendra was an imposter who had taken her place, giving us some serious insight into the rapidly deteriorating state of mind that she was in. With every passing day, her ill feelings toward Kendra only grew, and Brenda eventually made up her mind that the only way to get Ricky back was to claw Kendra out of the picture. First, she approached her cousin, Moses Martinez, and asked him if he would be willing to attack Kendra with a baseball bat, but he rightfully refused. Unwilling to give up, she then spoke to a friend of hers, Jennifer Escobar, with whom she proposed the same thing, somehow convincing herself that such an attack would leave Kendra in a coma, and that she could then start working to get Ricky back. Jennifer also refused. By this time, Brenda had already broken into Ricky's email account, and she was spending most of her time reading through his correspondence and keeping track of his movements. Jennifer knew that Brenda had become obsessed and was perturbed by the fact that she still had a copy of the keys to his house, and even still had access to Ricky's bank accounts, all unbeknownst to him. When Jennifer refused to take part in her plans, Brenda suggested that instead of using a baseball bat, she could inject Kendra with something fatal, offering to give her a car, the substance that she would use to get the job done, as well as $2,000 for her troubles. But Jennifer once again refused. It was then that Brenda and Kostial met up. It would come to light that Kostial looked up to her new friend since she had a steady job, her own place, and made decent money, whereas Kostial was struggling to make ends meet as a single mother, who, despite working hard, didn't make much money at all. When the two women started planning the attack, Brenda gave Kostial $500 to help her out, as was evidenced by an ATM withdrawal slip that was later found among Brenda's possessions. But they now needed to find someone who'd be willing to get their hands dirty, and they started driving around the area where Kostial lived since it was known to have a bad reputation. If they were going to find someone to do the job, this would be the place. Remarkably, they approached several people, all of whom declined their offer. It's just so wild to me that these two women literally just drove around a local neighborhood begging someone to claim someone's life. That's just wild to me. But the two eventually met a 31-year-old man named Christopher Love. He seemed more than willing to go through with the crime and even discussed different ways in which they could end Kendra's life. But they eventually decided that a firearm would be the best option, since the crime could be committed quickly. Christopher would receive cash and illegal substances as payment. It was told by Brenda that she would introduce him to her cartel connections, to which he happily agreed. Having gone through Ricky's emails, Brenda knew that he and Kendra would be leaving for their vacation to Mexico that weekend. And having also learned that they would be making plans to move away upon their return, well, Brenda announced that the crime needed to be committed, and it needed to be committed right now. While Christopher awaited instructions from Brenda and Kostial followed Kendra to learn what her everyday routine was like. They learned where she worked and on one occasion used binoculars to spy on her while she was in her office, all while they were sitting across the street at a Salvation Army charity store. That afternoon, they followed her as she drove home and realized they could get into the building's parking garage by waiting outside and following one of the other residents as they drove in. The gate allowed just enough time for this to be possible. When they were certain of Kendra's routine after following her for a few days, they were confident that their plan would work, and on the 1st of September, the three accomplices did a dry run to ensure that everyone knew what they were supposed to do the next day. The following morning, Brenda and Kostial borrowed the Jeep from Jose. They then picked up Christopher, after which they dropped Brenda off at the Carrollton Library. Christopher and Kostial then traveled to Smile Zone, at which point Kostial actually left Christopher there since she had to pick up her son and nephew from school. She then dropped them off at her grandmother's house before returning to finish the job. The two then spotted Kendra leaving work after her shift, but lost her in traffic and ended up arriving at her building before she did. They managed to make it to the parking garage, where they awaited to ambush her, and when she arrived, Christopher got out of the Jeep and followed through with the plan, all while Kostial stayed out of sight. They then made their getaway, drove to Christopher's house, where he was dropped off, and Kostial then took the Jeep back to Jose. The entire plot was revealed to police by Kostial, all as part of the plea deal she made with the prosecution. In exchange for her cooperation, Kostial was given 35 years behind bars rather than a life sentence. Though that's not much of an improvement if you ask me, though you do have to admit she'll probably not even serve half that time before she's paroled. When Christopher realized that he'd been caught after the gun used in the crime was found in his car, he also openly admitted to his role, and Brenda was the mastermind behind the entire plan. But despite being willing to provide all the details of the crime to investigators, they didn't need him anymore. Kostial had already mapped out the entire plan for them. Christopher was then sentenced to capital punishment, since he was the one who actually carried out the crime of ending Kendra's life. By now, there was just one more missing piece to the puzzle: Brenda. She'd put all these events into motion due to her refusal to accept that Ricky was happy in his new relationship. Once Brenda caught wind of how much trouble she was in, she decided to go on the run rather than face the consequences of her own heinous actions. During the 7 months that she remained on the run, she was placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list, and a $100,000 reward was offered for information leading to her arrest. But she was eventually tracked down in Mexico, where she was taken into custody in April of the following year. She would then be extradited back to the US under the condition that she wouldn't face the death penalty. She pleaded not guilty to all charges, insisting that she had an alibi for the time when the crime was committed, but she didn't. There was no doubt in the minds of the jury that Brenda was the one who orchestrated the attack on Kendra, and they found her guilty, handing down a sentence of life in prison, and she'll never be eligible for parole. This heartbreaking crime should have never been committed, that much is obvious. And thanks to the jealous nature of one person, Kendra's family's lives have been irrevocably changed for the worse, and even some of her co-workers have been badly affected by her loss. Tammy Potano was a close friend who had studied with Kendra and had remained friends with her after they graduated. And she stated that she now finds it hard to just be carefree and happy. You never know what may be lurking around the corner. She says that she's no longer as sociable as she used to be in the past. And this is likely due not only to heartbreak, but also fear. She added that the crime has had a negative impact on her marriage and that many other people have been deeply affected as well, including patients who knew Kendra. Her patients were also struggling to come to terms with the fact that such a loving and caring person had lost her life at the hands of 3 people who had never even met her, never even spoken a single word to her. When obsession and jealousy creep into someone's mind, there's no telling what the result might be. And in most cases, someone in that situation would eventually make peace with the fact that they need to move on with their lives. But Brenda Delgado refused to accept that she couldn't have what she wanted, and in the end, she'll pay the price for the rest of her life. But even with this exchange, it doesn't even begin to make up for such a loss of an amazing young woman like Kendra Hatcher. What if you found out that the person you loved most was living a double life? Investigators say that's exactly what happened to Morgan McCaffery. When detectives showed up to the scene of the crime, they were met with an incredibly grim sight. Morgan had lost her life in an incredibly violent and tragic way, and it was clear that this was a crime of passion. Police concluded that Morgan lost her life at the hands of the person she trusted most, a person who her friends and mother had warned her about time and time again, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Clues and evidence collected from the scene painted a clear picture of a disturbed individual who wanted nothing more than to hurt the person who hurt him. But what could Morgan have possibly done to deserve something like this? Morgan McCaffery was just 18 years old when this crime unfolded. Prior to this, Morgan had lived a relatively normal life, growing up in the Philadelphia area alongside her mother. Unfortunately, I can't find a single mention of Morgan's father in any of the write-ups I found about her case, which has led me to believe that he most likely wasn't in the picture. Regardless, Morgan's mother had more than enough love to go around, and it doesn't seem like the absence of her father really affected her too much. Morgan always did well in school, had heaps of friends who supported her, and was all around doing great. She'd grown up on the 3500 block of Oakmont Street in Mayfair, Pennsylvania. Now, Mayfair isn't a town that's very well known, but it's located just about 10 miles away from Philadelphia, so you still have access to all the modern amenities that a big city has to offer. Overall, Mayfair looks like a wonderful town. There isn't much crime, and it's known for being a working-class town and an all-around great place to raise a family, and that's exactly what Mrs. McCaffery did. The summer before the crime unfolded, Morgan and her mother decided to move away from Mayfair and instead bought a home in Abington, a town that's still okay, but certainly not as clean-cut as Mayfair. Around the same time, Morgan had just graduated from Nazareth Academy High School. Nazareth Academy is known for being an all-girls school that's based very firmly in the Catholic faith. They bring in students from all over the state of Pennsylvania and even have a 100% college acceptance rate, and Morgan was one of those accepted students. After she graduated from Nazareth Academy, she began applying to colleges that offered dentistry programs, and she was quickly accepted into Manor College, which is located in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, only about 7 minutes away from her new home in Abington. To say things were going well for Morgan, well, that doesn't even begin to describe it. Morgan was incredibly excited about her future. But more than anything, she was excited about sharing that future with her boyfriend, Gilbert III. Now, we don't know when or how Morgan and Gilbert met, especially considering that Morgan had been in an all-girls school up until this point, but we know that the two had been dating for around a year when Morgan was finally accepted into college. But unfortunately, Morgan would never get the chance to share those college memories with Gilbert, because very soon, the unthinkable happened. By the time red flags started to fly, Morgan was blindly in love with her boyfriend, Gilbert. She'd wake up every day to good morning text messages, followed by compliments on her beauty, all the typical honeymoon phase stuff. When the two would hang out together, Gilbert always did his best to treat Morgan to the best meals he could afford, nights out that she'd remember for the rest of her life, all the things that most of us recall from our teenage years. Every time Gilbert performed in a sporting event, Morgan was in the front row cheering him on all the way. Morgan was fiercely dedicated to Gilbert, and she was willing to do whatever it took to make him happy. But unfortunately, the same can't be said for Gilbert. Now, we don't know much about Gilbert's background. We don't really know anything about him at all. Most of the media coverage on this case has been focused solely on Morgan, and Gilbert's story has kind of been left in the dark. All we know for sure is that Gilbert was battling some serious demons. After the first few months of dating, Gilbert's true colors began to show. What started off as the typical lovey-dovey, good morning beautiful type stuff quickly turned into something much darker. Now, Gilbert still pulled out all the stops when it came to treating Morgan to a great night out, but each of these compliments and grand gestures were now being supplemented with hateful remarks, mean comments, and even abuse. It all started off with Gilbert getting angry when Morgan wouldn't text him back right away. It was very clear that he was insecure, but about what? Well, no one knows. Morgan started telling herself that he was just going through some things, or maybe he was just having a bad day. But then the bullying escalated to name-calling. Still, Morgan convinced herself that Gilbert was just in a bad mood. We can all say things we don't necessarily mean when we're angry. But things only got worse from here, and eventually the red flags were too much to ignore. Morgan's family quickly began to notice that Gilbert showed no interest in them whatsoever. Whenever he would show up for a family dinner or just hang out at Morgan and her mother's home, he would clam up and just sit there on his phone, completely ignoring those around him. It was obvious he didn't want to be there, and he wanted everyone else to know it. The same thing was true when the two would hang out with friends. Gilbert did everything he could to show that he didn't want to play any role in Morgan's life. He purely wanted her to be a part of his. Morgan would repeatedly brush off this behavior, putting a positive spin on it, convincing herself that he just wanted more alone time with her. Every now and then she would bring this up to him, asking why he refused to show any interest in her friends or family, but Gilbert always found a way to spin things and put the blame back onto her, telling her that she was being too dramatic or that she needed to get over it and it was nothing. This erratic and abusive behavior went on for months, but then, things got worse. There was one particular argument that escalated so dramatically that Gilbert threatened to hit Morgan. Now, Morgan certainly didn't think he was serious. You'd never physically attack someone that you love, right? Well, wrong. So, I don't know if you agree, but for me, one of the most frustrating things that can happen is breaking your glasses, getting them scratched, or maybe even stolen. In fact, I've been through 4 pairs of glasses just in the last year because I always manage to scratch them right across the pupil area. This is why I've started using GlassesUSA.com, one of the largest glasses retailers in the United States. Glasses USA offers thousands of eyeglasses and sunglasses, such as Ray-Ban, Gucci, Oakley, and countless other brands. The best part is their frames start at just $39, which is up to 70% less than most other retailers. So the next time you're looking for new glasses because yours got damaged or lost, or you just need an update to your prescription, I highly recommend GlassesUSA.com. It's all online, you never have to talk with anyone, and you can get your glasses super fast, way faster than some of the competing companies. I recently picked up a few new pairs of glasses for them, which are the Ray-Ban Club Masters, which I'm wearing right now, as well as a pair of Revel Tune 2.0s and a pair of Revel Chicades, both of which I opted to get as prescription sunglasses. If you're having trouble picking your frames, you can actually take a quiz that takes less than a minute that'll help you narrow down the selection and make it way easier for you. They take things into account such as your face shape, anything you like or dislike. It just makes it super simple. They also offer some amazing tools to help you pick the perfect pair. And the most helpful of these tools for me personally was the AR Try-On. It basically scans your face and digitally places the glasses on your face so that you can clearly see what they'll look like without having to try them on in person. It's incredibly helpful. Now, the absolute best part of shopping with GlassesUSA.com is that it's a 100% risk-free experience. There's a 100% money-back guarantee so long as you contact them within 14 days. They offer free returns on nearly every order, order, and you can even get free shipping. If all this wasn't enough, GlassesUSA.com is offering exclusive discounts only available for 24 hours. Just click the links in the top of the description box to get all the details. Thanks to GlassesUSA.com for sponsoring today's video. There is a fine line between betrayal and your friends. Morgan learned this the hard way. Morgan was so deeply in love with Gilbert that she genuinely couldn't see straight. All of her friends rallied around her and tried their best to bring Gilbert's increasingly violent behavior to her attention, but she genuinely couldn't see it. She had no idea just how bad things had gotten. The problem was, Gilbert didn't act like this all the time. There were weeks, sometimes months, when things would be great. He'd be the perfect guy who said all the right things, made all the right moves, but then all of a sudden, these demons would emerge as if from nowhere. The two would be out laughing and having a wonderful time, then all of a sudden, something would make him angry, and the threats and hate would start flying as if the two were in some sort of war zone. These threats started out empty, but before long, Gilbert turned threats into promises. By the time Morgan realized just how bad things had gotten, she'd been shoved, punched, verbally abused in ways you can't even imagine, and she'd even been bitten. Morgan just couldn't understand how Gilbert was able to do this to someone he claimed to love, someone who did nothing but support him and help him in every way she could. The thing is, Morgan had been hurt badly in the past by a breakup, and she never saw it coming, and she didn't want to inflict that level of pain on someone else, even if they really deserved it. It just wasn't the type of person she was. But unfortunately, by this point, her hands were tied, and she had no choice but to end things with Gilbert. The problem was, after ending things, the threats, the abuse, the violence, it didn't stop. In fact, it got much, much worse. At one point, Gilbert sent a text to Morgan in which he claimed he was going to end her life and put her head on a swivel. Morgan was desperate to put an end to all of this. She tried her best to be civil and break things off peacefully, but Gilbert just wasn't going to have it. After several weeks went by, it was clear that Gilbert needed one thing: closure. He hadn't come to terms with the fact that the love of his life, well, was no longer the love of his life. He begged Morgan for something, anything, some level of closure so that the two could move on. He asked Morgan if she'd be willing to meet him in a public area where they could talk things over, smooth things out, and finally put this story to an end. Morgan hesitantly agreed, and the two decided to meet at a nearby train station to talk things over. But little did Morgan know, this talk would be her last. It was July 27th, 2020. Morgan and Gilbert had decided to meet up at the Meadowbrook train station to finally put things to rest. Now, this meetup took place roughly a month after Morgan had officially ended things with Gilbert. In fact, some sources suggest that it may have been more like 2 months after the two broke up. We really can't say for sure. But the two showed up at the train station at 7:30 a.m. But Gilbert had some interesting plans of trying to convince Morgan to take him back. Now, the events that unfolded at the train station have been hotly debated, and no one really knows exactly what took place there. Gilbert had proved himself to be unreliable in terms of his version of events, but according to his side of the story, before heading to the train station that day, he grabbed 2 kitchen knives from his mother's knife block, hid them away, and then made his way to the train station. Now, you might be thinking that this proves he had plans to harm Morgan, and that the whole thing was premeditated, but that's not at all what was about to happen here. According to Gilbert, he concocted a plan in which he would lure Morgan to the train station, then use the knives to threaten to take his own life. If Morgan tried to stop him, it proved she still cared about him. If she didn't, well, he had his answer. But this isn't at all what took place. According to investigators, the two had been speaking at the train station for around 45 minutes. The whole while, Morgan was looking for an opportunity to leave. This is proven by the fact that her car was left idling in the parking lot for the entire duration of their conversation. She likely thought it would be a quick 5 or 10 minute goodbye, then the two would go their separate ways. But Gilbert just wasn't letting up. Morgan never intended on hurting Gilbert, not emotionally or physically, but she eventually admitted she wasn't ever going to take him back because she'd already started seeing someone else. By this point, Gilbert was furious. He began calling Morgan names, but this time she'd had enough. She walked up to him and slapped him, then spit on him. And that's when the knives came out. But Gilbert didn't use them on himself. Instead, in a fit of rage, he turned them on Morgan. A passerby actually witnessed this attack unfold and immediately called the police, who arrived at 8:15 a.m. Unfortunately, by the time they got there, there was nothing they could do. Morgan had been jabbed at least 30 times and was left lying on the concrete next to her car, which was still running in hopes of a quick getaway. But Morgan would never leave the station that day. According to the eyewitness, immediately after Gilbert took Morgan's life, he jumped into his Jeep and fled the scene. Now, in most cases like this, it often takes police weeks or even months to get to the bottom of the crime. After all, the witness that day doesn't seem to have gotten a good look at Gilbert. He merely noticed the car speeding away from the lot. But less than 2 hours later, police would get the breakthrough they'd hoped for. And it came from one of the most unsuspecting of places, Gilbert's own mother. See, when Gilbert fled the scene that day, it seems like he had no plans of where he was going to go or what he was going to do. So he did the only thing he knew. He ran back home to his mother to ask for help. When he showed up at the home, his clothes were stained red from head to toe. Naturally, his mother was shocked. She didn't really know what to do either. The two chatted for a while and Gilbert opened up about what he had done, though he insisted that this was never his intention. He was just blinded by rage that he simply couldn't control. Gilbert and his mother spoke for a while, but his mother knew what had to be done. At around 10 a.m. that morning, she called the police and reported her son's crime. When officers showed up, they found Gilbert calmly sitting on the couch, waiting for them to arrive. When they questioned him about what had taken place that day, he confessed to everything. Now, at the trial, things just got downright stupid. Now, I try to refrain from saying things like this when it comes to cases of this nature, but I've got to be honest with you, both Gilbert and his lawyer, I don't know who they thought they were kidding. So what happened is that following Gilbert's confession, he was sent to trial to await sentencing. He never once claimed he didn't commit the crime. He only ever insisted that it wasn't premeditated. From the way I understand it, if the crime was not premeditated, he would only be sent to prison for a certain number of years. If the crime was premeditated, he'd likely be sent away for life. At trial, his lawyer did his best to convince the jury that this was merely a crime of passion, of anger, not one that had been carefully calculated over the course of the 2 months that Gilbert and Morgan had been broken up. His attorney spoke with the jury and openly admitted that Gilbert was, quote, an idiot, an immature kid, but not someone who would carefully plan out such a crime. He insisted to the jury Gilbert had lashed out in anger that day, and that the 2 knives were intended to be used on himself. But I don't buy this for 1 second. He asked the jury to consider the, quote, mental burden this defendant was operating under. But that's when the text messages were presented to the court. Now, you may remember a moment ago I mentioned a text that Gilbert sent, in which he told Morgan he wanted to display her head on a swivel. Well, this wasn't the only text he sent that sounded like this. In fact, he sent another text and specifically said, "I'm gonna stab you in the neck 57 times. When confronted about this, his lawyer simply said, "He's a kid. He says a lot of things." He followed this up by claiming Gilbert was a good kid with good character. Now, in cases like this, it's not uncommon for a jury to deliberate for hours upon hours, sometimes days. But in this case, the jury spoke for just 2 hours before reaching a verdict. Guilty in the first degree. Gilbert didn't look anyone in the eye when his sentence was read. He just stared at the floor in silence. He was going to be put away for the rest of his life, a mandatory sentence for first-degree offenses in Pennsylvania. Morgan's mother was then allowed to make a statement, which she addressed directly to Gilbert. She said, quote, "This isn't just a life sentence for you. This is a life sentence you imposed on all of us. I hate you. I will always hate you, and I will never speak your name again." And I, for one, certainly hope that she made good on this statement and never speaks of this monster again. Though, in the aftermath of this haunting tragedy, Morgan's mother, Kathleen, has done her best to use her daughter's memories in a positive way. Kathleen founded the Morgan's Light program, which she aims to bring awareness to toxic relationships and domestic violence. Kathleen travels all around the state, speaking to younger generations about the dangers of bad relationships and how quickly they can grow out of control. She shares Morgan's story, the impact that her loss had on her life, and how the situation could have been so easily avoided if Morgan would have had the knowledge and the tools to end the relationship long before she did. The thing is, Morgan's story may be over, but if you're a victim of a situation like this, your story doesn't have to be. Now, I'm not a believer in saying break up, move on, give up, and cut your losses. I believe everyone can change when given appropriate space and time, and maybe even an ultimatum. If someone wants to change, if they're willing to change, they will change. But don't let yourself end up in a situation like Morgan, where you continue to cling on to hope that things will get better when they so obviously won't. Get the help that you or your partner need before things derail. If you're a victim of domestic violence, there is help out there. Obsession can be a very dangerous thing, especially when that obsession is left to grow and fester, and certainly when it centers around a specific person who doesn't share the same feelings. When these feelings are coupled with rejection, well, it's a recipe for disaster in many cases, and it's the innocent party who suffers when one of these obsessions spirals out of control. When we hear that someone has an obsession with another person, we usually think of it as creepy or disturbing. But in the case of 22-year-old Haley Anderson, it all started out very innocently, but ended in disaster. In 2018, Haley Anderson was a student at Binghamton University in New York. She shared an apartment with a few of her fellow students, Josie Arden and Michaela Topali, and everyone in the group was in their final year of college. Haley was studying nursing, and true to her nature, was not only looking forward to finishing college, but had already found a job in Long Island, where she would be part of the emergency department at Northwell Health. Haley's mother described her as being a millennial hippie, who was known to have a great love for music and a friendly and compassionate nature. This, along with her desire to help others, made her chosen career path obvious, and her future looked as bright as she had imagined it. During her studies in the nursing program, she met a fellow student named Orlando Tercero, who was born in Miami and grew up in Nicaragua. And despite their clear differences in upbringing, the pair instantly hit it off. They started dating but didn't take the relationship too seriously at first, and Haley's friends would later state that they broke up and got back together several times, but always remained friends. When Haley wasn't in the midst of studying for an exam or attending classes, she enjoyed hanging out with her roommates, and on the 8th of March of that year, that was exactly what she, Josie, and Michaela were doing. The group had decided to stay up late that night, and they shared a few drinks while they were playing board games in their apartment. At around 4 a.m., they decided to go to bed, and they each headed off to their separate rooms. None of them had any idea that by the following day, their lives would be irrevocably changed forever. Josie made it to her room that night and fell fast asleep fairly quickly. She slept throughout the night without a care in the world, waking up the following morning and deciding to reach out to her roommates after having her morning coffee. She headed over to Haley's room, but immediately noticed that Haley wasn't in her bed, but this wasn't terribly unusual. In fact, most college students would attest to this. Josie decided to send Haley a text to see if she was still willing to attend a poetry reading that night, since Josie would be reading some of her work and she really wanted her friends to be there. But she got no reply. Calls to Haley's cell phone also went unanswered, and as the day went by, her friends started becoming more and more concerned, since Haley was always quick to respond. This was not like her at all. She was also usually very active on her social media accounts, but none of them had seen any activity since the previous day, and this was not a good sign. At the very least, Haley's friends felt that she would have at least notified her roommates about where she was, whether or not she was okay, and whether she'd be meeting them for the poetry reading later on. But they hadn't heard one single word. Her silence was completely out of character, and they started to think that something might be very wrong. Luckily, her roommates remembered that she was using an iPhone, and they could track it via the Find My Friends app. Thankfully, their efforts were successful, and they realized that her phone was on Oak Street, the same street that Orlando, her boyfriend, lived on. This was a perfectly reasonable explanation for why she'd suddenly just up and vanished. She'd spent the night out with her boyfriend and likely just lost track of time. But unbeknownst to Josie and Michaela, the situation was much worse. As it would turn out, the police had already been to Orlando's house earlier that day. His sister had contacted him to report that he'd sent her a very worrying text message earlier that morning, in which he stated that he'd done something bad that would disgrace their family. But he didn't elaborate on what was going on. Since then, he'd fallen completely silent, and she'd been unable to get a hold of him. When Orlando hadn't responded to any of his sister's calls or texts, she asked if the police could stop by his house to make sure that he was okay, as he'd also been acting very strangely. Investigators were happy to oblige and traveled to his house, but when they arrived, they got no answer at the door. The house seemed empty, and since nothing seemed to be out of place and there didn't seem to be any cause for alarm, they left without making contact with him, since they didn't have the immediate cause to enter the building. After all, it was very likely that Orlando just wanted to be left alone, and it's not their place to bother him. When Michaela and Josie arrived at the house later on, nothing had changed. The building seemed quiet as ever, almost as if nobody was home. Interestingly, Orlando's car was not parked in the driveway, but they knew that Haley's phone was inside the house, and so they decided to investigate further. They walked around outside the house and managed to find an open window. Michaela climbed through first, quickly followed by Josie, and they started searching through the house while making their way to the bedroom, assuming that's where Haley's phone would most likely be. As they combed through the house, they quickly confirmed that Orlando was not inside as expected. But it was then that their lives were changed forever. As soon as they entered the bedroom, they saw Haley lying on the bed, partially covered by the sheets. They instantly knew something was very wrong, since she was pale and didn't respond to any of their shouts. The girls didn't immediately understand what was going on, likely because they were in shock. Worried that Haley may have been badly injured or worse, they called 911 and the police were sent back to the house to investigate. When officers arrived, the girls' worst fears were confirmed. Haley had lost her life. It didn't take investigators more than a few minutes to determine that Haley had lost her life after her breathing had been restricted. A local pathologist would later add that someone had done this with their bare hands. The pathologist also noticed a few other strange marks on Haley's neck, but he believed these were caused by the necklace that she'd been wearing. Naturally, the first question on everyone's mind was, where's Orlando? No one had been able to contact him, and he clearly hadn't been home all day. Investigators questioned Haley's roommates and quickly learned of Haley and Orlando's on-again, off-again relationship, which they immediately suspected may have played a part in the crime. Josie and Michaela explained that the couple had never gotten too serious, and that Haley had finally decided to end their relationship for good as her graduation grew closer. She was more than willing to be patient with Orlando while the two were in school, but now that her life was moving on, her wants and needs changed, and Orlando just didn't fit the image of what she pictured her future would be like. But it would then come to light that there was another man in the picture, Haley's ex-boyfriend, Kevin Ocampo. Haley and Kevin had gotten back together in September of 2017 while she and Orlando were taking a break. Orlando found out about this while the three of them were attending a house party, and he didn't react well at all, as he was seen shouting at her at one point during the night. It seems that when they were on a break, Orlando assumed that that just meant they'd be spending time apart, alone. But Haley believed that meant they could see other people. During that exchange, Orlando admitted that he was in love with Haley, and he didn't approve of her dating anyone else. But Haley stood her ground and stated that she just wanted to be friends since she didn't share the same feelings that he did. When the party was over, Haley stayed over at Kevin's place, and this is when the first signs of trouble reared their head. When the couple woke up the next morning, Kevin walked outside and found that Haley's car tires had been slashed. Everyone was certain that Orlando was responsible, since he was clearly very jealous of their relationship. She contacted the police, who then interviewed Orlando, but he maintained his innocence. Haley also knew that since the damage done to her tires totaled more than $600, Orlando would be facing felony charges if he was found to have been responsible. Since she didn't want to ruin his future, she told him that she would hold off from pressing charges if he just agreed to pay for new tires, but there's no word on whether or not he ever agreed to this. As time passed by, it seems as though Kevin and Orlando eventually mended fences and came to terms with one another. In fact, Kevin would eventually ask Orlando to join his fraternity, since they were the only two Spanish-speaking students on campus. But Orlando would lose his place in the group when it came to light that he'd spent a night with Haley while she and Kevin were still dating. Following this, Orlando repeatedly would make Haley feel guilty about what had happened, stating that he wanted to end his own life. While Haley was certainly getting sick of this, she never turned her back on him and continued their relationship. But it was blatantly obvious that Orlando wanted more than she was willing to give. Before long, Orlando started acting obsessively, often driving past the apartment that she shared with Josie and Michaela, even showing up at their door unannounced. It was usually up to Josie to tell him that this was inappropriate behavior and that he needed to leave, but he just didn't get the message, no matter how plainly she laid it out for him. Bringing things back to the crime at hand, just about everyone involved in the investigation was certain that Orlando was responsible for taking Haley's life. But there were still many unanswered questions. For example, why did he leave the house that morning? When did he leave the house that morning? Did Haley go to Orlando's house by herself, or did he pick her up? Luckily, his house was surrounded by surveillance cameras, and investigators managed to find footage showing Haley and Orlando arriving at the house together and walking inside. They noted that Haley seemed to be there willingly, and nothing suspicious came from the footage. The pair then stayed inside the house for a few hours, and eventually Orlando could be seen walking out of the building and clearing trash from the driveway. Following that, he went to a nearby pharmacy and bought a bottle of sleeping medication and melatonin. This was determined after a receipt from the pharmacy was found inside the house. He then went back to his house and remained inside for the next 7 hours, after which he could be seen exiting and walking into the house's basement. This was the first major clue that investigators found. They now decided to head down to the basement to see if any evidence could be found here that may allude to where Orlando had gone. But nothing could prepare them for what they were about to walk into. When the basement was searched, it became clear to detectives that Orlando attempted to end his own life while he was down there. They discovered a set of hooks that had been screwed into a doorway, along with a length of rope, though some sources state that it was in fact a tie, not a rope. Police also found blood on the floor, leading them to believe that Orlando had fallen and injured himself during the attempt. Lastly, investigators discovered a note written in Spanish, which translated to, "I'm really sorry about this. I've never felt I could be capable of doing this. Father, I'll see you soon." Since his father had passed away years earlier, investigators took the note as not only proof that he intended to end his own life, but also a confession to claiming Haley's. There's no telling what must have been going through his mind at this point, since Orlando knew that he would be the first person suspected of the crime. But since his attempt at ending his own life had failed, he must have been desperate to get away, as far away as he could. Security footage then showed him leaving the property for the last time while carrying a suitcase, and his subsequent movements placed him at JFK International Airport, where he boarded a flight, his head still bandaged from the injury. And he escaped to Nicaragua, where he was a dual citizen, hoping police couldn't find him there. But the main problem with this plan is that Nicaragua has an extradition treaty with the United States, meaning that even if he managed to successfully flee to the country, if United States investigators determined him to have been responsible for the crime, he would quickly be arrested and sent right back to the US. At least in theory. There have been instances where the Nicaraguan government has refused to extradite criminals back to the US, and the local district attorney believed that that may ring true in this case. District Attorney Stephen Cornwell stated that when he heard that Orlando had made it out of the country, he was certain he would never face justice for what he had done, since it would be up to the Nicaraguan authorities to decide whether he would be extradited back to the US or not. Since he had dual citizenship, the chances looked bleak. It would later come to light that Orlando's mother met him at the airport when his flight landed, and that they then drove for 3 hours north to her home. Here, he kept a low profile, since he must have known that he was being pursued by police back in New York. While all of this was unfolding, Haley's family was reeling from the news of her passing. And to make matters worse, they had no way of communicating with authorities in Nicaragua, leaving them uncertain as to what could be done to bring Orlando to justice. They didn't know if the police in that country knew that he was being sought in the US, not to mention whether they were even looking to capture him. But unbeknownst to them, news of the case had already made headlines there, and although it never was confirmed, it seems that he then tried to end his own life once again, but was unsuccessful. This is safely assumed because investigators learned that his mother drove him to the hospital 4 days after his arrival, where he received treatment for self-inflicted wounds, though it was never specified exactly what types of wounds he was treated for. Unfortunately for Orlando, this would be the decision that would finally be his undoing. After he arrived at the hospital, someone recognized him from the wanted images that had made their way across the country. Whoever the witness was, they contacted the authorities and reported him. Detectives found him at the hospital, where he was finally taken into custody. Back in the US, Orlando was charged with claiming Haley's life, and all investigators could do was wait and see whether he would be ordered to return so that he could be put on trial. For the next year, authorities from both countries debated whether he should remain in Nicaragua or be returned to the US, and eventually the decision was made for the trial to be held in his home country. And this was not the news that police or Haley's family had been hoping for. And if you ask me, it's just a blatant miscarriage of justice. The crime didn't even take place in Nicaragua, so all of the evidence and details of the investigation would have to be handed down secondhand, and we all know how that goes. This filled Haley's family with dread, since they also learned that the trial would be held without a jury, and that one single judge would have to decide what fate would be appropriate for Orlando's actions. To make matters worse, Orlando wasn't even charged with second-degree homicide, but instead faced a charge of femicide, which is considered to be a hate crime in Nicaragua. Orlando wouldn't even be asked to enter a plea, and this makes it very clear why Haley's family had their reservations about the process that would be followed. During the trial, the prosecution leaned heavily on the fact that Orlando had shown obsessive behavior towards Haley, and that those who knew her the most were well aware of this fact. Her friends reiterated that while Haley had entered the house willingly, showing that she trusted him, Orlando betrayed that trust by ending her life, possibly while she was asleep. They further claimed that Orlando's obsession had been festering for as much as 6 months when he was told by Haley that she didn't want a serious relationship and that she'd gotten back together with Kevin. But this news just didn't click with Orlando. He was determined to either get Haley back or take her out of the picture for good. The theory that the court was operating under was that Orlando had brought up the idea of reigniting their relationship once more on the morning that Haley lost her life. It's assumed she turned him down one final time, and that's when he decided to end her life. Haley's friends were allowed to testify via live teleconferencing, and they reiterated Orlando's obsessive behavior in the months leading up to the crime. They revealed that he would sometimes be found sitting on their porch without being invited, that he was responsible for slashing Haley's tires, and they would often call the apartment to ask for her, even when he'd been repeatedly asked to stop. In the courtroom, the judge also watched the surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, showing him entering with Haley and then leaving on several occasions while she was still inside. Evidence of his attempt to end his own life was also heard. The pathologist who worked on Haley's case was also called to testify. He confirmed the cause of Haley's passing as manual strangulation, and the prosecution reiterated that Haley had her life taken from her by a man who couldn't accept the fact that she'd made a decision that he didn't agree with, and that it was his obsessive nature that drove him to commit such a despicable crime, which was unforgivable in their eyes. There was no doubt by this point that Orlando was the one who carried out the crime, and hence his defense team decided to build their case around the fact that he'd been drinking the night before he and Haley met up, a desperate attempt to clear his name. They claimed that he had no memory of the events that took place that night, and that due to his excessive drinking earlier that night, he'd gone, quote, temporarily insane when she rejected him, causing him to lose his temper and attack her out of jealousy. This was very obviously a last resort effort to at least have Orlando declared legally insane at the time of the crime, hoping to lessen his sentence or have the case thrown out entirely. In stark contrast to the prosecution, the defense only brought one witness to the trial, a psychiatrist who examined Orlando after he was arrested. He stated that when he questioned Orlando about what had happened, Orlando couldn't give any details of the crime, as he claimed that he'd been very intoxicated and couldn't remember what he had done. He claimed that he could only remember waking up the following morning and realizing that Haley was no longer alive. When asked what Orlando's state of mind would have been when carrying out the crime, the psychiatrist stated that he couldn't say, but added that there was nothing out of the ordinary about his state of mind when he interviewed him after the fact. His defense team also stated that Orlando wasn't known to be a violent individual, and that there was the possibility that he only carried out the crime after he was provoked, though they had no evidence to prove this theory. Once both sides had been heard, the judge left the courtroom for 90 minutes, after which she returned with a verdict: guilty. While delivering the verdict, the judge stated that Orlando was clearly incapable of accepting Haley's decision, and that she felt that Orlando wanted to punish Haley for rejecting him yet again. He was found guilty of the charge of femicide, and she found that the maximum sentence of 30 years behind bars was appropriate. During the sentencing, she stated that all women have the right to life, and that these types of crimes against them should be met with the harshest possible consequences. So Orlando was destined to be sent away for 30 years. The case was unprecedented, since Nicaragua and the US had never worked together in this manner before, with law enforcement agencies collaborating from across borders to bring justice to a woman whose incredibly promising life had been ended by a man who just couldn't take no for an answer. When all was said and done, Haley's family stated that they were satisfied with the outcome, since they were expecting the trial to end very differently, but they were satisfied that the judge had made the right decision. It's often the case in these kinds of trials that something akin to a show trial is put on, all for the sake of publicity, and criminals are allowed to walk free after the fact, but Orlando was now set to pay for his actions accordingly. But Orlando wouldn't accept this verdict either. This man genuinely could not accept anything that went against his own way of thinking. He decided to appeal his conviction, despite the insurmountable amount of evidence against him, and his defense team later decided they wanted a different psychiatrist to evaluate him. In the end, his appeals for a new psychiatric evaluation and for a reduced sentence were both rejected, and he was told that he would have to make peace with the 30-year sentence that had originally been handed down. With all this said, it's unlikely Orlando will ever return to the US, since he still has an outstanding warrant for his arrest, regardless of the fact that he would have already done his time overseas. This decision brought huge relief to Haley's family, who stated that they'd never seen any remorse from her killer, other than the regret that he showed at the fact that he'd been caught. The thing is, Haley had ambitions to make a difference in the lives of others, and this opportunity was taken from her by someone who only had their own best interest at heart. But her legacy has endured in the lives of those that she touched while she was still alive. Haley's mother, Karen, has stated that she's now on a mission to bring as much awareness as possible to crimes of femicide, and one of Haley's friends, Melanie Henney, is now a volunteer at an organization called RAIN, which deals with crimes that have been committed against women in the US, most often by the hands of the men in their lives. She stated that even if she saves just one woman from ending up in a situation like Haley's, she'll be satisfied. It's a sentiment that should be commonplace, but the sad reality is that many women suffer at the hands of jealous partners on a daily basis, and a large portion of them never make it out. They're subjected to fear, assault, manipulation, and in the worst cases, have their lives stolen from them by people who just don't understand that each of our decisions is our own to make, regardless of anyone else's viewpoints on the matter. Unfortunately, it's impossible to predict when obsession will turn into something even more sinister. But what we can do is ensure that the women in our lives, and men for that matter, have a solid support system provided by the ones they love, and that their fears and complaints are not only heard, but acted upon when necessary. Unfortunately, though, it's impossible to govern someone else's life, and the decisions they make at the end of the day remain their own.
It doesn't just feel like I lost a piece of myself. It's more like I lost memories I could have had with you.
These are the words spoken by Gwen Gabe, the father of 24-year-old Alexis Gabe, at a memorial in her honor almost a year after she suddenly disappeared in January of 2022. The true crime story of Alexis Gabe is one filled with strange evidence, bizarre twists and turns, and details that her family and investigators are still struggling to come to terms with, and many questions remain unanswered, as the man believed to be responsible for her disappearance refused to divulge any information he had, and ultimately lost his life at the hands of police. Alexis Gabe was taken down by one of the people she trusted most, one of her closest friends. The problem is, no one knows why. Thankfully, this case has finally been solved, but the real search for answers, well, it's only just begun. Alexis's parents, Gwen and Rowena Gabe, met while they were still children growing up in the Philippines. But in 1986, when Gwen was 16 years old, they lost contact when Gwen's family decided to relocate to the US. It would be many years before they saw each other again, but they were able to reconnect when Gwen and his family returned to the Philippines for a vacation. This time, they stayed in touch. In 1994, they decided to get married. They moved to Antioch, California, before ultimately settling in Oakley, where they raised a family of 3 children, Alexis being the middle child and their only daughter. Growing up, Alexis was a happy and creative girl who found joy in fashion, drawing, and photography. Alexis was a girl who wouldn't let anything keep her down. She always tried hard to find the best in a bad situation, and this was a personality trait that would follow her throughout her life. After graduating from Liberty High School in Brentwood, she attended the Contra Costa Medical College in Antioch and graduated as a qualified EKG technician, someone who helps patients who are suffering from severe heart conditions. It doesn't seem like Alexis was ever able to put her degree to work because just after leaving school, she started working at a Rite Aid pharmacy, where, according to some of the customers that she dealt with, she was always ready to greet anyone with a smile and put their needs first. It's clear that even those who only knew Alexis in passing knew that she was an incredibly bright and caring young woman. As time passed by, Alexis met a man named Marshall Jones, and the two started dating. But at some point, their relationship broke down, but the specifics of this are unclear. The two remained friends and would still hang out on occasion. The relationship ended relatively smoothly, and neither of the two had any bad blood with the other. Or so it would seem. See, while Alexis seems as though she was ready and willing to move on from their relationship, Marshall wasn't. It's unclear if Marshall was just deeply in love with Alexis or if he was merely obsessed over her for other reasons. But Marshall made a promise to himself that, one way or the other, he wasn't letting Alexis get away. It was the 26th of January, 2022, when one of Alexis's friends spoke to her through a FaceTime call at around 6 p.m. She would later tell investigators that Alexis seemed to be sitting in her car, presumably in the parking lot at work. About 20 minutes later, she was seen by security cameras at a Chevron gas station on Lone Tree Way in Brentwood. Alexis then left the gas station and traveled to Marshall Jones's house, her now ex-boyfriend, which was located on Bent Tree Way. Now, fair warning, a lot of the street names in this story have to do with trees or ways, so it can be a bit hard to follow at times, but I'll do my best to make sure that everything's as clear as possible. After arriving on Bent Tree Way, Alexis's car's data history suggests that it was turned off at exactly 6:32 p.m. It's believed that this is the time that she arrived at Marshall Jones's house, and her cell phone records show that she remained in that area for quite some time. Alexis's father attempted to contact her at around 7:30 that evening, just about 1 hour after she arrived to meet up with Marshall, but she never picked up the phone. He wasn't too concerned about this at first because Alexis was always in the habit of staying out late. Most of the time, Gwen would wait up for her, but on this particular day, he and his wife had both caught COVID, and so they went to bed earlier than they normally would. Later that night, at 9:23 p.m., Alexis's GPS showed that her car had started up, and both it and her cell phone left Lone Tree Way. The car then traveled to Oakley, which wouldn't be particularly unusual, except for the route that it followed. Alexis had a very specific route that she usually drove from Antioch to Oakley, and this was the first time that the GPS showed her deviating from that route. Finally, the car came to a stop on Trenton Street, where it was turned off at around 9:35 p.m., and it didn't move again after this. The only problem was, her cell phone did. The person driving the car exited the vehicle and was seen by security cameras walking along Oakley Road and Belden Lane with Alexis's cell phone in their possession. The only problem was, the person seen in the footage, it wasn't Alexis. Finding time to unwind at the end of the day can be difficult at times, but finding something to help you unwind can be even worse. I personally try to pass the time by playing retro games or mobile games, but if I'm being honest, most of these games just aren't worth the time of day. But that's where Dice Dreams comes in. Dice Dreams is the perfect way to relax at the end of a long day. The characters are adorable and relatable, and the best part is, you don't need an internet connection to play. And did I mention it's completely free? I love playing Dice Dreams when I've got some free time waiting in line at a store, or just when I'm traveling around or running errands. Dice Dreams lets you roll the dice, attack your friends, steal coins, and build an incredible magical kingdom, and eventually become the Dice King. You can create a team of friends and send them gifts, or even try to steal from them. It's totally up to you. I love building new kingdoms. It's super satisfying and kind of feels like finishing a huge puzzle. Join my Dice Dreams team for free using the link in the description. But there are only 50 spots available on my team, so be sure to join quickly. And that means joining a user base of more than 10 million players worldwide. Just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. Thanks to Dice Dreams for sponsoring today's video. Less than 5 minutes later, after this unidentified person of interest was captured on CCTV, Alexis's phone was turned off and the person carrying it walked to Live Oak Road, arriving there at about 10:06 p.m. They would eventually walk under Laurel Pass, make their way to the same Chevron gas station where Alexis was seen earlier that night, and then walk towards Cedar Point Way. Marshall Jones, Alexis's ex-boyfriend, had phone records showing that he messaged Alexis at 11:16 p.m. that night, asking whether she got home safely, and when there was no reply, he called her number about 20 minutes later. But since her phone was turned off by this point, there was no answer. The following morning, her family was surprised to find that Alexis still wasn't home. She'd been given the responsibility to make sure that her 15-year-old brother made it to school on time every day, and she would pick him up at the end of each school day. She'd been doing this for months. So when she suddenly didn't show up to take him to school, well, her parents were naturally worried. When her brother realized that she was late that morning, he sent her a text message asking where she was, but he got no reply. Her father immediately became concerned, since this wasn't something Alexis would normally do, and hence he called Marshall to see if he knew where she was. Marshall stated that Alexis had been at his house the previous evening, but that she left at around 9 p.m. after deciding to go to her best friend's house. The next logical step was to call Alexis's friend. But this is where the case takes a sinister turn. Her friend told Alexis's family that she was in Sacramento and that Alexis knew she was there, so she would never have planned on visiting her at home. Unable to leave the house thanks to battling COVID, her parents asked their oldest son to go to the police station to file a missing person report. In the meantime, they contacted all of their daughter's friends and each of their relatives to see if anyone had seen her, but no one had. Family and friends quickly gathered together to start searching for her by driving around the area to see if they could spot her or her car. And their efforts paid off quickly. Alexis's car was found abandoned where it had been parked the previous night, in an area just 5 minutes from the family's home. Alarmingly, the driver's side door was found to be unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition, something Alexis would never do. A search of the immediate area was carried out with the help of Alexis's parents. By this point, her parents were so concerned that they decided to ignore the stay-at-home orders during their battle with COVID, and they opted to leave the house anyway in search of their daughter. But unfortunately, despite their best efforts, no sign of Alexis was found. Security footage from the intersection of Trenton Street and Carrington Drive, where her car was found parked, showed a male suspect driving Alexis's car into the area before abandoning it and walking away. Now, keep in mind that whoever left the car there also had Alexis's phone with them, and hence they were likely responsible for her disappearance, since they would have likely come forward if this wasn't the case. Investigators estimated that the man was about 5'11" tall, and revealed that he was wearing an oversized jacket and had a mask over his face, though it failed to hide the fact that he had a beard. What's interesting about this is that these descriptions almost perfectly align with Marshall Jones, Alexis's ex-boyfriend. Detectives didn't have a whole lot to go on at this point, but with this newfound information, they decided it was best to keep their options open while keeping a very close eye on Marshall. And that's exactly what they did. During an interview with investigators, Marshall reiterated the timeline that he'd given to Gwen and Rowena the previous day, stating that Alexis had been at his house the previous evening, but that she left at around 9 p.m. after deciding to go to her best friend's house. He gave investigators permission to search his house with the exception of the bedrooms, which, if you ask me, isn't much of a search. If there's anything in a home worth finding, chances are it's going to be found in one of the bedrooms. The only problem was, at this point, police didn't have enough evidence against Marshall to secure a warrant. So if he said they couldn't go into those rooms, they had no choice but to obey his wishes. Marshall also handed over his phone so that it could be analyzed by a forensic team. And once this was done, he traveled to his mother's house on Bent Tree Way. And this is where things get pretty strange. Once he arrived at his mother's house, he backed his SUV into the driveway and started unloading several large trash bags from the back of it. This was evidenced by a surveillance camera that recorded short clips of his movements. Following this, he went to the Oakley Police Department, where he picked up his phone, and then went back to his mother's house, where he picked up the bags that he'd removed from his car and placed them back inside, all while his mother was hosting a karaoke party inside the house, supposedly blissfully unaware of his suspicious activity. He and his mother then left the house together and went to a Metro PCS cell phone store, where Marshall bought a new phone and even got a new phone number. Keep in mind that while all this was going on, Alexis remained missing, and her friends and family were desperately trying to locate her. But Marshall never made any attempt to look for her. Interestingly, even though Marshall got a new phone number and a new phone, he kept his old phone and his old number active. Marshall visited his sister later that evening and left her house at about 7:11 p.m. He still had both of his phones with him, but one was turned off at 6:40 p.m. and the other was turned off at 7:11 as he left his sister's house. But before 9 o'clock that night, one of the phones was turned back on for a brief period, and phone records showed that it was in the vicinity of Bradshaw and Jackson Roads. Surveillance footage would later be found showing a vehicle similar to Marshall's being driven on Bradshaw Road, then suddenly turning on to Jackson Road, giving police a very accurate play-by-play of Marshall's movements from that evening. It's believed that Marshall made a wrong turn at one point and then turned his phone on to use its GPS function. In fact, investigators would later state that when they drove to Pioneer, they also missed the turnoff just as Marshall had. When his phone was turned back on again the next day at 12:43, it showed that Marshall was about 16 miles from Antioch, and he then drove back to his mother's house, arriving there at about 1 p.m. He only spent a short while there and then traveled back to his sister's house, where it's believed he spent the rest of the day. Now, Marshall was supposed to report to work the following day, but he called his boss to say that he was taking a personal day, since he, quote, had something to take care of. The next day, for reasons that remain unclear, his sister asked him to leave her house, and he was later seen on surveillance footage carrying around, of all things, an extended firearm magazine, which came completely out of left field. That same day, searchers found a broken screen belonging to an iPhone 11 Pro, the same phone that Alexis owned, but the rest of the phone was nowhere to be found. The screen was collected and sent in for a forensic analysis, and wouldn't you know it, when the results came in, Marshall's DNA was found all over the screen. By now, investigators were certain that Marshall knew way more than he was letting on, and they applied for a search warrant of his mother's house on Bentry. During the search, luminol showed that blood was present inside the lid of a washing machine. This sample was sent to a lab for testing, and it would later reveal that it contained Alexis's DNA. They also noticed that the shower curtains from the bathroom were missing, and when Marshall's car was searched, they found more of Alexis's DNA in the back, though it was never determined whether this stemmed from blood or a different source. The day after the search, Marshall boarded a plane in California and traveled all the way to Washington, where he then stayed with his father for a few days. An awfully convenient time to take a trip to check up on family. On the 3rd of February, just 2 days later, a search was conducted of his mother's house, but it was never revealed whether or not detectives found anything else of interest here. Later on that month, a search warrant was granted for a search of Marshall's sister's house, and here, investigators found a handwritten note containing directions to Pioneer. They believed this handwriting belonged to Marshall, and it seemed as though he'd been documenting a journey he'd taken to Pioneer just a short while ago. But why? The note specified when to turn right or left along the way, as well as the time it would take to drive between each of these points, and this alone was a pretty suspicious thing to note down. When this was discovered, investigators theorized that Marshall must have ended Alexis's life and then drove to this specific area to dispose of her body, but now they needed to prove it. Search parties immediately drove to the area, detailed in the note, to see what they could find. They were accompanied by land, air, and water search teams, as well as canine units, sonar specialists, helicopter, and dive teams. 2 days after the search was started, a search volunteer came across Alexis's cell phone case on Vista Grand Drive and Bentry Way. There's no doubt that it belonged to Alexis, since it was a one-of-a-kind, hand-drawn case. When it was processed, Alexis's DNA was found to be present, further proving that it must have belonged to her. A nearby pond was searched after it was completely drained, since sonar devices returned some strange data. Sniffer dog units were also on standby after the dogs had reacted to something in the water. But after going through all that effort to drain and search the pond, nothing of interest was found, and it's unclear why the dogs had alerted their handlers to this location. While all of this must have been incredibly confusing and frustrating for investigators, we have to remember this must have been a torturous time for Alexis's family, as they were receiving nothing but small pieces of heartbreaking information, and putting them all together, a larger picture started to emerge that pointed to a tragic and bitter ending for Alexis. Alexis's family had now become convinced that Marshall's mother also knew more than she was letting on, and on the 19th of May, Alicia Clark, his mother, was arrested and charged with aiding and abetting. But she was released just a short while later after it was found there wasn't enough evidence to prove that she knew anything about Alexis's disappearance, nor her son's potential involvement in her supposed demise. While all of this was being discovered, the Oakley City Council decided to offer a $10,000 reward to anyone who came forward with information on Alexis's disappearance. An anonymous donor later added an extra $50,000 to that amount, and in May of 2022, the council added a further $40,000 to that amount, bringing the reward to $100,000. It had now become apparent to everyone involved in Alexis's case that Marshall had something to do with her disappearance. And investigators suggested that he ended her life on the night that she visited him, though it isn't clear why he chose to do so. As far as anyone knew, the two had ended their relationship on good terms and remained good friends with one another. So what could have gone so horribly wrong that it would prompt Marshall to take Alexis's life? Police believe that whatever took place, Marshall took Alexis's life and then placed her body in the back of his SUV, then drove to a remote location where he left her remains. But at this point, detectives didn't have any way of knowing where Alexis's remains could be found, and so they decided to apply for a search warrant, which was to be served at Marshall's father's house in Washington. Thankfully, the warrant was granted, and on the 1st of June, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office and the United States Marshals Service were tasked with executing the search. The only problem was, the search did not have the expected outcome. Marshall knew that investigators were hot on his trail. While he hadn't admitted anything up to this point, it's pretty clear Marshall knew far more about this case than he was willing to admit. When investigators showed up at his father's home, they did their best to coerce Marshall out of the home, but he wasn't willing to budge. He knew that if he stepped 1 foot out that front door, he would be arrested. And the thing was, he was right. But no one could have expected the tragedy that was about to unfold. Police body cam footage of the incident shows officers trying to convince Marshall to leave the house peacefully, with some carrying shields for their own protection. But Marshall seemingly had no plans of going down peacefully, and he can be seen suddenly emerging from the house with a large kitchen knife in his hand. And it became clear at this point, things were not about to end well. One officer can be heard ordering Marshall to drop the knife, but instead he lunges forward in an attempt to get to the officer, and they unfortunately had no choice but to open fire, ending Marshall's life in the process, as well as any hopes of gathering information about Alexis's disappearance. This must have been incredibly disheartening for Alexis's family, as they still had no idea where Marshall left her body, no idea what even happened to her, and now their main suspect couldn't even be put on trial for what he had allegedly done. Any hopes of getting answers from Marshall had slipped away, and it would be up to investigators alone to bring this case to a close. But that would be much easier said than done. On the 2nd of June, a press conference was held, during which investigators announced that Marshall had lost his life at the hands of police, and a full explanation was given of the events leading up to this unfortunate turn of events. Most of this altercation was captured on police body cams and CCTV, so there's little debate regarding what actually happened to Marshall that day. Alexis's father spoke at this conference and reiterated that he and his family couldn't believe that Marshall was capable of hurting their daughter, since he was her first love and since they'd been together for 3 years up until splitting up. As mentioned before, the two were still very good friends, and no one ever expected that their relationship would take such an unnecessary and tragic turn. Well, no one except for one man, it seems. One of Marshall's friends, whose name has never been revealed to the public, came forward to speak to investigators about a strange conversation he had with Marshall about 2 weeks before Alexis disappeared. In a very surprising turn of events, his friend revealed that Marshall approached him one day and stated that he was thinking of ending Alexis's life, though he didn't say why. He then asked whether his friend knew of any good places where he could hide her body after the deed was done. Marshall was completely upfront about this, totally out in the open, but his friend couldn't figure out why in the world Marshall would want to do something like this. Rather than go to the police, his friend suggested that a septic tank would be a good hiding spot, or that he should think about burying her in a remote forest somewhere. When asked why he decided to remain quiet about this rather than report what Marshall had told him to the police, he stated that he thought Marshall was kidding around and that he never thought he would actually go through with ending her life. In essence, he thought that Marshall was just upset with her, and this was some sort of dark joke or some way to blow off steam. Obviously, this is not something that any parent ever wants to hear, and to learn that their daughter's passing could have been avoided if this man had just come forward immediately after Marshall approached him, well, it must be a gut-wrenching moment, and I can only imagine what thoughts must have been going through the minds of Alexis's family at this point. This one man could have helped save their daughter's life, but because of either a miscommunication or maybe even fear, he didn't. But as was the case with Marshall's friend, there's no way of telling what's going on in someone's mind, and I'd like to think that if he thought Marshall was serious about ending Alexis's life, he would have come forward. But at this point, it was all too late. All that Gwen and Rowena and the rest of Alexis's family could do now was just keep searching, in hopes that they could somehow find their daughter's remains. But it would ultimately be someone completely unconnected to the case who would contact police when they made a very grim discovery. The resident of Plymouth, California, was using a metal detector in a remote area off of Jackson Road when he stumbled across what he believed to be human remains and immediately contacted the local sheriff's office. When investigators traveled to the site, they realized that this man had in fact stumbled across partial human remains. Police immediately suspected they likely belonged to Alexis, considering the location in which they were found. All they needed to do now was confirm this theory. But this wouldn't take as long as you might have thought, because they soon found more evidence at the same site, including earrings that her family identified as hers. They were even able to provide photos of Alexis wearing these exact earrings. Police also found remnants of the garbage bags that Marshall was seen unloading and loading from his car, along with pieces of duct tape that he must have used to secure the bags while he was transporting them. The rest of the area was thoroughly searched, but nothing further was found. What's particularly shocking here is when investigating the contents of the bags, as well as the remains that were found by the metal detector, well, it painted a very grim picture of Alexis's final moments. That's because Alexis's remains weren't just found in one bag or in one location. There were multiple pieces of this puzzle. Police speculated that the rest of Alexis's remains must have been scattered in different areas, though they were unable to determine whether this was done by Marshall or by wildlife in the area. Though the most probable theory is the former, considering the multiple bags he was seen unloading and loading at his mother's house. Unfortunately, police now had the daunting task of informing Alexis's family that their daughter had finally been found, but certainly not how anyone had hoped. In the wake of this, Alexis's father made a public statement, saying, "Despite all the pain, anger, frustration, and grief, we're somehow relieved that she's been found, and we can finally bring her home." He thanked everyone who helped search for his daughter for the 9 months since she disappeared, but the weight of this revelation, it was clearly not what the family wanted to hear. Thanks to the earrings found in Plymouth, it was all but certain that the remains that were found belonged to Alexis. The only problem was, a coroner couldn't say with any certainty how Alexis had lost her life. The case had finally run its full course, but for Alexis's family, there was no closure. Gwen stated that he and the rest of Alexis's family would continue searching for the rest of her remains. And in January of 2023, a group of more than 700 searchers set out once again in an effort to locate them. This time they were successful, as another set of remains was located, but sadly it's unlikely that any more will ever be found. DNA tests were carried out on the newly discovered remains, and they were confirmed to belong to Alexis, but no one knows how many other locations her remains may still be scattered in. And it's just so devastating for the Gabe family to know that such a terrible, awful end could be forced upon someone who did literally nothing wrong. In March of 2023, Alexis's friends and family gathered on what would have been her 25th birthday to celebrate her life. And while they were saddened that she wasn't there with them, They were able to honor her by dedicating a park bench in her name at the Oakley City Hall. Rowena added that the park was one of Alexis's favorite spots to visit, and she could now visit the park every day since it was just a short walk from the family's home. The case is now closed, but for Alexis's family, there's still many unanswered questions, and there's nothing that can help put their minds at ease after something like this. There's just nothing. They're adamant that Marshall didn't act alone in disposing of Alexis's body, and have reiterated on many occasions that they're of the opinion that his mother has failed to disclose certain details that no one else was privy to. But investigators, nor her family, have any way of proving Marshall's mother's involvement. There's just no evidence to link her to the case, at least none that would hold up in court. After all is said and done, one can't help but feel that this was a completely nonsense crime, committed by someone whom Alexis trusted. But that trust was betrayed in the most heinous way imaginable, especially since there doesn't seem to be any specific reason why Marshall would want to end her life. To call this crime senseless, well, that doesn't even begin to describe it. When a child goes missing, a parent's mind naturally begins to prepare itself for the unthinkable while hoping for the best. This was true in the disappearance of Harley Dilly, a 14-year-old boy who went missing near the end of 2019. But his parents would have never imagined that his body would be found much closer to home than anyone could have expected. This is the strange case of the boy in the chimney. Harley Dilly isn't a case that I expected to cover when he first went missing back in 2019. After all, there wasn't anything too terribly unusual about Harley. He was your average teenage boy, and almost everyone expected that he'd be found sooner or later, possibly after running away from home. Unfortunately, that just wasn't the case. Now, you may remember the case of Joshua Maddox that I covered a while back here on True Crime Stories. If you weren't following the channel back then though, I definitely urge you to check out that video. I'll add a card above if you want to check it out, but Joshua's case was shockingly similar to the case of Harley Dilly. In fact, some people think the two cases are virtually identical, and I agree. Joshua Maddox was also found stuck in a chimney not too far from his childhood home. The only difference is that he was stuck there for 7 years. Thankfully, in the case of Harley Dilly, his parents wouldn't be forced to wait such an incredibly long time for closure. Port Clinton, Ohio is a small village that can be found in southwestern Summit County, Ohio. It's a very, very small village with a population of just 2,000 people. A total of around 380 families live here, with the area being fairly average in terms of income and amenities. By all means, it's a quiet little village where nothing unusual really happens. It's the perfect place to settle down and raise a family, as more than 25% of the population is under the age of 18. According to crime grades and area vibes, crime is virtually non-existent in Port Clinton, with violent crime rates being 70% less than the national average. I'll be honest with you, I've never thought about Ohio too much, but while researching this case, I nearly convinced myself to move there. Port Clinton is truly that great of a town. But the town isn't without its faults. In fact, many people claim that the police department in Port Clinton is so poorly equipped to handle tragedy and crime that they may have single-handedly led to the death of Harley Dilly. To be fair, it doesn't seem like the police department really disagrees with these claims, with the chief of police, Robert Hickman, recalling Harley's case thinking, quote, "Did we mess up or did we not? I don't know. I can't give you that answer. My biggest recommendation for any police department that experiences a case like this is don't be afraid to ask for help." Harley Dilly was your average teenage boy, at least by most people's standards. His mother said that he was a great kid and doesn't seem like he ever got into much trouble. He's been described as a mama's boy through and through, and that certainly seems to be accurate. Whatever his mother asked him to do, he usually did it, even if he had his own way of doing it and he did it at his own pace. But all in all, he was a great kid. His father didn't have anything negative to say about him either, recalling him very fondly. Harley loved playing basketball, and it seems like he took the sport fairly seriously. But he was also an avid gamer, having having accounts on Discord and Twitch where he would often share Madden gameplay with his friends, even managing to bring in over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Now, I did a bit of digging after hearing about this report, and I found a web sleuths forum that has information about Harley's case, but it's also a hotspot for rumors and speculation. Many of the users were quick to jump on Harley's case when it had just begun to unfold. Now, I haven't been able to verify any of these claims because the posts that these people are referring to have since been removed, but several of the users mentioned that Harley used to post to YouTube quite frequently in 2018 and 2019. These videos have led to a lot of speculation regarding Harley's disappearance, and they paint his parents in a much different light than how they may have otherwise been perceived online and in television interviews. Now, let me reiterate, I cannot confirm these reports, so they should be taken as rumors and nothing more, but according to multiple members of the web sleuths community, Harley may have had a fairly troublesome home life. It's been reported that he posted several videos to YouTube that documented various types of abuse that were taking place in his home. One particularly concerning video was titled "I'm Scared," and it's a video that was deleted within days of Harley's disappearance. This video is the only one I was actually able to track down after someone re-uploaded it, and Harley explains that he's having one of the worst days of his life. He mentions how he got into an argument with his mother after school, an argument that supposedly lasted for about 5 minutes. During the argument, Harley's mother threatened to call the police on him, a threat that she'd reportedly followed up on in the past, even though it wasn't a matter that concerned the police in any way, at least not if you ask me. From the information I've collected, these calls were meant for no other reason than to scare Harley into doing what his mother asked. But things began to take a dark turn when Harley continued to explain his mother's punishment. In the video, Harley is in his backyard and reveals that his mother locked him out of the house as punishment. Bear in mind, this video was taken in the middle of winter, and Harley can be seen bundled up in a jacket while waiting outside for his mother to finally let him in. According to a web sleuths user, Harley had revealed in another video that she'd already done this once before when either he or his brother was just 4 years old, locking them out in the cold yet again. Harley continues to explain that he's hungry and needs to get inside to get his schoolwork done, but he can't because he's stuck outside. He ends the video in tears a few moments later. Several armchair detectives on the web sleuths forums say that they witnessed a video online that revealed that Harley had been heading out to meet someone on the day that he went missing. Now, based on the sheer number of people who claim to have witnessed this video, I'm gonna step out on a limb and say that this allegation appears to be true. The only problem is that we don't know for sure who Harley was going to meet that day. The forum users say that the video suggested it was someone that he'd been speaking to online, but we don't know if this was one of his friends that he knew personally, or if it was someone he'd never actually met in person before. This report suggests that he left for school on the morning of December 20th, but he never actually made it to school, as none of his friends reported seeing him that day. Considering the area was quite safe, it wasn't uncommon for Harley to roam around and explore the outdoors, which sometimes included an abandoned home that was next door to him. His parents had told him not to go near the home, but it doesn't seem like Harley obeyed them, as we know he'd visited the home several times in the past. The abandoned house was located at 507 Fulton Street, and it was just steps away from where Harley had grown up. The house, while abandoned, was still maintained by the family who owned it, and occasionally used it as a summer home. In 2019, the owner of the home mentioned that it had been sitting vacant for about 10 years, with family only staying in the home for a few weeks at a time throughout this process. The house had been built in the 1850s and was owned by the same family ever since. It had seen many renovations over the years, and from the outside, it looked just as modern as any other house on the block. It was a 2-story home that was kept in reasonable condition, all things considered. However, the home and its lawn had become a popular hangout for local teens based on a few reports I've seen online. As far as we know, no one had ever entered the home since the homeowners abandoned it, as all the doors and windows had been locked the last time that it was used. As soon as Harley's parents reported him missing, the local police began to search the area, hoping that they'd find out that Harley had been hiding out somewhere. Police began their search inside and outside of the Dilly home, searching for any clues or evidence that they could find that may explain where Harley may have gone. By all means, nothing appears to have been out of the ordinary. All of Harley's belongings were accounted for, aside from the things that he took with him on a normal school day. Police also searched the area outside of 507 Fulton Street, but they never found any clues or evidence. The home appeared to have been untouched for quite some time, even though there were a few reports that Harley had been hanging out near the home in the past. But here's where things get pretty interesting, making the case far more complicated. The forum posts continually refer to a person known only by his screen name and nickname of Drip. In fact, Harley mentioned this person in one of his YouTube videos before. Harley was playing Madden Mobile on a live stream while using Discord at the same time, and during a broadcast, he posted about Drip on Discord and said, quote, "Drip is the worst in this community. He came to my house, he stalked me." Things get even more interesting when we find out that on the day that Harley vanished, he'd done his best to beg his parents to let him stay home from school. He wasn't sick or anything, and his parents don't seem to know why he was so adamant about staying home that day. But he played every card that he had, hoping to get out of school. When they refused to let him stay home, he rather strangely seems to have left for school extra early that morning. This is where internet detectives have begun to go wild, claiming that it's possible Harley may have left for school early in order to avoid this elusive individual named Drip. If Drip truly was a stalker, maybe Harley was trying to outpace him and make his way to school early so as to avoid Drip. But I'll be honest, this seems like a bit of a stretch to me, and there's literally no evidence to suggest this. The only slight bit of evidence that we have that suggests that this person named Drip may have been involved is info that's been passed around online, suggesting that Harley's online activity alluded to the idea that Harley may have left home early that day to meet someone. There's one other interesting detail in the case, though, that makes Harley's case all the more interesting, and certainly far more concerning. We know that Harley suffered from either OCD or ASD, but it seems that his family leaned more towards the idea of OCD. Now, as someone who's been diagnosed with OCD, I can tell you without a doubt that Harley's decision to leave home early that day was very unusual. According to his mother, Harley was a creature of extreme habit. In fact, he would bathe several times per day as part of his typical OCD ritual. So leaving for school early just doesn't make any sense here unless there was something seriously wrong or something seriously important. Maybe this rumored meetup. I managed to track down this person named Drip online, and I tied him to a Reddit account that I won't reveal the name to because it appears that Drip may be underage. I don't know this for sure, but just to be safe, it's not something I'm comfortable sharing. It's easy enough to find online though if you're truly interested. So on this Reddit account, I was able to confirm that Drip had indeed been stalking Harley for at least a few weeks. In fact, Harley also had a Reddit account and was part of an online Madden Mobile subreddit. Drip took every opportunity that he had to bully Harley online, and it doesn't seem like Harley had ever met Drip in person, as he alluded to the fact that Drip, at this point, had never been able to track him down in real life. But just over a week after Drip had last bullied Harley, Harley went missing. When Reddit users noticed the connection here, they began to harass Drip about his potential involvement. But this is where things got far worse than I could have ever imagined. When users began to ask Drip about Harley, he repeatedly told them to leave him alone, responding that he had no idea where Harley was. Then came the bombshell. Harley had told a few of his friends online that Drip had shown up outside of his house one day, stalking him. When Drip was confronted about this, he responded, quote, "I don't live near him at all." This was confirmation that Drip did in fact know where Harley lived. Drip's final response to the questions about Harley came merely hours before Harley's body was found. Drip has never posted to Reddit again since 2020. Police were conducting a now routine search for Harley on January 13th of 2020. They once again made their way to the abandoned home next door to Harley's home at 507 Fulton Street. This time, they decided to investigate further, and they entered the home, hoping to find additional clues inside. Unfortunately, they discovered exactly what they had feared. On the second floor of the home, they found Harley's glasses lying on the ground. Nearby, they also found a maroon jacket that belonged to Harley. But what they discovered next would be the most heartbreaking discovery in all of Port Clinton, Ohio's history. As the investigators continued to search the home, they noticed a small hole in the drywall of one of the upstairs bedrooms. When they looked inside the hole, they found that it led to a chimney that was no longer in use. The home had originally been built with a fireplace, but this fireplace and chimney had since been closed up, remaining hidden inside the walls of the home. The homeowner said that the hole in the wall was normally covered with a vent cap, but he couldn't explain why this cap had been removed. As officers looked inside the hole, they discovered the remains of Harley Dilly. A coroner was called to the scene and determined that Harley most likely passed away the same day that he disappeared. Investigators say that due to the weather, he most likely lost his life within hours of getting stuck inside the chimney. But that's the big question here. How did Harley get inside the chimney? Well, even though the chimney had been closed off inside the home, it was still accessible from the roof of the home. The roof of the home was also very easy to access because a large antenna pole was located just outside the back of the home, only about a foot away from the home. It would have been easy enough to climb the pole and get onto the roof of the home, and virtually anyone could have done it. From here, the chimney was very easily accessible. But many people in the web sleuth community don't believe that Harley ended up in the chimney by sheer chance or due to an accident. They believe he was pushed, likely by the mysterious person named Drip. All we know for sure is that after Harley ended up in the chimney, there was no chance of him being able to escape. The chimney was only 9 inches by 13 inches, meaning entering the chimney would have been difficult enough. Getting out would have been darn near impossible. Police theorized that the items of clothing that they found inside the home were likely put there by Harley. While there's no evidence to suggest that Harley ever entered the home, they believe that he likely became lodged in the chimney, then pushed open the vent cap from inside the chimney. He then took off several items of clothing and poked them through the vent cap to try to get more room inside the chimney, then shimmy out and escape. But it simply wasn't possible. But this is nothing more than a theory, and police don't know for certain what actually happened here. The official reason for Harley entering the chimney that day has never been determined. It's entirely possible that he climbed the pole and entered the chimney out of pure curiosity, hoping that the chimney led to a fireplace that would let him inside the home, and this is certainly a plausible assumption. To be perfectly honest, I probably would have come to the same conclusion when I was a teenager, but because the fireplace had been boarded up and walled over, there was no way out. But what about Drip? Well, the mysterious person named Drip has never been identified. Police have officially ruled the case as an accident, and they say that there's no indication of foul play. But we have to remember, early in the investigation, police clearly stated that they had reason to believe that Harley was heading out to meet someone that day, hence why he left for school so early. So whatever came of this, and why did investigators suddenly change their mind about this clue when there's evidence in Harley's online history to suggest that this was, in all reality, a possibility? Unfortunately, we don't know. Since this mysterious Drip person has never been found, it's likely that these questions will remain unanswered. Police have closed the investigation and they aren't taking things any further. Officially, the tragic case of the trapped teen, Harley Dilly, has been solved, but in the minds of many, myself included, the real mystery has only just begun. Rachel Mellon Skemp was 13 years old when she went missing after staying home from school one day in 1996 because of a sore throat. She was curled up in a blanket with pillows when she went missing later that day. 26 years later, there's no trace of her. Not even the blanket or the pillows have been found. But detectives did find a disturbing diary entry written just days before she vanished, and it might reveal her kidnapper. Rachel Mellon Skemp was born in October of 1982. She lived in Bolingbrook, Illinois, and attended the B.J. Ward Middle School. While she was doing great in school, managing to get amazing grades and make her way onto the honors list, her home life was a much darker story. Rachel had been the victim of abuse for most of her childhood. Her parents, Jeff and Amy Skemp, had split up when Rachel was very young, less than 3 years old. By 1985, Amy had moved on to someone else, a man named Vincent Mellon. Vincent offered to take Rachel in and raise her as his own, hence how her last name ended up being hyphenated as Mel and Skemp. Before long, Amy and Vincent had 2 more children, a son named Jason, who was born in 1988, and a daughter, Ashley, who was born in 1990. While the family kept good appearances from the outside, what was happening behind closed doors was far worse than any of their peers could have imagined. Rachel was being raised in a literal house of horrors, being subjected to unspeakable evils at the hands of her parents, most notably her supposedly kind and caring stepfather. Amy and Vincent had been together for around 5 years when the true colors of Vincent had begun to show. To people like you and I, he doesn't look like anything other than your average guy, no one you'd really think twice about. However, for Rachel and for the rest of the family, they couldn't help but think of him every hour of the day, mostly because they were scared. They were afraid of his explosive personality. Vincent was a time bomb just waiting to blow. It was 1990 when things began to take a turn for the family. Vince and Amy had been arguing about God knows what when Vincent began to grow more and more angry with each passing moment. In a fit of blind rage, a feeling Vince knew all too well, he backed Amy up to the staircase of their home and pushed her down the stairs. Amy went tumbling down, but thankfully she wasn't injured too badly. After she recovered, she went straight to the police and filed for a restraining order against Vince, which appears to have been granted to her. Before long, though, Amy decided that she wanted to make amends with Vince and decided to drop the charges against him. I can't say I would have agreed with this decision, but that's what she decided to do. But as you might expect, their reignited love didn't last long, and Vince very quickly put an end to what could have been a new beginning when he continued his abuse towards the family, now turning his attention towards Rachel as well. Before long, Vince was back to his old habits and had now begun to make threats against the lives of both Amy and Rachel. It seemed that, contrary to what he led Amy to believe, he never truly accepted Rachel as his own and always kept her at a safe distance, using her as leverage anytime the two got into a disagreement. By 1995, Rachel had finally had enough. She was only 12 years old when she ran away from home. She kept running until she made her way to a friend's house. She never went inside the house, and it doesn't even seem like she ever knocked on the door. She found a safe place outside the home and slept there for the night, waiting until the next morning to reach out to her grandparents for help. Her grandparents showed up and took her home, placing her right back into the hands of her cold and callous abuser. Later that summer, Rachel was allowed to spend a few weeks with her biological father, who now lived in Texas. While she was in Texas, she begged her uncle to allow her to move to Dallas. It doesn't seem like she explained the full details of the situation to him, because surely he would have helped her out if he'd known just how bad things truly were. But unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears. No matter how hard Rachel begged, she was later forced to go back home to live with her mother and the living, breathing monster that she called her stepdad. By the fall of 1995, Rachel had begun her 7th year of school at the B.J. Ward Middle School. Rachel was quite popular at school, and to an outsider, she was a little girl who seemed to have it all. She was a great kid with good grades, countless friends, and seemed to be super happy. Only her closest friends knew about the darkness that overshadowed her home life. Rachel's best friend was a girl named Carrie. Carrie remembers Rachel as being full of joy in life. Nothing ever seemed to bring Rachel down. In more recent months, Rachel had taken an interest in recycling and protecting the environment, and even began to dip her toes into the world of music and dance. Her school life and social life was looking up, but her home life was about to take a grim turn. A few months later, in January of 1996, Carrie found Rachel crying by her locker. This wasn't something Rachel had ever done before. No one had ever seen the happy-go-lucky girl cry before. When a few of her friends asked what was wrong, Rachel wouldn't tell them. All she would explain was that she wasn't feeling well and had a problem that she would take care of herself. She shut her friends out and wouldn't answer any other questions. This was the last time that any of her friends would ever see Rachel. After she left school that day, she never returned. She called in sick the following day with a sore throat, then she vanished. It was January 31st, 1996, Rachel was home from school alongside her stepdad, Vince, who had been unemployed for a while. This was a particularly chilly winter day, with temperatures reaching around -20, with strong gusts of wind and snow flurries. Rachel and her stepfather were essentially snowed in with nowhere else to go. At around 10:45 that morning, Rachel called her grandmother to thank her for the Christmas gifts that she'd recently sent over for her. I can't tell for sure, but this conversation appears to have been with her maternal grandmother or her mother's mother. The reason I say this is because towards the end of the call, her grandmother, Lucy, noticed that Rachel had begun to get very quiet. Lucy picked up on this and asked, "Is he there?" referring to Vince. Rachel simply replied yes, and a moment later she said that she needed to go. According to Vince, Rachel hung up the phone and the two played Nintendo for a while. After about an hour, Vince says that Rachel decided to go to her room for a nap. She was wearing yellow pants, red slippers, and a pink sweatshirt. She wrapped herself in a blue blanket, hopped onto her bed, and went to sleep. This was allegedly the last time anyone saw Rachel, but her story only gets more twisted and disturbing from here. At around 2:30 p.m., Vince says that he checked in on Rachel and noticed that she was still sleeping. The following series of events takes place from Vince's point of view, detailing the information that he relayed to police later on that day. Vince says that he left the home after checking on Rachel and headed out to walk the dog. Keep in mind, it's -20 degrees with strong winds and serious snowfall. He says that despite this, he walked the dog for a full 30 minutes before heading back home. But on his way back home, their dog, a German Shepherd named Duke, noticed a rabbit running through a field that they passed by. Vince says that Duke slipped out of his collar and took off after the rabbit. Vince didn't even try to get Duke back on his leash. He just walked away and left him there, running off into the unknown. Vince explained that he felt that Duke would find his way home later that day, but he didn't. Vince returned home around 3 p.m. that afternoon. He says he didn't bother to check in on Rachel. He just went about his daily doings. By 3:15, Rachel's young sister had returned home from school and immediately noticed that Rachel was missing from her bedroom. Her sister asked about her, but Vince wasn't concerned. We don't know if he made up an excuse or genuinely just couldn't care less, but either way, Vince never looked for her. Several hours later, a real estate agent was passing by the area when she noticed a dog running in a field near the Mellon home. She recognized the dog as Duke and quickly called him over, taking him back to his family. This was sometime between 4:30 and 5 p.m. Amy, Rachel's mother, returned home around this same time alongside their son Jason. When Amy noticed that Rachel was missing, she immediately called the police to help investigate. Now, fair warning, this case is about to get extremely dark. You guys know I won't get into any details that are too gruesome, but the implications here are going to be very clear. When police arrived at the family's home a couple hours later, they began their investigation with a search of Rachel's bedroom. It didn't take them long to realize that something wasn't quite right here. The evidence that had been left behind, coupled with the information that Vince provided, just didn't add up. Something was wrong, and the police were determined to get to the bottom of it. Police found several key pieces of evidence that pointed toward Rachel being kidnapped. For starters, they noticed that her coat, shoes, wallet, purse, and her Sony Walkman were all left behind. These were items that Rachel took everywhere with her, regardless of where she was going. Plus, on a -20-degree day, why would Rachel have left behind her coat and especially her shoes? The blue blanket that she kept on her bed was also missing, as were two of her favorite pillows. After being alarmed by the missing items, the police checked the front door of the home and found that there were no signs of forced entry. Vince explained that when he left to take the dog for a walk, he left the door unlocked, so if someone had snuck in while he was gone, this would explain why there was no damage done to the door. But investigators soon noticed something very strange. Vince's arms had been covered in scratch marks, some of which looked quite painful. When the detectives asked where these marks had come from, he said that he'd been working on a car earlier that day and had gotten scraped and cut while reaching inside the engine bay. If you ask me, this information doesn't make much sense. As someone who works on vehicles more days than not, a couple bumps and scrapes and bruises are common, but these types of minor injuries don't compare to the scratches and cuts that were described as being on Vince's arms. An intense search of the area was conducted by police, both on the ground and by air. No signs of Rachel ever turned up. Police even went as far as checking with local airports to make sure that she didn't try to book a flight to Dallas to visit her father, but there was no sign of her during their investigation. But this is where things really begin to paint a chilling portrait of Vince. Now, if you're a survivor of abuse, I want to make sure to let you know that this next segment might trigger you, so maybe skip ahead a little bit and just know that Vince had feelings for Rachel that extended far beyond her simply being his stepdaughter. Police began investigating Rachel's room and soon found her diary. She wrote in her diary quite often and would detail all of her emotions, experiences, and her abuse. Police were particularly shaken by one particular page, in which she revealed several crimes that her father had committed against her. Rachel explained that one day in August of 1995, Vince had entered her room and had begun to kiss her, among other things. According to her diary, Vince said that he was doing this so that she would know how predators acted so that she could avoid them. But there was no avoiding her father. Police also found an out-of-print book titled Daddy Kisses that details father-daughter relationships, for lack of a better phrase. But most chilling of all, police found one particularly shocking piece of evidence under Rachel's pillow: a knife. I wanted to add something that I remembered while editing this video. A viewer named Ashley McCoy pointed out that Drew Peterson was one of the lead investigators on this case, working for the Bolingbrook PD. Drew is a man with a very dark history. He'd been married 4 times and he's currently in prison for the murder of his 3rd wife. But get this, his 4th wife went missing and she's never been found. I say all of this because there are rumors circulating online that the detective may have been friends with Rachel's stepdad. Now, I haven't been able to find any evidence to confirm this, but it's a rumor that's been circulating for a while. I don't want to be the one to point fingers in the wrong direction, but the implications here are very serious. At 6 p.m. on the evening that Rachel went missing, Carrie, Rachel's best friend, heard the news. Carrie gathered a group of friends from school and explained what had happened, and they all headed out to help search for her. They spent over an hour outside in the blistering cold, desperately searching for their lost friend, but they came up empty-handed. They searched all of the nearby streets and parks, but she had simply vanished. Carrie says that at this moment, all of the friends huddled together and began crying, realizing that their friend was truly gone, but hopefully not forever. It was around this same time that Jeff Skemp, Rachel's biological father, received the call, telling him that his daughter was missing. Jeff quit his job, effective immediately, and got on the first flight that he could to Illinois so that he could help search for her. While Jeff may not have been around for much of Rachel's childhood, he was the father that Rachel had needed all along, not Vince. By the time he arrived at the home of Amy and Vince, there wasn't much that could be done. He headed to Rachel's room and laid down on her bed. He grabbed her Walkman and put on the headphones, then pressed play. Rachel had been listening to a song called Hand in My Pocket. It was her favorite. She'd mentioned how much she liked the song when she spent the summer with her father just a few months earlier. Jeff says that while he was at Rachel's home, he confronted Vince about what had happened. Jeff says that the only response that Vince offered was that Rachel must have been snatched while he was out walking the dog. By all means, Vince seemed largely unconcerned. Ever since that day, in 1996, Jeff has kept the same phone number, hoping that at some point, Rachel may try to reach out to him. But she never has. In January of 2000, a grand jury managed to retrieve a warrant to take DNA samples from Vince. On January 29th, police picked up Vince from his home and kept him in custody for more than 9 hours while they interrogated him and took the aforementioned samples. During their time speaking with Vince, he refused to answer many of the questions pertaining to Rachel's disappearance. He was ultimately forced to hand over samples of his DNA and hair, and police had officially begun to investigate him under suspicion of first-degree murder. This investigation came after rumors had begun to spread, claiming that Rachel may have been pregnant, and the baby may have belonged to Vince. Granted, without Rachel being found, there's no tangible evidence to support this theory. However, the entries in Rachel's diary are seriously concerning, and personally, this is a theory I could pretty easily get behind. Vince was also given a lie detector test, and he failed. Amy was questioned by police later on as well, but she found no reason to believe that Vince may have been involved. Now, this may have been because she was blinded by her love for him, or it could have been because she knew him better than anyone, and while he may have had his flaws, he wasn't a murderer. If you ask me, I don't believe that for 1 second, though. Amy was given a lie detector test as well, and she passed. But after this, both Amy and Vince have refused to help police with the investigation, which was a seriously unexpected turn. Amy and Vince both refused to hold any memorial services for Rachel. It wouldn't be until 2002 when the city of Bolingbrook took matters into their own hands, planting a tree and erecting a plaque in honor of Rachel, placing it directly across the street from her former home. To take things a step further, the Bolingbrook Police Department has openly and clearly stated that they have every reason to believe that Vince murdered his daughter. However, without finding her body, they can't charge him. Both Jeff and Carrie have cemented themselves at the forefront of this investigation. While Amy and Vince have refused to help in any way since 1996, neither Jeff nor Carrie have forgotten, and they continue to press on with bringing awareness to Rachel's disappearance, hoping that one day the case may finally see justice, and Vince will be arrested, or whoever Rachel's kidnapper was, if Vince truly is proven to be innocent. The Bolingbrook police still consider the disappearance of Rachel Mellon Skemp to be an active investigation. So if you have any information in Rachel's case, absolutely anything at all, you're asked to reach out to the Bolingbrook police at 630-226-0600. Wherever Rachel may be, it's my hope and prayer that she finally found the peace that she so desperately had been longing for. Catherine Nichols prefers to remember her brother for who he was. Jim Duckett loved horses, and in his younger years, loved doing impersonations. Catherine says he was an amazing uncle to her children, but a thorn in her side as well, just like most younger siblings. He was also a great listener, but Catherine tries to forget the final memory that she has of her brother, when investigators found him tied to a chair in his bathroom after being subjected to hours of real-life horror unlike anything you could ever imagine. Though he may give the impression of being a calm, quiet man who would never harm a fly, Jim Duckett actually had a history that was, in all honesty, pretty surprising. Contrary to his outward appearance, Jim was a military veteran who received multiple decorations for his time serving for the United States. He was in active duty during the Desert Storm operations, but he was eventually forced to retire after he suffered an injury that made him no longer able to serve. He managed to recover from this for the most part, but his life was never truly the same. He eventually relocated to Germany of all places and became a crime scene investigator. Quite the change in career paths, but Jim was more than up to the task. After a few years, he decided that he was ready to return home to the United States. His main reason for doing this was to spend more time with his sister and her children. He learned that his sister was having a difficult time taking care of her kids because of her increasingly stressful work schedule. So he dropped everything he was doing and came back home to make sure that the children were raised properly and had a fair shot at a normal childhood. This led him to Shelbyville, Kentucky. He would later adopt a rescue dog named Bo, and it seemed like Jim and Bo went everywhere together. According to Catherine Nichols, Jim's sister, he was one of the kindest people that she had ever known, and his actions and history certainly seemed to prove this. While Jim lived a fairly open and honest life, his sister says that in the months leading up to that fateful day, he became a bit withdrawn, and he'd begun acting strange. His personality seemed to have shifted a bit, turning this once outgoing and life-loving man into somewhat of a hermit, seemingly paranoid about the world around him. This began in the fall of 2008. On Halloween of that same year, someone broke into Jim's house and ransacked the place. We don't know if he was home at the time, but considering he was a military veteran, it's probably safe to assume that he wasn't, or the perpetrators likely would have been caught or never made it out of the home alive, but neither of these things are true. The unknown criminals ended up making off with thousands of dollars of jewelry that Jim had lying around, and it doesn't seem like the police ever caught the thieves that were responsible. All of this only made Jim's paranoia worse, and his personality and kind nature only continued to dwindle from here. In fact, for several weeks leading up to this, Jim had discussed how he'd been thinking about moving. His sudden interest in changing towns was extremely odd. After all, he'd moved back to the US to be closer to his family. So what could possibly make him want to uproot once again and leave his family behind? By November 9th of 2008, Katelyn had become suspicious about her brother and feared that something may have been terribly wrong. The two spoke every single day of their lives, but on this day, Jim had seemingly gone missing, vanished without so much as a call, a text, or a note. We don't know if it had been days or hours, but it was long enough that Katelyn began to fear for his safety. It was unlike him to stay out of touch with everyone for such a long period of time, and no one had seen him leave his house in days. This was all taking place on a Sunday morning. Jim was a churchgoer, so Katelyn decided to call a few of his friends at church, but all of them reported that he didn't show up for services that morning. For Katelyn, this was the final straw. She headed out to his house to make sure that everything was okay. When she arrived at his house, she immediately noticed that his car wasn't in the driveway, which was yet another odd occurrence, as he didn't mention traveling or having any errands to run, and Katelyn and Jim shared every detail of their lives up to this point. Katelyn says that she walked all around his house that evening, but she didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were no signs of a second break-in, nor any reason to believe that anything was wrong. She knocked, but there was no answer. She mentioned that she had a key to his house, but she decided not to go in because she didn't want her brother thinking that she didn't trust him or to barge in on him if he just wanted time to be left alone. She left a few minutes later, confused and baffled by what was going on, but she could have never guessed what lied just beyond his front door. By the following day, Katelyn had enough. She was still unable to get a hold of her brother, so she went back to his house to look around once again. This time, she decided enough was enough, and she went into his home to see if she could find any clues about what was going on. She made her way through his house, into the master bedroom, and eventually into the master bathroom. This was when she made the discovery that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She found her brother, but not in the way that she had hoped. When speaking with a local news organization, she mentioned how she remembered Jim's bathroom being white from ceiling to floor. White tile, white walls, a white shower, everything. But on this particular day, there was no white to be found, only red. She began to scream and immediately called her sister. She began shouting that someone had taken Jim's life, but her sister asked if it was possible that he had taken his own life. That's when Katelyn noticed that Jim's hands had been tied behind his back and he'd been strapped to one of his kitchen chairs, unable to move. This certainly wasn't of Jim's own doing. Katelyn got off the phone with her sister and immediately called the police. When investigators arrived, it became very clear what had happened here. Rather, as clear as it could possibly be considering the situation. Investigators agreed with the obvious assumption that Jim had been tied to a chair, beaten for hours, jabbed multiple times with various objects, and then had his life taken. Interestingly, most of Jim's wounds were considered to be superficial, meaning that they weren't inflicted with the intention of taking his life, they were merely to make him suffer. It appeared as though someone had been trying to get information out of him, but no one has any clue what kind of information Jim would have known that would be worth all of this. We also don't know if Jim ever let that information slip, but considering his background and the aftermath, it seems safe to assume that the assailants never found the answers they were looking for. But one interesting side note is that even though the criminals were remarkably cruel toward Jim, his dog was found locked in a separate room of the home, completely unharmed. Police say that they were never able to determine why all of this had happened, or specifically when. All they revealed is that Jim appeared to have been tied up in his bathroom for a couple of days at least. As investigators worked to collect evidence and clean up the crime scene, they decided to take several samples of the DNA found all around the bathroom in order to confirm whether or not all of it belonged to Jim. The details of this information are a bit difficult to understand, but from what I can gather, police were able to retrieve DNA that didn't belong to Jim, but I'm not 100% certain about this. Investigators spoke with Katelyn again a few days later and said that after running a DNA analysis, they expected to have someone in custody within a matter of months. But it's now been 15 years, and officers are no closer to getting this case solved. The Duckett family was obviously desperate for answers, with many of them beginning to wonder if the crime on Halloween could have somehow been related. As far as investigators have said, the Halloween crime was totally random and the thieves only wanted to make off with valuables that Jim had around his home. But if you ask me, and this is purely a theory, it's possible that the Halloween crime could have been much more than investigators initially believed. If someone was truly after Jim, and someone had been paid to track him down, the Halloween break-in could have been in an attempt to confirm that Jim was, in fact, the man that they were looking for. Just think about it. If you're hired to take someone out, or at the very least locate them, wouldn't you want to confirm that this was the right guy before taking his info back to your boss? And what better way to do this than to break into his home and find documentation to prove his identity, staging it as a robbery as you go? The timeline here is just too strange for all of this to merely be a coincidence, but again, that's just my opinion. But footage from an ATM just a few miles from Jim's house may have provided investigators with answers. Because of the way that Jim lost his life, police were obviously operating under the assumption that this was a targeted crime. Jim wasn't just a victim of a random act of violence. One of the lead detectives in the investigation has confirmed that they believe Jim was targeted, but they have no idea why. Was it because of his involvement in the military, or maybe even because of his time investigating crimes in Germany? No one can really say for sure. But police revealed an even more confusing bit of evidence that makes this case all the more strange and confusing. According to Katelyn, officers told her that while the criminals were inside Jim's house, they stole his debit card. The only thing about this that's unclear is whether the first batch of criminals stole the card or the second batch stole the card, but the context here leads me to believe that it was likely the second batch that stole it, the batch that tied him to the chair. What's strange about this is that after the criminals had the card, they didn't just drive to the nearest ATM and drain the account. Instead, they stole Jim's truck and drove all the way out to Jim's personal bank to make the withdrawal. Mind you, according to Katelyn, Jim lived out in the country, essentially in the middle of nowhere. There were dozens of banks that the criminals needed to pass up in order to make their way to Jim's personal bank. So there was clearly some significance to this location, but what that significance was is unknown. But here's the craziest part. One of the criminals was captured on CCTV at the bank. The bank's cameras were pointed directly at the criminal and were actively recording at the time of the ATM withdrawal. But the lens was messed up, so the footage proved to be useless. According to one of the bank managers, the camera had recently been taken apart for maintenance, but when it was put back together, the lens was improperly installed. This caused the footage to be extremely distorted, rendering it useless to investigators. This is yet another aspect of the case that seems just a bit too perfect to merely be a coincidence. It was almost as if the criminals knew about this specific bank and this specific camera. After all, judging by what detectives and Katelyn have alluded to, the criminals didn't even try to conceal their identities in the footage. It was almost like they knew that the footage would be useless because the camera had been tampered with, or improperly maintained if you believe the official explanation. Regardless, as detectives continued to work the case, they were staying on the lookout for Jim's truck. A few days later, they managed to find it about 5 miles from Jim's home. They searched the truck for fingerprints and even took DNA samples, but nothing ever came of it. Investigators said that they have followed up on several leads after this, and that dozens of people have been interviewed, but there just isn't much evidence to go on. Why Jim was targeted and why this specific bank was used is unknown, but if you could imagine, things continued to get even more bizarre from here. One of the most disturbing details about this case is something that doesn't seem to have made headlines or really been mentioned in any of the write-ups about Jim Duckett. In fact, it was something that Katelyn let slip during an interview, and it seems like most people just glossed over it. According to Katelyn, Jim believed that he knew who broke into his house on Halloween, and Katelyn says she believes, as I theorized a moment ago, that these individuals would have been the same ones who broke in again and took Jim's life. The only problem is that either no one is taking this accusation seriously, or the police just don't have enough evidence to secure a warrant, much less a conviction. I was only able to find one article where Katelyn mentioned this, and it was only discussed for a brief moment, with no names being shared, though I imagine that was strictly for legal reasons. But the fact that this hasn't been discussed further is really concerning. Investigators say that even after all these years, police have several binders full of information about Jim and his case. The only problem is that none of this information has led to any suspects or even a motive for the crime. Katelyn says that the method in which Jim lost his life has naturally led many people to believe that he was involved in some sort of underground crime ring or that he was otherwise in possession of information that he wasn't supposed to have. But Katelyn rejects all of these ideas, saying that she knew her brother better than anyone, and that he showed no signs of being involved in any shady dealings. She explained that she understands why people may have come to this assumption, but that her brother was simply too kind. Instead, she thinks it may have been his kindness that led to this crime. More specifically, she thinks he may have been taken out for revenge of some sort, but no one knows what this revenge would have been for, unless it was something that happened during Desert Storm or something that happened in Germany. But police have found no evidence for either of these situations to be true. At the end of it all, we just don't know what may have happened to Jem. To make matters worse, the local police force has seen dramatic budget cuts and rising resignation rates as a result, so the department is doing its best just to stay open at this point, so investigating a cold case like this is not something that's on their current to-do list. This means that, for the foreseeable future, the only realistic way of getting this case solved is by asking the public for help, asking you for help. So if you were in Shelbyville, Kentucky in November of 2008 and believe you may have seen something, anything, you're asked to contact the Kentucky State Police, Post 12, at 502-227-2221. It was April 24th, 2000, when Danyese LaClair stopped by the post office to drop off some Easter cards for the holiday. Her plan was to quickly drop off the cards, then head home after a long day of work, but sadly, Danyese would never make it home. Investigators discovered a confusing crime scene a few hours later, sending detectives on a 23-year hunt for a criminal. Daniel and Danyese LaClair had both been living in Burton, Michigan for quite a while, quietly raising their small family and enjoying their lives together in a great little community. Well, I say it's a great community. In all reality, Burton is one of the most dangerous places you could possibly live in the entirety of the United States. Burton isn't a town, so to speak, it's more of a suburb or a community. But there are so many people living in this area that many people consider it to be its own city anyway. Burton is located within Flint, Michigan, and if you know anything about the United States, you probably already know that most people wouldn't dare visit Flint after dark. It's very similar to places like Chicago, Jackson, Mississippi, or even Little Rock, Arkansas, just crime on top of crime around every corner. But truthfully, in the area where Danyese and Daniel lived, things weren't all that bad. Yes, there was crime, but as long as you kept your wits about you, you can make it around the area without encountering too much trouble. And for many years, Danyese and Daniel did just that. They kept to themselves, didn't bother anyone else, and they didn't really have any problems. The couple had 2 young children, a 3-year-old and an 11-year-old. Danyese and Daniel had met back in the 1980s and had been together ever since. Both of them had graduated from Flint Northern High School, and both of them were raised near the popular Mott Park suburb. When they were still dating, Danyese found out that she was pregnant with their first child. The two weren't quite ready to get married just yet, so they did their best to raise the child while they dated, but they did eventually tie the knot on Valentine's Day of 1996. But funny enough, they didn't have a traditional wedding ceremony. Instead, they opted to dedicate their lives to one another alongside 100 other couples as part of a local radio station promotion. Kind of a funny way to get married, but hey, to each their own, I guess. But regardless of their somewhat strange wedding, the two loved each other dearly and hoped to give their children the best lives they could possibly have. But unfortunately, this was little more than wishful thinking. In a tragic and heartbreaking turn of fate, these 2 young kids had their futures shattered, their lives irreversibly changed, and their mother taken. It was April 24th, 2000. Danyese LaClair had been working at her shift at the nearby McLaren Medical Center. Danyese seems to have loved her job, all things considered. and she mostly did office work at the medical center, with her official title simply being a clerk. I can't really find any additional information on what she actually did here, but it seems safe to assume she most likely helped patients check in or out of the hospital. Denise often worked a later afternoon shift, typically getting off work around 11 p.m. at night. Denise's plans for the evening of April 24th were to get off work, then head to the local post office to send out some mail that she'd been hanging on to. As she left work, she hopped into her Chevrolet Cavalier and headed off in the direction of the post office. This was the last that anyone would hear from Denise. According to investigators, she pulled into the post office parking lot, dropped off the cards, then began to leave. But she never made it out of the parking lot. A potential crime scene was reported later that evening when someone noticed that her car was left in the post office parking lot. The engine was running and the right side indicator was flashing, and the driver's window was partially rolled down. When officers arrived at the vehicle, they knew something had gone terribly wrong. Police traced the car's plates and headed to the LaClair home. It was about 2 a.m. at this point. Daniel was awoken to a loud knock on the front door, and he was informed about his wife's disappearance. Police hoped that Daniel may have known where his wife had gone and why she had left her car behind in such a strange state, but Daniel hadn't heard from her since earlier that day. He made sure detectives understood how strange the situation was, and they obviously agreed with him. Daniel was taken to the scene of the crime at about 5 a.m., but there was virtually nothing that could be done. The crime had already been committed, and Denise was gone without a trace. Police collected all the evidence they could from the scene of the crime, but admittedly, there was very little for them to work with. Outside of Denise's own belongings, there wasn't anything left behind that seemed valuable to investigators. Her car had been left undisturbed, and there were no signs of forced entry into the vehicle. It was as if Denise had opened the door, walked away, and vanished into the fog. The only thing missing from the car was Denise's purse. Her cell phone was still in the car, and it was left plugged into the car's 12-volt jack. All these years later, her purse has still never been found. The most interesting aspect about the crime scene is that her car wasn't found in a parking spot, nor was it even close to the building. Her car was actually left near the exit of the parking lot, with the indicator flashing as if she was about to turn into traffic. What's particularly curious about this is that not only was the door open and the window rolled down slightly, but the car was also in park. So it seems like Denise may have willingly exited the vehicle. After all, if she'd been forcefully pulled from the car, the way I see it, the car would have been left in drive and maybe been rolled away, but it wasn't and it didn't. By the following day, police had a lead. An employee at a local doctor's office had called investigators after he noticed a pile of clothing lying in an open field about 20 feet from an office building. I'm not sure why the man thought this was suspicious. I'll be honest, if I noticed a pile of clothes in a field, I wouldn't have a second thought about it, but for whatever reason, the employee knew that something was a bit off. When detectives arrived, they found the clothing and collected it for evidence. But that's when they noticed something just a little bit further out in the field. As they continued searching through the grass and brush, they came across something they never would have expected. They found the remains of a woman wearing nothing but a trench coat and her underwear. The detective who was working the case at the time said that this was his first homicide investigation, so he had obviously never seen anything like this before. According to the officer, at this point in time, cases like this were not common in Burton. Yes, there were crimes being committed every day, but it wasn't often that the crimes were taken this far. There's a major gap between petty theft and homicide, but what really took this case to the next level was what they found nearby Denise's remains. After officers collected Denise's remains and began to search the surrounding area, they found a few disturbing pieces of evidence that helped paint a much clearer picture of what had taken place in this field. Detective Don Schreiber located a 9mm casing just a few feet from the crime scene. According to a coroner, Denise's life had been ended with a single round to the head. She lost her life instantly and likely never even knew what had happened. Officers managed to collect mountains of evidence, hundreds of public tips, and many photos to help tell Denise's story the best they could, but all of this amounted to nothing. Detective Schreiber says that they exhausted every tip and every lead that came in about Denise's case, but there simply wasn't enough evidence left behind to link the crime to any one person. That is, until they found something pretty strange near the dump site. As investigators were scouring the area in search of clues, they came across a small bundle of grass near Denise's body. In the middle of this grass tuft, they found a man's gold ring. Investigators took a look at the ring and found that it had a serial number etched into it. This was the evidence they needed to help blow the case open. They collected the ring for evidence and took it to the lab for further analysis, and to have the serial number recorded. When officers determined the serial number, they contacted the manufacturer for assistance in locating the owner of the ring. But this is where things went from bad to worse. The manufacturer informed the officers that there was no way to trace the number. It wasn't a unique number. Thousands of these rings had been sold over the years, and each of them were marked with this same number. So while this narrowed down the list of suspects from millions to thousands, it ultimately didn't help much. Investigators say they feel certain that the ring wasn't just ditched here by sheer coincidence. They have every reason to believe that the ring is directly related to Denise's case, but until they track down the owner, it's pretty well useless. As you may expect, Daniel, Denise's husband, was one of the first people suspected of taking Denise's life. After all, shortly after her demise, investigators learned that Denise hadn't been as honest and kind-hearted as she pretended to be. In fact, they learned that she'd been having an affair behind Daniel's back, providing a perfect motive for the crime. Worse yet, Daniel's only alibi for the evening of the crime was that he'd been at home with the couple's 2 children, but considering how late into the evening it was, it seems fairly safe to assume that they'd been in bed by this point, so the kids didn't have much information to offer. Police were never able to find anything that tied Daniel to the crime, even though his alibi was somewhat questionable. It's strangely common in cases like this for the spouse to be responsible, but that just wasn't true in this case. Police investigated Daniel rather heavily. They even asked him to submit to a lie detector test and a DNA swab, but both of these yielded no results. His DNA was not found at the scene of the crime, nor was it found on the ring. His lie detector test also came back clear, though these tests are obviously notoriously unreliable. Daniel has only ever spoken lovingly about his wife, recalling her as a very sweet and helpful person. He openly admitted to being a pain for police officers over the years, but only because he wants to see his wife's case solved. The only strange thing about Daniel in regards to Denise's case is that in 2003, he was arrested after he visited her grave. After sitting near the grave for a while, Daniel stood up and kicked down Denise's headstone, breaking a porcelain picture that had been erected in her memory. Daniel describes this as a nervous breakdown, but several locals believe that this was some sort of sign of guilt, but this has never been proven. And can you really blame the guy for something like this? I mean, grief can present itself in very unusual ways. Investigators have had a number of other suspects over the years, including one in 2010 that seemed so promising that investigators were allowed to exhume the grave of one of these men. Unfortunately, this still didn't lead to any breakthroughs in the case. But that brings us to the lead suspect in this case, an X-ray technician who worked with Denise at the hospital. In April of 2000, investigators learned that Ralph Vanucci had shown some interest in Denise. Considering the two worked so closely together, they had a bit of a casual relationship at work, but Ralph wasn't satisfied with just being friends. Around the time of the crime, Ralph's life was in complete disarray. He'd been grieving the loss of his son, who passed away in a drowning accident. This left him devastated for all the obvious reasons, but the grief didn't end with his son's tragic accident. The incident had weighed heavily on his marriage and ultimately led Ralph to get a divorce, his second divorce specifically. Ralph was doing his best to move on with his life and try to heal from the intense trauma that he had been through, and this led him to chatting up Denise and eventually asking her out. Ralph knew good and well that Denise was married, but he'd heard rumors that she was, well, less than faithful. So he asked her out, but she turned him down. Investigators learned about all this by speaking with Denise's co-workers at the hospital. Almost everyone knew about Denise's affair, explaining that she openly spoke about how terrible her marriage was, describing it as tumultuous at one point, though the affairs definitely weren't helping things. When one of the co-workers was asked if they believed Ralph would have been capable of such a crime, they responded by saying, "I really couldn't say." This response was extremely concerning to detectives, but they quickly learned that Ralph had an alibi for the evening. Just like Daniel, Ralph had been at home with his children that night. Investigators spoke with Ralph about Danyese, but they revealed they had no reason to suspect that he was involved. His alibi checked out, and they believed he was being fully transparent with them, showing no signs of lying or hiding any information. They said the same thing about Daniel and all of the other potential suspects. So where does this leave us today, 23 years later? Well, the ring that was found at the scene of the crime was tested, and it was determined that it did, in fact, contain a viable DNA sample. When this sample was run through CODIS, though, it didn't reveal any matches. To top this off, DNA was found on Danyse's clothing as well. Unfortunately, this sample wasn't nearly as well preserved, and all it proved was that the contributor was a male, but police had already assumed this. But here's the kicker: with genetic genealogy being more promising now than ever before, it's entirely possible that investigators could use this method to narrow down the owner of this gold ring. So it's very likely that this ring may reveal Danyse's killer, hence the title of this video. But unfortunately, for now, detectives have not been able to test the ring. I'm not sure if the ring simply doesn't contain enough DNA for testing, or if they just haven't gotten around to it yet, but police are certainly hopeful that this ring holds the key to solving this case. We don't know if police were able to compare the DNA from the ring to the DNA on Danyse's clothes and confirm that they belong to the same person, but we do know that, as mentioned, the sample found on the ring was considered viable. But I'd be lying if I pretended to know everything that would be required to submit this sample for genetic genealogy. So, more than 23 years later, the case remains unsolved. But investigators and locals are very hopeful that this case will be brought to a close sooner rather than later. In the meantime, officers are asking that if you recognize this ring and you know someone who may have worn a similar one to it back in the year 2000, to call Detective Kevin Kissel at 810-742-2542. I don't know about you, but I'm getting pretty tired of getting robocalls and having to worry about my personal data getting leaked to internet scammers or just annoying salesmen. I believe I have the right to my own personal data, and I'm sure you do too. This is where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me is an all-in-one, hands-free way to remove your personal data from the internet with the simple push of a button. Delete Me's proprietary system will scour the darkest corners of the web and remove information about you, such as your name, age, address, email, phone number, photos, social media links, almost literally everything. After your first 7 days of joining Delete Me, you'll receive your personalized privacy report, detailing all the various places where Delete Me has found your info and what they'll do to get it removed. I've only been using Delete Me for a few weeks now, but I'll be totally honest, I've already seen a dramatic downturn in the number of scam calls and emails I get on a daily basis. I was pretty skeptical about the service at first, but I can tell you firsthand that it works, and it works well. You can join Delete Me right now using my 20% off discount code TIE20, or by clicking the link in the description. Give it a try for yourself and let me know if it works for you. I think you'll be impressed. Thanks to Delete Me for sponsoring today's video. This video is sponsored by Drift. In March of 2022, Meghan Marohn, a high school English teacher, headed out for a hike in Stockbridge, Massachusetts. She had planned a getaway for herself in the stillness of the trees, taking time to unwind from a particularly hectic school year. The only problem was, the weather that day was anything but accommodating. As storms were blowing in, freezing rain, wind, and snow beat down on the town of Stockbridge. Before long, Meghan disappeared, and her family doesn't believe she visited the park that day of her own free will. They believe she was kidnapped. None of Meghan's friends or family believe the official story from police, and the mountains of evidence suggest that Meghan may have been harassed, stalked, or worse. Before we get started with today's story, I want to show you guys an amazing new product I found. It's being put out by Scentbird's new sister company, Drift. I'm sure you all know about Scentbird and the amazing fragrances that they put out, and Drift continues that legacy, designing fragrances for your home or car. All of the materials that Drift uses are sustainably sourced, and my favorite part is that all of their fragrances are pure, natural essential oils. With prices of around $9 for wood or metal products and only $14 for stone, it's difficult to beat the value that Drift offers. These scents are extremely long-lasting, giving you around 30 days of use per freshener. In your starter kit, you'll receive the scent and a clip that can attach to your car's sun visor or countless areas around your home. One of the coolest aspects of Drift is that they offer a scent of the month, which is inspired by the season, as well as all the memories and emotions you may attach to it. This limited edition fragrance changes every month in an effort to keep you from going nose blind, which is a very real thing in the world of fragrances. This ensures that your home or car continue to smell fresh year-round. Drift's subscription is super flexible, and you can change the frequency of your deliveries as well as the choice of scent. Make sure you use coupon code TY55, that's TY55, for 55% off your first month at drift.co. You can check out links for Drift below. Thanks to Drift for sponsoring today's video. Meghan Marohn was a bit of a character. She was very eccentric. It was one of her characteristics that her friends loved most about her. She wasn't afraid to be the person that she wanted to be. She was weird, quirky, maybe even a bit off-putting to some people, but Meghan was incredibly kind, loving, and always had the best interest of others at the forefront of her mind. Meghan was the kind of person who anyone could depend on. Whether you were an old friend or new, Meghan was there for you. She was also a difficult person to not love. She didn't have any ill will towards anyone as far as I could tell, well, with the exception of one man. More on him later. Meghan had a deep love for children and always wanted to make sure that they had the best chance at life. When you think of a high school teacher, you may think of a middle-aged man or woman who's truly at wit's end, hoping and praying for the summer months to come quicker, but that wasn't the kind of person that Meghan was. She loved every moment that she had with her students. She had a true passion for educating the next generation, and this enthusiasm showed. She was always doing her best to keep her students engaged and interested in the work that she'd prepared for them, coming up with interesting and unique ways of presenting her lessons and lectures. Being an English teacher, she had a profound connection with literature and the written word. She was known for her love of poems, and a comment from one of her close friends claimed that she had poetry plastered all over the walls of her home, presumably poetry that she'd written herself or poems that she connected with from other writers. Being a friend or colleague of Meghan was truly a gift. All of her loved ones have echoed this sentiment. But everyone in Meghan's life wasn't quite so friendly and caring. In fact, one man in particular took every opportunity to make sure that Meghan's life, particularly her work life, was as miserable as possible. This man was truly despicable and took every opportunity to badger Meghan, and some people believe this man may have been willing to go to great lengths to silence Meghan once and for all. It's clear to see that Meghan was a very outgoing and passionate woman, but her unique way of life, combined with her usual personality, was a bit of an acquired taste for some of her peers. Her childlike enthusiasm may have been a bit too much for some people to deal with, but her friends remember this as one of her most precious attributes. Meghan began teaching at Shaker High School in New York sometime around 2018 or 2019. She was single and lived alone in Del Mar. She always pursued various relationships, but in Meghan's eyes, she feared that a long-term commitment may simply not be in her future, though this wasn't for a lack of trying. Meghan, being 42 years old, was a thrill to be around, but it seemed as though she always managed to attract the wrong kind of partner. She'd been hurt by more men than she cared to count, but all she truly wanted was to find a husband and start a family. But for Meghan, this simply wasn't in the cards. She had always talked about her love for children and how she desperately wanted a child of her own, and as the years progressed, the weight of her desire to start a family began to drag her down in the darkest of ways, with some descriptions of Meghan's final moments suggesting that she may have fallen into a deep depression. But truthfully, this was the least of Meghan's concerns in 2022, when an otherwise normal school year would turn into the stuff of nightmares. Unfortunately, we don't know all the specifics of what took place. Much of this information has been withheld by her family to protect her privacy, or she simply never shared it in the first place. All we know is that Meghan had serious issues with one of her colleagues, a male colleague. When investigators spoke with her brother, he explained that he didn't know the full story, but he knew that one of her coworkers had caused her a lot of heartache. Another one of Meghan's friends wrote a memoir about her, entitled Fragments of Meghan, and went into a bit more detail, but still refused to explain the full extent of the grief that Meghan had been dealing with. All I've been able to piece together is that Meghan had repeated run-ins with this man, and he seems to have caused her to fear for her life. According to a Daily Mail article, Meghan was reportedly being brutally harassed and intimidated, seemingly on a daily basis by this man. If I had to guess, the context of some of these claims seems to suggest that the man may have been romantically interested in her, but that's purely a guess. Whatever his deal was, Meghan wasn't into it, and she let him know this time and time again, but he just wasn't getting the message. As time passed by, his remarks and threats only grew worse. The situation grew to be so severe that the school board offered to let Meghan have the remainder of the year off, even going as far as offering to pay her during that time period. Meghan accepted this offer, and it appears as though she made plans to work for the school for the remainder of this year. Then she planned on leaving and returning back to her friends and family who lived in Washington. According to a friend, the school was wearing Meghan down like sandpaper, and she couldn't wait to get out of there. In the weeks leading up to the crime, Meghan's upbeat and quirky demeanor had taken a downturn. This once happy-go-lucky woman was now a fragment of her former self, with her friends saying that her emotions had become disjointed and something inside of her had broken. We don't know if the weight of her troubles at school had become more than she could carry, or if there was much more going on than anyone could have known about. But during her time off, Meghan decided to visit one of her friends down in New Orleans. The friend had been deeply worried about her, so she offered to spend a few weeks together with Meghan to help her get back on her feet and ensure that she was okay. The friend hadn't seen Meghan in person in about 2 years, considering they lived over 1,000 miles apart. But when Meghan arrived, her friend barely recognized her. Meghan had lost a serious amount of weight and had been consumed by her anxiety. While she put on a strong front on the outside, inside, Meghan was struggling to keep her head above water. Her friends say that she was very jumpy, acting paranoid, and every little noise made her come out of her skin, almost like someone or something was after her. Meghan spent the following few weeks hanging out in New Orleans, seeing all the beautiful sights that the town has to offer. But before long, it was time for her to go. But rather than head straight back to New York, Meghan had made plans to stay in Stockbridge, Massachusetts for a while, clearing her head for a few weeks to a few months before making her preparations to pack up her things in New York and head off to Washington to be with her family later on in June. But unfortunately, Meghan would never get the chance to see her family again. In fact, Meghan would never leave the state of Massachusetts. Meghan had been staying at the Red Lion Inn in Stockbridge. On the morning of Sunday, March 27th, she asked an employee at the inn for directions to Church Street nearby. The problem is that there were 2 streets with the same name within a few miles of one another. One of these streets was located in Lee, while the other was located in Stockbridge. The employee gave her instructions on how to get to Lee, but Meghan's friend believes that she intended to go to Church Street in Stockbridge, as it was next to a cemetery, a place that Meghan was known to frequent to connect with the spirits of those that had passed on. Meghan had the belief that she could communicate with the energy and spirits of those who were no longer with us. This led her to often make trips to cemeteries in her local area and in the towns that she visited, finding peace in the presence of the dearly departed. Meghan thanked the employee and headed off toward Church Street, but she was never seen again. By March 29th, 2 days later, Meghan's family had not heard from her. She hadn't been calling or checking in as she usually did. Her family grew concerned and filed a missing person report. That same day, her car was found parked at a trailhead on Church Street in Lee. It's been reported that not only was her car found parked at the trailhead, but her car was actually blocking the entrance to the trail, a very strange clue that investigators seem to have glossed over. When detectives began taking statements from the locals, they learned that Meghan's car had been left here since the 27th. Bad weather had torn through the area since Meghan's disappearance, and it's been reported that terrible rain, storms, high winds, and snow had blown in. All the while, Meghan's car was left there seemingly untouched. Police searched the vehicle and found that it had been left unlocked. Virtually everything that Meghan was known to have been carrying with her was gone. Her keys, laptop, phone, hotel key, wallet, and her favorite stuffed animal were all missing. This was when Meghan's friends knew that something was wrong, but it seems that police were still largely unconcerned. Investigators claimed that they had no reason to suspect foul play, but her family denied these claims. Still, detectives searched every square inch of the surrounding area for Meghan, but they came up empty-handed. They sent out search teams, drones, sniffer dogs, and even diving teams to search all the nearby bodies of water, but there was not a single trace of Meghan to be found. After her disappearance, locals, friends, and loved ones continued to search for her for several weeks. Missing person posters were put up all over town with a particular focus on the trailhead where she had disappeared. But this is where things get extremely interesting. Dozens of missing person posters were placed all throughout the trail where Meghan's car was found. But no sooner than the signs were hung up, they were all torn down. Everyone thought this was strange. After all, who would want to tear down so many missing person posters? Her loved ones returned all of the posters back to the posts and trees where they had been, only for them to all be torn down once again in a matter of days. We don't know who is responsible for hanging all of these flyers, but whoever it was, they were growing tired of the games. So they decided to install a trail camera to try to catch who was doing this. Well, that didn't work either. This time, not only were all of the posters torn down, but the trail camera was stolen, taking all of the footage along with it. But it was around this same time that detectives got their first and only breakthrough in her case. Meghan had been found. On September 1st, more than 6 months after Meghan had gone missing, she was found, but not in the way that investigators had hoped for. It was announced that her remains were located on Fox Hollow Drive, about a 6-minute drive from the trailhead where she had presumably vanished. The only problem is that her discovery still yielded no clues. There was no sign of a struggle and no evidence left behind, aside from her remains, obviously. Meghan's body was sent to the local medical examiner, and it took them quite some time to even confirm that the remains belonged to Meghan. In the end, after this confirmation, all they were able to conclude was that Meghan had THC in her system at the time of her demise, but nothing more. This obviously played no part in how she lost her life, meaning that the examination was essentially useless. There were no obvious signs of trauma, nor were there any broken bones. There was nothing in her system or nearby to suggest that she had taken her own life, or that someone had taken her life from her. It was a total mystery what had taken place here, and all this time later, there's still no indication of what may have happened to her. But things get interesting when you hear about the remarks that her family and friends had made about her sudden and unexpected disappearance. Many of Meghan's friends believe that she may have been stalked. It seems that these rumors are based on the fact that she'd been acting so strangely in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, but no one has revealed who may have been following her. The natural assumption here is that the stalker could have been the same person who'd been harassing her at school, and this is certainly a possibility. The drive from her school in New York to the area where she was found was only around 3 hours. In fact, Meghan disappeared on a Sunday, so the suspect, being a school employee, wouldn't have even needed to miss work in order to find her and follow her. The man could have tracked Meghan down, taken her life, and easily made it back home with time to spare, and none of his coworkers would have been the wiser. The plot only thickens when you hear a remark from Meghan's brother shortly after her disappearance. GPS data was pulled, and it appears as though this came from her cell phone, but I honestly haven't been able to confirm where this data was actually pulled from. I'm just guessing here. But the data suggests that Meghan never made it to the park on Church Street. Yes, her car was obviously found there, but the GPS data shows that Meghan was never anywhere near that park when she vanished. Her GPS movement stopped several miles from the park, and they never moved again after this. Yet her car was found parked right at the entrance to the trail on Church Street. I don't know about you, but this obviously means that Meghan's car had been moved after she lost her life. Yet police say that they found no evidence to suggest that foul play was involved. I I can't even come up with words here. This is as clear as it gets when it comes to foul play. I mean, what could they think happened here? I mean, did Meghan come back from beyond the grave to just drive her car 3 miles away? Someone had to have driven her car to the trailhead that day, but who this person was and why they bothered to move her car remains a mystery. Ever since her disappearance, Meghan's bank accounts have remained untouched. None of her cards have been used, so even though her belongings were all missing, it doesn't seem like the suspect ever tried to steal anything else from her, which essentially rules out robbery as a motive in my book. Police did search her car for DNA and fingerprints, but the results were never publicly recorded. It seems safe to assume that nothing of value was found here, or the person responsible would have already been brought in for questioning, and there's no mention of this ever happening. The last update that I've been able to track down was from December of 2022, and it appears as though police still only have the case classified as a missing person case, and it doesn't appear that Meghan's disappearance is under investigation any longer. The cause of her passing has never been reclassified as a homicide, even though that's pretty clearly what took place here. While investigators never determined what exactly happened, they've given us every reason to believe that the case is now closed, and it appears as though they couldn't care less about getting to the bottom of things. I try to remain optimistic in cases like this. Maybe police will investigate things further if they come across new information. But for now, it seems like they're content with labeling this as nothing more than a mysterious accident. This is seriously heartbreaking for both Meghan and for her friends and family, but with a police department that's so dead set on closing the case, there isn't really much else that can be done. As it stands, Meghan's family and friends believe that they likely know her killer, and they'd love to reveal his name. But unfortunately, without any tangible evidence, we can't go around pointing fingers. All of her closest friends believe that the person responsible is most likely the man who'd been harassing her at school for the months leading up to her disappearance. But there's simply nothing that can be done if the police aren't willing to take these allegations seriously. In cases like this, I usually like to include a case number and a phone number at the end of the video, asking for you guys to call in if you happen to have any information. But with a police force that's so clearly incompetent, it would just be a waste of breath. Maybe one day Meghan's case will be solved, but for now, we're left with nothing but unanswered questions and a mountain of evidence to suggest that someone had certainly been following Meghan that day, and it's almost guaranteed that she met her end at the hands of a bloodthirsty coworker. I choose to believe that the truth will eventually come out. It almost always does. But for now, the case of Meghan Marohn is just another heartbreaking, disappointing tragedy. Alexis Rasmussen was invited to the home of Eric and Dee Millerberg one night in 2011, under the pretense of babysitting for the couple while they spent the night out. Alexis needed the extra money and knew the couple well, so she agreed. But Eric and Dee had no plans of heading out that evening, and instead subjected Alexis to a night of terror like nothing she could have ever imagined. This case is going to be very difficult to cover, but it's also a very important case to talk about. Alexis Rasmussen was, by every definition, your typical teenage girl. She was born in January of 1995, making her just 16 years old at the time of the crime in 2011. Alexis was a girl who seemed excited about what the future had in store for her. Some of her favorite hobbies included reading, dancing, and shopping, but more than anything, she loved hanging out with her friends. Alexis had a strong support system of girls her age, friends she could tell anything to. But Alexis's life was far from perfect. We don't know much about Alexis's home life or her relationship with her parents, but what we do know is that she had a brother that she loved dearly. The two would fight all the time, but not in any serious way. It was always your typical sibling rivalry, and things rarely ever got out of hand. Alexis knew that she had a family that cared about her deeply, and she knew she could depend on most of her family members when she needed them the most. But unfortunately, Alexis was battling demons that her parents never knew about. While she put on a front of being a happy-go-lucky teen girl with the world in the palm of her hand, she was hiding dark secrets unlike anything you could imagine a teenager going through. Alexis met Dee and Eric Millerberg in the spring of 2011. She'd been looking for a way to make some extra pocket money for when she went shopping with her friends, and she felt like babysitting would be a great way to make some extra cash. So when she found out that the Millerbergs were needing someone to watch over their children every once in a while, she jumped at the opportunity. It didn't take long for the Millerbergs to become close friends with Alexis. After all, she had a strong, likable personality, and the Millerbergs seemed like great people. But Alexis would soon learn that there was far more going on within the Millerberg family than she could have ever imagined. The problem is that Alexis looked up to the couple. Now, Alexis had parents who loved her dearly, and she seemed to have been well aware of her parents' love and support for her. But as I'm sure we all know, when you're a teen, you're looking for literally anyone to look up to except your parents. It's a time in life when you're doing your best to discover your own identity outside of your family and your parents. So Alexis dove headfirst into the Millerbergs' lifestyle and friendship, feeling like she'd finally found a place where she truly belonged. A place where she could discover new things about herself and begin blossoming into an adult. She had a lot of respect for the Millerberg family, so she began spending more and more time with the couple. But what began as a simple babysitting opportunity quickly turned into much more than Alexis could have ever bargained for, and certainly more than Alexis's parents knew about. As it would turn out, even though Alexis looked up to the Millerbergs as role models, Eric and Dee were far from being model citizens. In fact, if you ask me, they proved themselves to be some of the worst people I've ever talked about on true crime stories, and you guys know that that's certainly saying a lot. Eric and Dee, in a span of about 6 months, would turn a beautiful 16-year-old girl into a shell of her former self. Alexis became someone her friends could barely recognize, losing all sense of self and purpose and becoming trapped in an addiction that few people are able to make it out of. Before I go any further, I need to make one thing clear, that the timeline of events and specifics of this case all come from testimonies given by the perpetrators, not the victim or her family. Alexis's family has been largely silent about this case, and that's to be expected. Her family was grieving a loss that most of us couldn't even fathom, so you can't blame them for just wanting to maintain their privacy. Unfortunately, that means that we don't have much clarity on certain aspects of the case, and we basically just have to take the Millerbergs' word for it. So if any of you guys happen to have known Alexis's family or maybe lived in the area where this occurred, then feel free to clarify any details that may be inaccurate in the comments below. But according to the Millerbergs, after Alexis had babysitted for the family a handful of times, their relationship began to grow. Instead of only coming over to babysit, Alexis began coming over just to hang out with the family. It was during one of these visits that the Millerbergs offered Alexis alcohol. Keep in mind, Alexis was only 16 and the legal drinking age in the US is 21. Now, it's no secret that teens often end up finding alcohol at a much younger age anyway, but the Millerbergs openly offered it to Alexis on a regular basis. So she considered their home to be a place to get away from all the rules and regulations of her everyday life. It was a place where she could just hang out and be herself without being judged by everyone around her. Now, I'm sure most of us could get over the idea of alcohol, but the Millerbergs very quickly began upping the ante. Not only were they providing her with alcohol, but they soon began providing her with much harder numbing agents, the kind that you rarely come back from. Now, I'm not talking about the typical stuff that your uncle probably grows in the back of his garden. I'm talking about the stuff that you often hear about in trailer parks and whatnot when someone's house explodes in the middle of the night. The Millerbergs had quickly turned Alexis into an addict, a functioning one, but still an addict nonetheless. In fact, towards the end of her life, Alexis would begin accepting payment in the form of these substances rather than asking the couple for cash. These mind-altering experiences turned an innocent teenage girl into a fragment of the girl that she used to be. And soon enough, things got even worse, if you could possibly imagine such a thing. Now, I'm gonna be very careful how to word this next statement because it's not something most of us need to hear, but it is important in painting an accurate picture of Eric and Dee. I'm sure we all know that when you're married, there are certain aspects of your relationship that you want to keep behind closed doors. But in the Millerberg household, doors were always open. and anyone was allowed to join in. Sometimes it was even encouraged, and Alexis was around for all of this. To call this sickening would be a disservice to children everywhere. This, by all accounts, is maddening, and I can't wrap my head around how broken a human being must have been to be involved in something like this. But the worst is yet to come. It was September 10th, 2011. Alexis had been invited over to the Millerberg home because the couple needed to head out to go shopping for their daughter's birthday. But no sooner than Alexis arrived, plans changed. No babysitting or shopping ended up happening that day. Within minutes of Alexis arriving at the house, Eric offered her a mixed cocktail of various things. He injected her at least 3 times within a matter of minutes. Mind you, just a single injection would have been enough for a full-sized adult, but Alexis was rather small and still a teenager. Eric and Alexis then went to the bedroom for some private time away from Dee, but after a short while, Alexis's mind had begun to shift. She went from having the time of her life to feeling like she was living in a nightmare. Her thoughts began to spiral, and Dee says that she began to freak out. Before long, she was completely disoriented and it started to get extremely cold. Blankets and sheets weren't nearly enough, so she asked the Millerbergs if she could take a hot bath to try to get warm. After about 45 minutes, Dee came in to check on her and found that she was still cold. Dee helped her get out of the bath and wrapped her in a blanket, helping her lie down in another bedroom. The couple reportedly assumed that she would be fine and would snap out of it, but she never did. She only got colder and colder, but there wasn't much the Millerbergs could do for her, at least not in their eyes. After a short while, Eric and Dee stepped outside for a cigarette. They came back inside about 30 minutes later and found Alexis completely unresponsive. Dee was the only person who even remotely tried to help her. When she noticed Alexis wasn't breathing, she attempted to perform CPR, but it didn't help. The obvious choice here would have been to call 911 for help, but neither Dee nor Eric were prepared to do this. According to Dee, her first thought was that the two were going to lose their kids. Their lives, as they knew it, would essentially be over. They didn't feel like there was any hope for Alexis, so they never called anyone. What's really interesting about this decision is that Dee is a registered nurse, and Narcan would have been an obvious option. Narcan can be administered after an overdose like this, and most of the time, it can bring someone back from the brink. I've seen the miracles that it can work firsthand. Most ambulances keep it on hand for situations like this, so a simple 911 call would have almost certainly saved Alexis's life. But the Millerbergs weren't willing to do this. Instead, they let Alexis lose her life, cold, alone, and terrified. Police revealed later on that at the time of the crime, Eric was on parole for a prior burglary charge and a firearm charge. He was also known to be in a prison gang. Dee, on the other hand, had outstanding court dates after she was arrested for writing fraudulent prescriptions and for child endangerment charges. The seemingly clean-cut couple that Alexis had looked up to were very quickly turning out to be little more than thieves and criminals. Faced with the fact that in their eyes they had nowhere else to turn, the couple decided to stuff Alexis into a footlocker, later taking it out to the trunk of their car. They then left the home, leaving their 6-year-old daughter behind, unattended for hours. But thankfully, they took their toddler with them. Now, I say thankfully, but really, these two were driving all over the place, higher than you could imagine, and a small child was in the back seat, and a body was in the trunk. There's really nothing to be thankful for here, so maybe thankfully isn't the best word to describe this situation, but at least the kid wasn't alone, though he may have been better off that way. The two eventually made their way to a remote patch of woods, where they took Alexis out of the footlocker and dumped her body, face down in the dirt. They then covered her up with sticks, leaves, and dirt so that she couldn't easily be seen by passersby. The couple then drove to a dumpster and threw out Alexis's purse. They then drove to another dumpster and cut the carpet out of their car, trying to throw it away to remove any evidence that may have been left behind. They then drove home and acted like the whole thing never happened. After the couple finished up with one of the most disturbing crimes anyone could imagine, they moved on with their life. Meanwhile, the lives of the Rasmussen family were falling apart from every angle. Alexis's parents desperately waited for her to return home that day, but she never arrived. Obviously, before long, she was reported missing to the police, but there was absolutely no trace of her to be found. I'm not sure if her parents knew that she'd been heading over to babysit for the Millerberg family that day. Reports haven't really suggested where all police may have looked for her, but I would wager that her parents weren't aware of these plans, even though she planned on being out for several hours that day. What we do know is that Alexis had run away from home at least once before. So the family seems to have been operating under the assumption that she was just hiding out somewhere, likely with friends. No one would ever have expected such a heartbreaking scenario would have played out behind the family's back. The truth is, police likely would have never found out the truth if it hadn't been for one man, Eric Smith, also known as Peanut. According to the police, they had no idea that Alexis was in trouble or that she'd gotten involved with the wrong crowd. Peanut was a member of the same prison gang as Eric Millerberg, and there are varying accounts about how Peanut became involved in the crime. One source claims that Peanut was with Eric and Dee when they disposed of the evidence, but another source says that Peanut was simply told about the crime after it had happened. Either way, Alexis had been missing for more than a month. The crime had begun to weigh heavily on Peanut's mind. He knew how desperate Alexis's family must have been, and when he finally came forward, he told police that he wanted to reveal what had happened to Alexis to put her family at ease. He only requested that he be given immunity for keeping the crime a secret for so long, and police agreed to this. When they asked him why he suddenly had a change of heart, Peanut responded with one simple statement, saying, "I also have a 16-year-old daughter." Peanut came clean to the police, revealing every last detail he had ever heard about the case. He even offered to lead police to the dump site. When the police rode out to the patch of woods, he took them directly to the area where Alexis had been left behind, finally bringing this nightmare to an end, at least for investigators. The truth is, for the Rasmussen family, the nightmare had only just begun. Police were quick to track down the Millerbergs, arresting them both and sending them to trial. The court case had a bit of a twist that I, for one, certainly didn't see coming. When Dee was asked about what had taken place that day, she responded that she was willing to open up about everything, but she wanted to be protected from her husband during the trial, and she wanted a lighter sentence in exchange for her cooperation. Her husband, on the other hand, wouldn't say a single word to investigators or detectives. Dee then turned her back on her husband and explained everything. Every last detail about the couple's relationship with Alexis, and the events that transpired on that fateful day in September. In exchange for her participation, Dee received a sentence of just 5 years in prison. Eric, on the other hand, didn't get off so lightly. You may be expecting that he was sent to prison for life, but he wasn't. Well, not really anyway. Eric was found guilty of 3 major crimes: homicide, obstruction of justice, and one charge for having relations with Alexis when she was still a teen. Even though Alexis technically consented to it, though she was obviously under the influence of who knows what, so consent is highly debatable. But one of these charges has a sentence of 1 to 15 years. Another has a sentence of up to 5 years, and the final charge has a sentence of 5 years to life. The only problem is that Eric will be eligible for parole in 2046. While this may seem like a long way away, it's not. There isn't a sentence long enough for Eric, and a mere 5 years certainly isn't long enough for Dee either. In fact, Dee has already been released, and she's now a free woman. But the Rasmussen family will never be free. Nothing can ever bring back Alexis, and nothing can ever atone for the nauseating crimes that Eric and Dee committed. Alexis had such a bright and vibrant future ahead of her, but she lost it all because of these pathetic, repulsive monsters. It was a cool October evening in 2015. Zoe Hastings was just 18 years old and had left her home to head to her church to start preparing for a mission trip that she'd be attending the following month. Investigators say she never made it to her church that night. In fact, she didn't make it further than a quarter mile from her home before she became embroiled in a tragic series of events and would never make it back. See, on her way to church, Zoe stopped by a local Walgreens to visit a Redbox movie kiosk. No sooner than she got out of her car to rent a movie, a man sneakily approached her from behind. He made a very simple command: shut your mouth and get in. Zoe Hastings lived alongside her family in Dallas, Texas, and was deeply devoted to her faith, being a very active member of her local church, a branch of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. When Zoe wasn't at school or hanging out with her friends or family, chances are she could be found doing something for her church. Her dedication was unlike anything most people would imagine, and she made every effort to put her religion before everything else in her life. Outside of her religion and her family, Zoe had just recently graduated from Booker T. Washington High School for the Performing Arts, which is also located in Dallas. But it's never been mentioned what Zoe planned on doing after school was over, outside of the obvious activities that she had planned with her church. She was also a very well-respected swimming instructor at the White Rock YMCA, so it's pretty clear Zoe had her hands in a lot of different things. She was a genuinely talented young woman with so much promise. Zoe's father, Jim, was actually a bishop for the family's church, and he helped out with the church's finances, but he also taught some of the services there as well. He even spent one night per week helping members of the church with any issues they may have been dealing with, be it family problems, spiritual issues, or otherwise. He was a great example for Zoe, so it's easy to see how she became so deeply involved in her faith. Zoe's mother, on the other hand, was also a shining example and an amazing woman. Cheryl Hastings, more than anything else, loved being a mother, so much so that she actually put her entire career on hold when the family welcomed their third child into the world. After things settled down a little bit, Cheryl eventually decided to go back to work after finishing her education to become a nurse. She was actually attending schooling to get her master's degree when this case unfolded. The Hastings were all part of a relatively large family, with Zoe being one of 5 children. Considering Zoe was the oldest, it's safe to say that her siblings most likely looked up to her quite a bit, and Zoe seems to have taken pride in being a great example for them. Cheryl's mother actually recalled one particular moment that is a perfect example of the type of person that Zoe was, saying that on the Friday before she vanished, Zoe wrote a note to their mailman and put it in their mailbox, asking what his favorite drink was, what his favorite candy bar was, and several other things to get to know him better. She wasn't just doing this to be nice and show interest, she actually planned to go out and buy the man some of his favorite things so that she could show her appreciation for his hard work. But unfortunately, that mailman would never get to know the true extent of Zoe's kindness. That's because before she could show it, Zoe vanished. It was Sunday, October 11th, 2015. Zoe was heading to a meeting at her church where she would be discussing an upcoming mission trip that she'd been looking forward to for weeks. She left her home at about 4:40 p.m. and planned on stopping by a local Walgreens on her way to church. This Walgreens was actually within view of her home, less than a quarter mile away, and you could see the big Walgreens sign from the front lawn. Court records show that Zoe made it to the Walgreens by about 4:42 p.m. that evening, where she approached the Redbox kiosk located just outside the front door of the building. Now, for those of you that may not be located in the United States, or maybe you've just never seen a Redbox kiosk, it's basically a movie rental kiosk where you just walk up, touch a screen to select a movie you want to rent, and then out pops the DVD or Blu-ray of that movie. When you're done, you just bring the movie back and pay a daily fee for however long you had the movie. On this particular night, Zoe stopped by the Walgreens to return a movie that she'd previously rented. She drove up near the kiosk in her family's minivan and hopped out of the car. She wasn't outside of the car for more than a few seconds when a witness spotted a strange-looking man approaching Zoe's vehicle. This witness worked at a tattoo parlor that was located in the same intersection as the Walgreens. He said that as he looked across the street, he noticed Zoe getting out of her van, returning the movie, and then turning back to get into her van. No sooner than she arrived at the driver's side of the van, a short, heavy-set man rapidly approached the door, grabbing it and preventing Zoe from closing it. The witness says that he couldn't make out what the two were saying, but he mentioned that the man was overly animated and said their conversation lasted no more than 5 seconds before Zoe scooted over into the passenger seat, allowing the man to drive the van. The witness says that at this point, he believed the two must have known each other, considering how little resistance Zoe put up against him. He also added that he saw this same man later on that day around dusk. But a separate witness report tells a slightly different story. This report comes from a homeless man who was sitting across the street from the Walgreens when the scene unfolded. He says that the heavy-set man approached Zoe rapidly and aggressively while doing his best to sneak up on her from behind. The homeless man mentioned that the suspect was walking incredibly strangely, but was trying not to gather too much attention. He says that as soon as the man approached the side of the car, it was clear Zoe was uncomfortable. He said the man put his arms around the doorway of the vehicle so Zoe couldn't get away, all the while reaching into his pocket for something. The witness says he immediately noticed this encounter was not friendly, so he did his best to try to run across the street to confront them, but there was so much traffic that he couldn't make it across in time. By the time he got there, the man had already sped away with Zoe in the passenger seat, so he did the only thing he knew to do, and he ran to the closest convenience store to call 911. But interestingly, police say that they have no record of this 911 call taking place, so it's entirely possible the man made this part of the story up. When digging a bit deeper into this witness's history, he also had a warrant out for his arrest, so I would tend to say this 911 call probably never happened. But either way, the remainder of his statement does appear to be true, as we'll see in just a moment. On the evening that Zoe vanished, she was expected to be at her church for the aforementioned mission trip prep class at about 5 p.m. Unfortunately, she never made it to the church that evening. She was expected to return home around 6:30 p.m. for family dinner. She never made it home either. When Zoe missed out on dinner, her parents began calling and texting her phone over and over again, but she never picked up. When all else failed, her family resorted to calling several of her friends and church members, but friends hadn't seen her, and church members said she never showed up for the prep class that evening. It would be around 10 p.m. when Zoe's parents had finally had enough, and that's when they decided to call in the help of the local police and officially report Zoe Hastings as missing. After Zoe's parents reported her missing, it didn't take long before one of her family members found out that they could use the Find My iPhone app on their phone to track down Zoe's last known location. This would take place early the following morning on October 12th. Now, I'm not sure how they managed to do this without Zoe's password, but it didn't take them long to pull up the info and, rather strangely, find out that Zoe was just 5 minutes away from home. Without hesitation, the family loaded into the car and headed off in the direction of Zoe's phone. But that's when they were met with a sight they wished they could erase from their memory. As the family drew closer to the location that had been pinned on the map, they noticed flashing lights just in the distance. As they pulled up to the area, they realized these lights were encompassing the exact spot where Zoe's phone had last pinged. When Zoe's family pulled over and exited the car, they were approached by several police officers who shared news that no parent wants to hear. Unfortunately, by the time first responders made it to the scene, there was nothing they could do. Zoe had lost her life. But what happened? To her parents, this whole situation, it just seemed so sudden, so completely out of left field. Well, according to detectives, earlier that morning, a man named Kurt was out walking his dog when he noticed another man running in his direction, frantically trying to get his attention. As the man approached, it was obvious that he was upset and visibly shaken. He called out to Kurt and shouted something along the lines of, "There's a car and a girl down in this creek," pointing to a large ditch or a culvert area that was nearby. The unidentified man then led Kurt over to where the car was located, nearby Easton Road and Lippett Avenue. When the two arrived, there was incredibly dense brush that filled the area, but a white van could clearly be seen from the roadside, poking out from the brush. The unidentified man then descended down the steep embankment to check out the van. When he approached, he found Zoe nearby, completely unresponsive. The man then made his way back to the street, informed Kurt of what was going on, then ran away before police could arrive, leaving Kurt to call 911 on his own. Police arrived at the scene of the crime in record time, but unfortunately, there was just nothing they could do. They found Zoe lying face down about 20 feet from the driver's side door of her minivan. The van had been driven down the embankment and crashed into the bottom of the creek, meaning the van was merely vertical when police found it. When detectives began collecting evidence and photos from the scene of the crime, it was very clear what had taken place here. Zoe had been abducted, taken advantage of, and then dumped here with no regard. As investigators combed through the thick foliage, they managed to find a knife covered in red stains that had been tossed near the top of the embankment. Before long, detectives also found Zoe's phone, and when looking at location data, they found that she'd arrived at this creek at exactly 5:01 p.m. the night before. meaning she likely lost her life just 15 minutes after leaving her home that night. Police made a comment about the state of the crime scene, stating that Zoe had been subjected to what they called, quote, obvious homicidal violence, but they refused to describe much else other than this. Thankfully, Zoe's family were prevented from getting too close to the crime scene, with one police officer stepping in and telling the family they weren't allowed to get any closer because they'd not be able to forget what they saw that day. Zoe's parents have said that since that moment, they've made every effort to never see a single photo from the scene of the crime from that awful evening, choosing to remember their daughter for who she was rather than what she eventually became at the hands of some cruel, heartless monster. After police spent several hours scouring every square inch of the crime scene, they were left with a considerable amount of evidence stored away. Typically, in cases like this, it can take detectives and forensic experts quite a long time to come up with a list of suspects. But thankfully, in this case, that wasn't true. In fact, the person who did this to Zoe left behind every last shred of evidence that prosecutors would need to find him. Not only was this guy a cold-blooded waste of breath, but the man was also a world-class idiot. It's like he left a roadmap for investigators to follow in a typical X marks the spot fashion. When police looked over the evidence they'd collected from the scene of the crime, they realized they'd collected several hairs left behind by the assailant, as well as copious amounts of DNA that were found both on Zoe's body and the knife that had been found near the top of the embankment. Not only this, but they didn't even have to try hard to track down who the DNA belonged to. The man's DNA was already entered into the police database multiple times in the past. By October 24th, 2015, about 2 weeks after the crime unfolded, police announced they'd found their man, Antonio Cochran. Antonio Cochran was quickly identified as the man who witnesses had spotted stalking Zoe in the Walgreens parking lot that fateful evening. His DNA was littered across the entire crime scene, and his DNA was in the police database from various accusations and crimes that he'd committed over the years. When police reviewed his record, they noticed that his crimes were all incredibly violent, and most of them were boiled down to sexual urges. When police spoke with those who knew Antonio growing up, nearly everyone who knew him had nothing good to say about him. He had a handful of people in his life who cared about him, but for the most part, he disgusted nearly everyone he met. Some of his former classmates from high school spoke about how he'd always look at female classmates as though they were a freshly cut piece of steak. He had no regard for them as people. He saw them as nothing more than objects for his own pleasure, making awful faces and gestures at them every chance he got. Just a nasty person. To top this off, Antonio was 37 years old when he was picked up by police, and his record indicated that he'd been accused of having a sexual relationship with his ex-girlfriend's 17-year-old daughter just a few years prior. Though admittedly, these allegations never led to a conviction, though there were numerous first-hand accounts from people who claimed to have known about this relationship, insinuating it had been taking place for at least a few months. But again, these are purely allegations, and Antonio was never convicted for this. Even though police had more than enough evidence to convict Antonio in Zoe's case, they decided to continue digging into his past to try to piece together why he would have done such a thing. This is when they managed to get a hold of his cell phone history. On the day that he claimed Zoe's life and tossed her out like an empty soda can, Antonio had been frantically texting several of his friends. Now, I've got to admit, many of these texts that he sent don't seem to make any sense whatsoever. I'm not sure if this is because he was abbreviating every word to the point that it was simply unreadable, or if this is because he was in such a frazzled state of mind that he couldn't concoct a coherent thought. I really just don't know. But from what I can make out from his texts, Antonio had first texted his roommate and claimed he was going to be moving out. This appears to have been completely unexpected, and he was basically leaving his roommate high and dry. But there does appear to be more to this story than the texts lead on, because he signed off this announcement by saying, "This will be the last you ever hear from me," suggesting there was definitely some bad blood between the two. He then texted an ex-girlfriend and said that a woman named Reina, who'd supposedly been like a mother to Antonio, had passed away unexpectedly, quote, "right in front of me." He then continued texting various people, telling someone known as Mimi that he'd been drinking, driving, and sobbing for hours after hearing the news about Reina, with this text coming through just about an hour before his encounter with Zoe. It's very clear to see that when Antonio abducted Zoe, he was in a very difficult state of mind. The next text Antonio sent would be to someone known as Selena, with him simply saying, "My life is over, you'll find out soon enough." This text was sent about 4 hours after the crimes against Zoe were carried out. Interestingly, the internet history from Antonio's phone showed that he'd made more than 1,100 search requests, but police haven't been clear if all these search requests were done the same day of the crime, or if these were spread out over a certain period of time. But either way, at least 32 of these searches were Antonio checking the local news to see if Zoe's body had been located, as well as checking in to see what police suspected could have happened to her. This information made it painfully clear Antonio was terrified. But where does all this leave us? Well, if the text messages sent from Antonio's phone are to be believed, it sounds like he was most likely incredibly intoxicated at the time that he abducted Zoe. And this probably explained why he was so overly animated in his actions, and probably explains the weird way that he was walking, as described by the 2 eyewitnesses. But still, why did he target Zoe of all people? She never said a word to him, never even looked in his direction. So why grab this innocent girl just because you're drunk and clearly distressed because someone close to you passed away? Truthfully, we don't know. But if you ask me, I don't think it's too much of a long shot to assume it was purely a crime of opportunity. After all, Antonio has an incredibly colorful history with women, particularly involving violent or sexual encounters with women. Even his close friends admitted to this. Honestly, I think this crime was just an example of the kind of person Antonio is. There was no motive, there was no reasoning. He did it because he could, because he wanted to. In court, one of his close friends asked the jury to be lenient on him, saying that he was nothing more than a victim of a bad upbringing. But the jury wasn't going to hear it. Needless to say, when Antonio was sent to trial, he was quickly found guilty and was sentenced to life in prison, having to serve a minimum of 30 years before he'll have any chance at parole. But realistically, I don't see a man this violent and with this dark of a history ever seeing the light of day again. When speaking about the trial, the terrible, cruel treatment his daughter was subjected to, and the future, Zoe's father explained how he and his remaining family members are doing their best to make something good from a bad situation. He admitted that one of the hardest parts of this is trying to teach their remaining children that they are still safe, even though their oldest sister was abducted within eyesight of their home. He says that it's shaken the very foundations of their family, and he and Cheryl just don't know how to make their children feel comfortable again. After Zoe lost her life, Jim dedicated himself even more to the church that he was already doing so much to serve. But he realized that he couldn't help others if he couldn't first help himself. This is when he decided to take time out of every day to deal with his emotions by sketching his family members, a different family member each day. He's created more than 900 drawings of his family members, which he shares on his Instagram account, detailing the incredible range of emotion that he's experienced over these last few years, as well as the freedom that comes from getting these emotions out of his own mind and into the real world. Jim says that he continues to do this every single day, even after all this time. He even used this drawing method to cope with the loss of his mother, who passed away from cancer, drawing a sketch of her every day for the final 6 weeks of her life. Jim says that drawing has helped him to realize just how much he has left to live for, and it's inspired him to make sure he uses his time productively rather than only focusing on the negative. Cheryl, Zoe's mother, has also taken great strides to turn this tragedy into something positive. Cheryl has been a nurse for several years, but around the time that Zoe lost her life, she noticed an advertisement that was recruiting nurses to become specialists who focus on women who'd been assaulted. At first, Cheryl thought this was a terrible idea, but the more she let it sink in, she says that a voice in her head kept urging her to join the program. So she did. No one knows the pain of something like this better than someone who's been affected by it directly, and Cheryl definitely fit that bill. You've got to admit, becoming a nurse for a program such as this, it's not a job anybody wants to do. But the brave, noble, and honorable women who do take on this role, well, they're a breed of their own. Cheryl is very grateful to be able to be part of such a sensitive program, helping these women to cope from the immeasurable pain that they've been put through, and in some small way, make a positive difference in the lives of those who need it more than anyone else. The year is 1975. For the Foreman family, life was moving along perfectly. They had 2 wonderful kids. They were young and deeply in love, and everything was looking up. But on Mrs. Foreman's 25th birthday, tragedy would strike. As her 5-year-old son Jason was playing outside in the woods near their home, he disappeared. The family and nearby neighbors searched for the boy for hours, days, weeks, and eventually years. They found no clues or evidence that would explain his sudden disappearance. The missing boy wouldn't be found until 7 years later, when investigators met with a neighbor who made a truly disgusting confession to a crime of devastating proportions. The Foreman family had been living in South Kingstown, Rhode Island for a number of years. One of the great things about South Kingstown, and one of the things that keeps people coming back, is the beautiful beaches. The town is home to more than 10 miles of undisturbed beaches, as well as several large parks and recreation areas for small families like the Foremans. If this weren't enough, crime also isn't a particularly big deal in South Kingstown, and it never really has been. Sure, there are a few areas where things can get a bit shady, but that's true for just about every city in America. Overall, South Kingstown is just a wonderful place to be, a city rich in history and filled with things to keep young minds occupied while parents go on about their daily lives. For the Foreman family, it doesn't appear like they could have been any happier in their own little slice of heaven. The family lived in the Peacedale area on High Street. A quick look on Google Maps Street View shows that this street is still to this day just stunning. The Foremans lived on top of a hill right next to the local fire station. And from what I can tell, their home used to back up to a patch of dense woods, but it appears as though most of these wooded areas have since been cut down to make way for new housing, but I can't tell that for certain as we don't know what their specific address was. The family consisted of Joyce Foreman, John Foreman, and their 3 kids, Raven, Jason, and Jason's older brother, whose name I wasn't able to determine. The family members all got along well with one another, and there were several other kids who lived in the nearby local area, making it the perfect place to raise a growing family. Jason and his older brother would often hang out with some of these other kids, and this was the case on May 18th of 1975. May 18th was Joyce's 25th birthday. She'd been hanging out at home that day, with Jason and his brother heading out to play for the afternoon. Joyce says that she could hear the kids playing behind the home in the woods all throughout the afternoon, and she last remembers hearing the boys laughing and playing sometime around 3:30 p.m. But soon after that, things got quiet. Joyce didn't think anything of this at the time, but when Jason's brother returned home later that afternoon, Jason was nowhere to be found. His mother went out back to try to round him up, but he was gone. The family all worked together to try to find Jason and bring him home, but it was as though he vanished into thin air. His mother knew he couldn't have gotten very far, and all of the neighbors in the area soon joined in to help search for him, but still, there was no sign of him. We don't know where Jason's older brother may have been during the time that Jason disappeared, but it seems safe to assume that he likely just wandered off with the other children to play elsewhere. Jason's brother hadn't seen him since earlier that afternoon, and with no signs of him by nightfall, the family decided it was time to call in the help of the police. We don't know too much about the search efforts that were conducted for Jason officially, at least not the ones that involved the police. We know that officers took witness statements and searched for Jason far and wide, but most of the specifics of this search have been lost to time, or they were never publicly mentioned in the first place. When searching newspapers from that time period, I wasn't able to find a single mention of Jason until 1982. And that's when things began to take a pretty disturbing turn. By this point, the Foremans had been tirelessly searching for their missing son for more than 7 years. But in all this time, not a single shred of evidence was ever found by investigators. But all of that changed on April 15th. The Foremans had several neighbors who lived in close proximity to them. Their houses were all very close to one another, as is the case in many suburban neighborhoods. This meant that whatever happened at your neighbor's house, you probably knew about it. This was true when news began to spread about a disturbance involving a 14-year-old paper boy named Dale Sherman. Dale had been delivering papers one day when Michael Woodmansee noticed the boy and asked him to come inside for a bit. Michael lived directly across the street from the Foremans, but at the time it doesn't appear as though anyone witnessed Michael talking with the teen. Before their conversation was over, Michael had lured the boy into his home with the promise of giving him alcohol. Dale spoke with the New York Times in March of 2011 and recalled the day that he'd been at Michael's home, saying that Michael made good on his promise to give him alcohol, but that wasn't all he gave him. Dale recalls that soon after drinking the alcohol, he began to get incredibly tired, so much so that he could barely keep his eyes open. While all of this was going on, Michael suddenly stood up and grabbed a nearby bandana, wrapping it around Dale's neck and attempting to take his life. Somehow, in the chaos of all this, Dale managed to fight Michael off and escape his grasp. Dale hightailed it out of there and immediately ran home to tell his father. His father didn't take this report lightly, and rather than call the police, he approached Michael one-on-one. Dale's father walked over to Michael's home, knocked on the door, then promptly punched him in the face. As Dale's father was heading back home, he saw the police at a nearby residence, and he flagged them down and reported what had happened to his son. Police spoke with the two briefly, then asked that everyone come down to the police station so that they could take an official statement and try to get to the bottom of things. And this is where the case took another, much darker turn. When police were speaking with Michael, they began to suspect that he may have had a few more secrets than he was leading them to believe. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly what happened when they questioned him about his assault against Dale. But that's because they began to suspect that Michael may have been holding on to a secret much more disturbing than the one they'd actually been interrogating him about. During their conversations with Michael, at least one of the officers began to wonder if Michael may have had some information about Jason Foreman, the boy who at this point had vanished more than 7 years ago. They didn't want to ask Michael outright for fear that he might clam up and conceal the truth. So gradually, they began to steer the interrogation in a different direction, tossing in questions about Jason Foreman just here and there. But in a shocking twist, Michael actually opened up about what he knew regarding Jason Foreman's disappearance. Before long, he spilled everything he had known about the boy, and even told officers that he knew exactly what happened to Jason and where he was today. We don't know what specifically led to Michael's confession, but while being interrogated about his involvement in the crimes against Dale, Michael came clean and admitted that he had seen Jason on the day that he vanished back in May of 1975. Not only this, but he'd been in direct contact with the boy just minutes before he disappeared. The details of how all of this played out have never been revealed publicly. Even all these years later, police have kept certain aspects of the crime private in order to save the family from any more heartache. All we know for sure is that, much like in the case of Dale, Michael had spoken with Jason and managed to lure him into his house. We don't know how Michael convinced Jason to follow him home, but whatever lies he made up, the boy believed them. This is probably a good time to explain that Michael Woodmansee was just 16 years old at the time that all of this unfolded. He was still a kid himself. But Michael wasn't your typical teen by any means. Michael had seemingly been battling dark fantasies for a long time. But on May 18th of 1975, these fantasies would finally be unleashed. Once Michael had taken Jason to his home, he attacked the young boy. The only aspect of the crime that we know for certain is that at some point in the afternoon, Michael grabbed a knife from his kitchen and ambushed young Jason. Why he did this remains a mystery, but in the end, Jason lost his life. We don't know what he may have done or said to Jason before this crime took place, but we have a pretty hefty suspicion about what took place afterward. See, there's a reason why police never located the remains of Jason. Usually when a person goes missing, if they're not found alive, their remains are found a while later. But that wasn't true in Jason's case. He had simply vanished entirely, never to be seen again. But as police were speaking with Michael about the crime during his interrogation, he made a pretty bizarre statement. After confessing to the crime, he immediately got nervous and mentioned a journal or a diary or some sort of notebook that he kept in his room. He explained to officers that if they searched his home, they would find the book. But he wanted to assure them that whatever was inside this journal was purely fiction. But as far as we can tell, it wasn't. When officers found the book, their jaws hit the floor. This journal didn't just include the ramblings of a teen or a young adult. It included detailed accounts of what had happened to Jason all those years ago. Now, naturally, the exact contents of this book have never been made public. In fact, police haven't released a single word from this journal after all this time. The only reason we know what was inside is because Jason's sister spoke with officers about the journal, and they shared many of the contents with her, and she openly revealed what Michael had done to her brother all those years ago. and I promise it's nothing you would have ever expected. Jason's sister, Raven, is now obviously an adult, and she's spoken with various news outlets in recent years about the contents of Michael's home and what investigators found during their interrogation. Raven says that while police didn't reveal anything about this journal publicly, they did share several key details with her and explain the contents of the journal, though they seem to have refused to show it to her directly. Raven spoke about the contents of the journal and explained that the journal didn't just contain a detailed account of what happened to her brother, but it had become, well, a recipe book of sorts. She says that the journal described in detail what Michael had done to Jason after claiming his life. And to keep it simple and very clear, Michael ate Jason. His motive for doing this has never been clear, but after Jason had been dealt with accordingly, Michael couldn't just ditch Jason's bones in a landfill or toss them in a creek somewhere. No, that would be too weird and twisted. So what better way to hide a body from the police than to clean each of the bones and then encase them in shellac and display them on your dresser? Now, you've probably heard the phrase, "the truth is stranger than fiction." Well, that's certainly true here. While Michael insisted that the contents of this journal were fiction, Raven says that the police have an overwhelming amount of evidence that proves that the accounts written inside this journal were entirely real. Now, some reports claim that Jason's bones were displayed on Michael's dresser as if they were trophies, though other reports claim that the bones had been shellacked and kept inside of a box. I don't know which of these reports is more accurate, but needless to say, investigators had all the evidence they needed to secure a conviction. But this is where the case takes yet another turn, and again, it's not a good one. See, when investigators were pursuing the case, they were running all of the details by the Foreman family. While officers wanted to secure a conviction of first-degree murder, they were concerned about the impact that the trial would have on the Foreman family. Needless to say, the Foreman family had already been to hell and back, and to make them sit through a trial and hear each of the gruesome details of their son's final moments may have just pushed them over the edge. To get past this, police offered Jason's father a way to sidestep this process. Rather than pursue a conviction of first-degree murder, they would pursue second-degree murder. This would still secure Michael Woodmansee a 40-year conviction, but it would keep the family from having to hear all of the details inside the journal, and also keep them from having to see their son's remains on display when they were used as evidence in the trial. Jason's father agreed to this plea deal, and Michael was sent to prison for 40 years instead of getting a life sentence. But once again, the case takes yet another turn, and this may be the darkest twist yet. The backlash from this case was serious. The entire community of South Kingstown was enraged by what Michael had done. And to say that he had a target on his back would be an understatement. When Michael was sent to prison, he had to be sent to an out-of-state facility in Massachusetts for his own protection. But considering he was prosecuted under Rhode Island law, that meant that all of Rhode Island's rules and regulations regarding prisoners were still applicable in Michael's case. One of these being the so-called good time law. This law allows prisoners of various convictions to receive lighter sentences for good behavior. In general, the law will allow a prisoner to have 10 days removed from his sentence for every 30 days of good behavior, essentially lessening some sentences by up to 33%. Now, there's definitely some ifs, ands, and buts regarding this law, but this is, very generally speaking, what the law provides for these prisoners. As you might expect, Michael exploited this law to the best of his ability, and was only required to serve 28 years of a 40-year sentence. When news of this came out publicly and locals found out that Michael would be heading back to Rhode Island in 2011, they were furious. So much so that several locals admitted to purchasing weapons in anticipation of Michael's return. But these weapons weren't to be used for protection. Many locals spoke out against Michael and directly confessed that if he ever stepped foot back in their community, they'd kill him. And they meant it. One of these people was Jason's own father, who has sworn on multiple occasions that he has every intention of killing Michael Woodmansee if he's ever able to find him. Jason's father feels a certain amount of guilt for accepting the plea bargain that was offered by investigators all those years ago. He says that had he known about the good time law, he would have never agreed to that deal. Now, he fears that if Michael is released into society again, he may claim the life of someone else's child, and Jason's father says he feels solely responsible for that possibility. Thankfully, Michael wasn't released, at least not fully. While Michael was released from prison, he agreed to be sent to a mental health facility for the remainder of his life. Michael is in his 60s now, as far as I can tell, and he knew how dangerous it would be if he went back to the Rhode Island community. There were riots and protests all throughout the state, filled with people who wanted to see Michael 6 feet under. When he learned of this news, he knew he didn't stand a chance at having a proper life ever again, and he's now residing at the Eleanor Slater Hospital in Cranston, Rhode Island, where he'll likely remain for the rest of his days. Jason's father, John, says that he'll search high and low to find Michael and ensure that he doesn't hurt anyone ever again. And John's family say that they have every reason to believe that he will follow up on this promise. We don't know if John is satisfied with Michael being released into a mental health facility or if he still plans on following up on these claims, but one thing is for sure, however things may play out, Michael Woodmansee will never be a free man ever again. At least, not for long, so long as John Foreman is around. It was August of 2011 when Katelyn Markham was last seen. She'd been working on her laptop on the evening of August 13th, with a friend noting that she wasn't her usual happy-go-lucky self. She was very reserved and may have even seemed as though something was bothering her, but we don't know for sure. Katelyn was last seen alongside her fiancé just before 11 p.m. that evening, but by the following morning, she was gone. Her fiancé reported her as a missing person, but her case went cold almost as quickly as it had begun. Her remains would be found 2 years later, and the state of her body was, well, confusing. The crime scene just didn't make sense. And worse yet, police were at a loss for who could have been responsible, until they uncovered a shocking clue in the investigation. Before we dive into today's story, I want to let you know about today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is a nutritional supplement that helps with immune support, focus, recovery, and energy. AG1 is an all-in-one powder that is great for helping fulfill your daily nutritional needs, as every serving contains 75 ingredients, including vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and so much more. I've given AG1 a try personally, and the results have been great so far. The flavor is surprisingly solid, and it's not at all what you'd expect. Unlike taking pills every day, AG1 is super easy to use every day. Just add water to the powder, mix it up, and you're ready to go. AG1 is designed to be used straight out of the packet or container, but one of my favorite things to do is mix a bit of peppermint with mine. When you give it a try, be sure to let me know some of the unique ways in the comments that you mix up AG1. I'd love to hear some of your favorite recipes. If you're ready to support both your performance and your immune system, click the first link in the description and give AG1 a try. For signing up using my link, you'll get a year's supply of vitamin D3K2 and 5 travel packs for free with your first purchase. Thanks to AG1 for sponsoring today's video. Katelyn Markham was described as being highly energetic, bubbly, and maybe even a bit weird, but not in a bad way. Oftentimes when cases like this pop up, families tend to tell the exact same story, saying that their loved ones lit up the room, loved everyone, and so on and so forth, but in Katelyn's case, that really does appear to have been true. She was a very quirky young woman who wasn't afraid to be herself. Katelyn lived alongside her family and fiancé in Fairfield, Ohio. Fairfield is a rather popular city just 25 miles away from Cincinnati. With a population of around 42,000 people, it's certainly not a small town, but it's not a very big town either. It's largely made up of suburbs and young families, and it seems to be a great place to be. I've seen mixed reports when it comes to how safe Fairfield may be. Some sources claim that it's incredibly dangerous and that crime rates are remarkably high, though other reports say that crime isn't really any higher here than anywhere else in the country. I'm not sure what to make of this, but if you want my personal opinion, it seems like a great place to be. There's a heck of a lot to do in Fairfield. There are heaps of attractions for young families to visit, more parks than I could count, and tons of great restaurants to see. The only real trouble with Fairfield is that it's a fairly lengthy drive to get anywhere, with the average work commute being up to 88% higher than in other parts of the state. Katelyn had been attending college as an art student, and this seems to have been the perfect career path for her. We don't know for sure just how long she'd been dating her fiancé, John Carter, but the two appeared to have been together for quite a while. I can't tell if they met at college or if they may have been together much longer than that, but whatever the case may be, the two were inseparable, and it was clear that they were deeply in love with one another. Katelyn had been living in a small condo in Fairfield, and her fiancé would often stay over with her. She didn't plan to live here very long, though, as Katelyn and John had plans to move to Colorado in the fall of 2011. But unfortunately, these plans would never be carried out. That's not because the two suddenly decided not to leave Fairfield. Rather, it's because Katelyn would become caught up in a haunting crime that she wouldn't survive. It was August 13th, 2011. It was a day like any other for Katelyn and John. The two had been spending most of the evening at Katelyn's condo in Fairfield. Katelyn had been busy with schoolwork, trying to get everything filed away before she missed her deadlines. On this particular evening, a friend of the couple had been hanging out at the apartment with them. Later on into the night, the friend decided to leave and head to a nearby party that was just a few miles away. Both Katelyn and John decided to stay home, and the friend left sometime around 10:45 that night, saying goodbye to the two for what would unknowingly be the last time. As the friend left the home, he noticed that Katelyn wasn't acting like her usual self. While she was normally smiling from ear to ear and making jokes and generally being a pleasant person to be around, this evening was much different. The friend mentioned that Katelyn seemed reserved, distant even. He said that she stayed on the couch the entire time he had been there, and this appears to have been for several hours. The entire time she never really moved or got up at all, she just sat there working on her laptop. When the friend left that evening, he recalled that Katelyn and John were the only two people left in the condo. John decided to leave the condo soon after, heading out around 11 p.m. He headed off to a party in Hamilton, then went home sometime around 2 a.m. and remained there for the rest of the night. He woke up around 2:30 p.m. the following day, then made it to work at Papa John's around 5 p.m., leaving just 2 hours later around 7. While this was a fairly normal schedule for John, there was one big problem. His soon-to-be wife was nowhere to be found, and he couldn't get in touch with her. John claims that he hadn't been able to get in touch with Katelyn since he left her condo the evening before. He called 911 shortly after arriving for his shift at Papa John's, telling the dispatcher everything that he knew. He explained that he didn't want to report her missing so soon, but he was getting worried after he hadn't been able to find her. Just hours later, Katelyn would fail to show up for her job at David's Bridal, and this is when investigators knew something was very wrong. They collected all the information that they could from John, but considering he'd been asleep for most of the day, he really wasn't much help. Several friends and family members were also interviewed, but no one had any idea where Katelyn could have gone. But one thing was for sure: wherever she had gone, she hadn't gone willingly, because she left behind her purse, keys, and her dog. Mysteriously, her cell phone was missing, but it appears to have been turned off. Police say that volunteers began searching for Katelyn almost immediately. Her family printed out missing person flyers in record time and began handing them out all throughout the Fairfield area and other nearby towns. As far as police could tell, no one had seen Katelyn since the evening of August 13th, meaning John, her fiancé, was the last person to see her alive. After coming to this conclusion, John was called in for a polygraph test, and the results were interesting. Police got to work right away, trying to track down Katelyn. And one of the first people they brought in for questioning was John Carter, Katelyn's fiancé. After determining that John was the last person to see Katelyn alive, they certainly had a few questions to ask him. Unfortunately, John didn't have many answers. They asked John all the obvious questions. Where did you last see her? What was she wearing? Did anything seem wrong? John was seemingly answering everything honestly, but then the questions got a bit more specific. Detectives asked John if he knew anything about Katelyn's disappearance. John claimed he didn't, but the polygraph operator claimed that was a lie. When they asked if he was involved in her disappearance, he said he wasn't. That was also a lie. Police soon noticed that John also had several scratch marks on the side of his neck. When he was questioned about where these had come from, he claimed they were from a razor, but investigators didn't believe scratches like this would come from any razor. When police spoke with a friend of John's, the friend said that he didn't notice the scratches until the day after Katelyn had vanished. Over the coming weeks and months, John was asked to speak with police on at least 3 occasions, with them using a polygraph during each of these sessions. Now, while these machines aren't exactly reliable, they can certainly provide investigators with some good information. And that's definitely what they did in this case. Police say that in all 3 sessions, John was caught telling lies about where he was the night that Katelyn disappeared. While they couldn't prove it just yet, investigators knew something was up, and they were determined to prove it. But that was a lot easier said than done. That's when investigators uncovered two key witnesses that would help blow the case wide open. As it would turn out, two teenagers, who were just 15 years old at the time of the crime, had been walking by John's home on the evening of Katelyn's disappearance. The two teens had snuck out of their homes that night, planning to attend a party that was taking place a few miles away. As they waited outside for another friend to pick them up, they noticed two cars drive up to John's mother's house. One of the cars was a red Ford Focus, and the other was a dark-colored sedan with a male driver. The man in the Ford Focus pulled into the driveway, then opened the home's garage. He rummaged around inside for a few minutes before getting back into his car. It's unclear if he removed anything from the garage or if he just looked around and left. Police were later able to confirm that John had a red Ford Focus registered in his name, and they presumed he had been the driver that evening. The man in the other vehicle wasn't immediately identified. The teens say that when the men arrived, they were coming from the direction of Katelyn's house. When they left, they headed back in that same direction. Mind you, all of this took place just after 2 a.m. But according to John's statements with police, he had been in bed by this point after having been at a party. Things only got worse for John from here. When police spoke with one of Katelyn's friends in the days after her disappearance, the friend had a pretty interesting encounter with John that she was itching to share with detectives. At this point, Katelyn had been missing for just over 48 hours as far as I can tell. But the friend explained that when she spoke with John about Katelyn's disappearance, she noticed he kept speaking about her in the past tense. Now, for any investigator, this is always a massive red flag. If this isn't an obvious sign of guilt or some sort of concealed knowledge of a crime, then nothing is. To top this off, when police asked for more details about John and his relationship with Katelyn, the friend explained that John had always seemed incredibly possessive of Katelyn. While it's only natural for someone to have a healthy amount of jealousy when it comes to their partner or spouse, the friend says that John's jealousy was to the point of being aggressive. She says that Katelyn would often complain about how insecure John was, and that he would get very upset if she even talked to someone of the opposite gender. This all grew very concerning for detectives when the friend finally revealed that Katelyn had been considering breaking off their engagement. Katelyn had confided in her friend that she was incredibly unhappy with John's lifestyle, and she couldn't support his decisions anymore. He supposedly had an addiction problem and would also look at adult content online, something that Katelyn wasn't comfortable with. Worse yet, John would repeatedly pressure her into doing things in the bedroom that she just wasn't interested in, and she was tired of satisfying his strange fantasies. Now, if you recall, I mentioned that the couple had plans to move to Colorado in a few months. Well, it seems that John was the main one who was wanting to move to Colorado, and Katelyn doesn't appear to have been completely on board with this plan. John mentioned in an interview that he never wanted Katelyn to feel forced to move, which is a pretty strange choice of words if you ask me. In my own opinion, this proves that John probably knew he was being a bit pushy about things, but others may disagree. Having been an inconsiderate jerk in the past, I've gotten pretty good at spotting people like this, and John ticks all the boxes in my book. In the end, the two repeatedly delayed their plans to move, and this seems to further the idea that Katelyn simply didn't want to go. But I haven't been able to confirm whether or not this is entirely true. It's just what the evidence and witness statements seem to allude to. After several more months had passed, police had still found no leads in the search for Katelyn. They reached one dead end after another. While they certainly had enough evidence to suggest that John was involved, they didn't have enough info to prove it or even charge him with anything. But that's when things took a dramatic turn, one that no one hoped for, and certainly not one that anyone expected. It was the spring of 2013. The flowers were in full bloom, and the weather couldn't have been more perfect. But for the Markham family, perfect was far from what they had been feeling. It had been nearly 2 years since their daughter had gone missing, and they'd spent every moment they had searching for her, desperate for answers. A couple had been visiting Cedar Grove, Indiana, wandering through the woods in search of scrap metal or other valuables that may have been dropped or left behind. Little did they know that their hobby would soon lead to a massive breakthrough in the investigation for Katelyn's whereabouts. As they were scavenging through the area with their metal detectors, they came across a strange-looking rock, unlike anything they had seen before. But they soon realized this was no rock. This was a human jawbone. Police were called to the scene of the crime immediately. A team of researchers cordoned off the area and began an investigation into the remains. Before long, the discovery was tied to the disappearance of Katelyn, and investigators were forced to make the call to Katelyn's parents that every parent and family member dreads in a situation like this. In this particular case, all this did was reopen the family's wounds, as officers didn't really have any good information to share with the family. There was no silver lining because they had no leads, no proof, and virtually no evidence. When the coroner examined the bones, things only got worse. The bones had been left in the weather for so long, there was no way to tell what had happened to the victim or who had put them there. There wasn't any way to tell how Katelyn had lost her life, but there was one particular detail that was fairly strange. Now, I don't know the specifics of how the coroner determined this, but the investigator had reason to believe that Katelyn hadn't been buried in these woods for all this time. According to a more thorough examination, Katelyn had been buried for a while, then dug up, and then moved to a new location. Where this original location may have been, no one knows for sure. However, some speculate that it may have simply been an alternate location within the same patch of woods, but that's just a guess. The only thing to mention about the state of the remains is that there was evidence to suggest that Katelyn had been wounded on her wrist around the time that she lost her life. But the coroner couldn't be certain about this either. The coroner noted 3 to 4 wounds on her wrist, but it was never determined what may have caused these wounds. Though the reports that I found online suggest that they may have been caused by some sort of blade, but even that isn't known for certain. But here's the real kicker. No sooner than these remains were uncovered, the case went cold yet again. By 2015, Katelyn's father had urged the police to continue with the investigation, and the local police, after much pushback, finally agreed. They brought in new investigators to take a fresh look at the case. While they admit that they did have a suspect, they still didn't have enough evidence to pursue anyone legally. A few suspects were questioned, but everyone was set free without charges. It would be another 8 years until police would make any more progress in the case, but finally, in March of 2023, an arrest was made. By March of 2023, police announced that they had detained yet another suspect in Katelyn's disappearance. By this time, they felt confident that they could secure a conviction. I'm sure most of you expected this outcome by now, but their newfound suspect was none other than John Carter, Katelyn's fiancé. See, when the coroner was examining Katelyn's remains, investigators uncovered that Katelyn had been wrapped in a sheet of plastic, as well as a garden weed barrier. You know, the black fabric that you put down when setting up a flower bed to avoid weeds popping up everywhere? Well, as luck would have it, police were able to secure a search warrant for John's mother's shed. Inside the shed, they found gardening fabric that was an exact match to the fabric that had been found around Katelyn's remains. Police also found a list of other items that they believe were connected to the crime, but this list has never been made public in the hope of protecting the integrity of the investigation. During their search, police also uncovered several other key pieces of evidence and inconsistencies in John's alibi, as well as discrepancies in the stories that he told officers about the night that Katelyn had vanished. Cell phone records from both John and Katelyn show that both of their cell phones were turned off around midnight on August 13th, the evening that Katelyn vanished. John claimed he had been at a party at this time, but police felt it was a bit suspicious that both of their phones had been shut off at the exact same moment that evening. If this weren't strange enough, John claimed that he hadn't texted Katelyn at all the evening that she disappeared. However, phone records prove that this was a lie. He sent dozens of messages to her leading up to around 11:36 p.m. when the messages abruptly stopped and their phones were shut off just minutes later. When police requested to look at John's phone, the texts between himself and Katelyn from that specific evening were mysteriously missing. Every other text they had shared was still there, but this specific block of text messages from that night had vanished. Police wanted to check Katelyn's phone as well, but it was never located. It was believed to have been left inside of her car on the night of her disappearance, but this was never confirmed, and all these years later, her phone has still never been found. When asked about these text messages, John initially claimed he didn't text Katelyn that evening at all. But when investigators revealed that they had phone records that proved otherwise, he said he deleted the messages by accident. Then he claimed he deleted them to make room for new texts, as he was getting flooded with texts from friends on the day that Katelyn was reported missing. This man just couldn't keep his story straight. But all of this leads up to one final revelation that took place after the search warrant was issued for John's mother's home. Inside, they found a notebook, a diary of sorts, I guess you could say, that included a few notes from John. The notebook was filled with various ramblings and unimportant writings, But one page in particular caught the attention of investigators. Researchers say that the entry appears to have been a conversation between John and what they call a demon of sorts. The note reads as follows. Deep down, I love her.
You ought to kill her.
But I love her.
She must die.
I can't kill her.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes.
How do you talk me into all these things?
I'm just that good.
But you're bad.
I know.
How do I kill you?
You can't.
You're right.
About what?
Nothing. This was followed by a single sentence that read, I slit your wrists with the key to your heart. I don't know about you, but that final sentence sounds like a confession if I've ever heard one, especially considering the wounds that were found on Katelyn's wrists. Needless to say, the future is not looking great for John Carter. John was arrested and held on $1 million bail. Somehow he was able to make this payment and he's currently a free man. His trial is set to take place next year in 2024, and investigators have every reason to believe he will be found guilty. John has never made any comments about what this note could mean. So is he mentally ill? Does he really believe he was speaking with a demon? We just don't know at the moment. However, all of this will be answered at trial, but as it stands, the case is still technically unsolved, but I don't imagine it will stay that way for long. An innocent victim or a common criminal. These are the two labels that have been given to Rachel Hoffman, a 23-year-old college student whose life was turned completely upside down after working with Florida police in a sting operation that went horribly, horribly wrong. Rachel had no idea that a simple routine traffic stop would send her life into a tailspin, and before Rachel knew it, she was facing a weekend in jail. But by April of the following year, things had turned sour. Rachel was now facing years of jail time after detectives tried to pin her for a crime that would have essentially ended her life. She was offered a once-in-a-lifetime get-out-of-jail-free card. The only catch was, she had to work undercover for the police. With nowhere else to turn, Rachel accepted the offer, not knowing that this job would be her last. Rachel Hoffman was by no means your average young woman. By the time she was 18, Rachel had done all the things most of us only ever dream of doing. Rachel was born in Clearwater, Florida, where she had, best I can tell, a largely ordinary childhood. The only thing that sets Rachel's childhood apart from most is that she had opportunities most of us could never imagine. See, Rachel wasn't a particularly wild kid, but she also wasn't a kid who was willing to settle down. She and her family were always up to something. By the time she was 12 years old, Rachel had already learned ballet, learned to ride horses, and she'd even been a major competitor in a Little Mermaid contest. Her life never seemed to stop moving forward, and having lived in Clearwater, Florida, it's easy to see why. Because Clearwater is a beautiful place to be, and it's a city that's filled with attractions and all sorts of things for a small family to do. As the name suggests, there are several beautiful clear beaches, all kinds of museums, cruises, sports events, restaurants, parks, everything. The only real issue with Clearwater is crime. While Clearwater certainly isn't a particularly dangerous place to be, there are definitely pockets of the city that you want to stay clear of. It's certainly not a city where you'd need to fear for your life while walking around at night, but it's absolutely a place where you need to keep your eyes open and maintain a little bit of common sense. For Rachel, she certainly had enough common sense and confidence to go around, but being the free-spirited woman she was, well, she wasn't going to let anything keep her from doing what she'd set her mind to doing. By the time Rachel had turned 18, she was on her way out of high school. By this point, her resume had grown to include being a flute player, a piano player, a skydiver, a Grand Canyon hiker, and so much more. Rachel just didn't know when to quit. After graduating high school, Rachel continued on with her academics and joined Florida State University. She was here from the time she was 18 until she was 23. And after graduating from Florida State, she planned to continue her education by moving to Arizona to pursue a culinary degree. By February of 2007, Rachel was continuing on her path to greatness. But that's when everything came crashing down around her. What should have been a simple traffic stop and an ordinary speeding ticket turned into so much more. Before Rachel even knew what was going on, her life had changed forever. It's stories like this that remind us that danger can pop up when we least expect it. And when you're injured, your injury could be worth millions. Insurance companies often love to lowball claims, but if you become a client of Morgan & Morgan, they will help to fight to get you what you deserve. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan is as popular as they are for a reason. They've won a lot. If you're ever injured, whether in an accident or otherwise, you should know that you have rights, and Morgan & Morgan will fight for their clients to protect those rights and get them the compensation they deserve. Just in the last few months, Morgan & Morgan has won a $12 million case in Florida, a $26 million case in Philadelphia, and a $6.8 million case in New York, all of which were dozens of times higher than the insurance offer. The best thing about Morgan & Morgan is that their fee is absolutely free unless you win the case. And there's a good reason why over 3 million people each year trust Morgan & Morgan and call them in their time of need. If you've been injured, it's super easy to start a claim with America's largest injury law firm in just a few clicks. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/truecrimestories, or click the link in the description. That's forthepeople.com/truecrimestories. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's video. It was February 27th, 2007. Rachel was in her final days of Florida State University and was already gearing up to transfer to Arizona. But before that could happen, her life changed in the blink of an eye. While Rachel was out driving one day, she got pulled over for speeding. It happens to everyone, and it's unlikely that Rachel thought much of it. The officer approached her window and asked for her license and insurance, but that wasn't all. Now, the details of what unfolded next are a bit uncertain, but it seems like the officer knew that something was a little bit off about Rachel. In fact, he could smell it. As soon as he caught a whiff of Rachel's car, he asked her to exit the vehicle. He then asked Rachel's permission to search the car. What he found in the car brought Rachel to her knees. As the officer combed through every square inch of the car, he finally found what he was looking for. He turned to Rachel with a bag that was filled with a certain plant, and at this point in history, it was illegal in Florida. Rachel knew that she was in serious trouble. Not only did this crime mean that she may be spending some time in jail, or at the very least paying a very steep fine, but she also knew that a crime like this could cost her everything, including her getting kicked out of Arizona College before classes had even started. Rachel did everything she could to keep this off of her record, but her best efforts simply weren't enough. After the officer reported the crime, Rachel was forced to enter a rehab program and was told that she would be subjected to periodic testing to ensure that she was free and clear in the future. What's crazy to me is that the state was incredibly serious about these routine tests. Usually the state doesn't care about much of anything at all, but that wasn't true in this scenario. Now, we don't know how long Rachel was required to attend this rehab program, nor how long she was required to take these regular tests, but more than a year later, in March of 2008, we know that she was still going through with these tests. The only problem was, in March, someone close to Rachel lost their life. This meant that Rachel needed to travel all the way to Tallahassee to attend the loved one's funeral. But there was only one issue with this. On the day of the funeral, Rachel was also due to take one of her scheduled tests. She missed this appointment and, as a result, was ordered to spend a weekend in jail in April of 2008. Rachel did her time, got out of jail, and went back home. It wasn't really the end of the world for her. No, that would come just 2 weeks later. And this time Rachel would be doing a lot more than spending a couple days in a cage. This time, she was in deep. Just 2 weeks after Rachel was released from jail, she was in her apartment minding her own business when all of a sudden there was a powerful knock at the door. She opened the door to see what was going on, and that's when she noticed 2 police officers who stood there to greet her. There was a familiar skunky odor that poured out of Rachel's apartment, and she knew her time was up. The officers reported that there had been odor complaints from one of her neighbors. They then asked if Rachel had been using anything illegal that evening. She had. They then asked if she had anything illegal in her apartment. She did. They asked Rachel's permission to search her apartment, and she allowed them to. When they asked her what was going on to cause such an odor, Rachel knew she couldn't hide any longer. and she admitted to everything. But what was originally a fairly innocent crime and a somewhat light sentence turned into something much, much more, and in record time. That's because this time around, Rachel wasn't just holding on to a few grams of a plant. This time she'd been caught with much, much more. Now, because of the rules and terms of service on these streaming platforms, I can't specifically discuss what officers found, so we'll just say that under Rachel's couch cushions, officers found some illegal medications that very clearly proved that Rachel was looking to party. Not only that, but she had more than enough to share with her friends, so police began to fear that she may be selling these goods to other people. Needless to say, Rachel was arrested, but she could have never imagined what would unfold next. As she was taken to the local jail, Rachel learned that she faced multiple felony charges. If her previous charges didn't risk ending her college career, these charges certainly would. Rachel was set to be put away for a very, very long time. At the age of just 23 years old, Rachel didn't know what to do. She was nothing more than a college student who was looking to experiment, learn more about herself and who she really was, as well as have a good time. But she quickly learned the hard way that this type of a good time is rarely all it's cracked up to be. It was then that Rachel was introduced to Officer Ryan Pender, who offered her a deal that she simply couldn't refuse. All those drug charges, he'd make them go away. All she had to do was work for him. Desperate for any way out of this mess, Rachel agreed. This would turn out to be a mistake that would cost her her life. Rachel's job with Officer Pender was simple. She would work undercover for the local police, helping them to locate and eradicate local smuggling operations. She'd show up to the homes or hotspots of various dealers, make a successful exchange, then report everything back to Officer Pender. The police told her that if she helped to get the weapons and illegal goods off the street, they'd wipe away any trace of her previous arrests. According to her boyfriend Ben, she was only initially asked to take part in 1 or 2 sting operations, but things quickly grew out of control. We don't know the specific number of undercover ops that Rachel went on, but we know that it was far greater than just 1 or 2. But by May of 2008, one of these operations took a dangerous turn that cast the entire state of Florida into a negative light. It was May 7th when Rachel reported to the Tallahassee Police Department for her next mission. She was taken to the office of Officer Pender, who would explain the details of her next assignment. Officer Pender would explain that Rachel was to be given a wire, then given $13,000 in cash. She was instructed to purchase a weapon, 1.5 ounces of one substance, and 1,500 tablets of another. She was to bring her haul straight back to the police so officers could link the crimes to the dealers. This sting operation was incredibly large. A total of 3 DEA agents, 15 police officers, Officer Pender, and Rachel had all been assigned to this investigation. And according to the Tallahassee Democrat, this was the largest sting in the department's history. The operation was scheduled to begin at 7 p.m., but from the very beginning, things did not go according to plan. At first, Rachel was set to meet up with the men at a predetermined location, but all of a sudden, they changed the meeting spot. A few hours later, they changed it again. Rachel was driving herself to Forest Meadow Park, where she was to meet up with these 2 men, but on her way there, she got a phone call from one of the men. Yet again, there was a change of plans, and during this one phone call, they changed the meeting twice more. They asked Rachel to meet them at a plant nursery, then switched to Gardner Road, a dead-end street with no hope of an easy exit. Rachel hung up the phone with the dealers and immediately called HQ to speak to Officer Pender. Officer Pender claims that he immediately picked up on what was taking place here, and he told Rachel to abandon the mission, saying that it was unsafe. He says that he doesn't know if Rachel hung up before hearing this command or if she purposefully ignored his warning. But after this call, Rachel was never heard from again. Police drove to Gardner Road, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rachel. There was no sign of her car, nor any indication she'd ever made it to the meeting spot. Detectives then drove over to Rachel's boyfriend's home, asking if he'd seen any sign of her. He hadn't, and that's when investigators knew that no matter what, this wasn't good. Either Rachel had run away and made off with the $13,000 they'd given her, or worse, the dealers had found out about the sting. It would be 2 more days before Rachel was finally found, but unfortunately for everyone involved, she lost her life. Rachel was found dumped in a gully and tangled up in vines in Perry, Florida, about an hour away from Tallahassee. She'd been hit with 5 rounds, then dumped like yesterday's garbage. A deep and extensive investigation into her disappearance was carried out, and that's when police learned that Rachel had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, sort of. As it would turn out, the dealers had made plans to rob Rachel that evening, taking the $13,000 and selling her aspirin rather than the substances she'd actually shown up for. But at some point during the meeting, things went awry. One thing led to another, and the dealers ended up grabbing Rachel's purse and searching it, and that's when they found the wire. The dealers did what dealers do best and tied up any loose ends, meaning Rachel lost her life right then and there. But the story isn't so simple. After news of Rachel's demise made it into the local media, the entire state of Florida was up in arms. How could a local police officer send an untrained young woman into the middle of a sting operation of this proportion? The biggest sting in the department's history was no place for a newly acquired informant to be. As it would turn out, just 3 years prior in 2005, the Department of Justice had issued a very clear and specific set of guidelines for how confidential informants were supposed to be treated and used. The Tallahassee Police Department failed to follow these guidelines, placing Rachel in harm's way without so much as a second thought. Rachel had no formal training and was remarkably unprepared for what she was thrown into. But that's not all. See, when Rachel was just about to start her mission and meet up with these dealers, Officer Pender claims that he knew something fishy was going on, and he claims that he immediately told Rachel to abandon the mission and return back to the police department. But the thing is, many people have begun to question whether or not this actually happened. Now, I haven't been able to find any evidence to point one way or the other, but many people feel as though Rachel was treated as little more than a disposable pawn in a much larger game of chess. Some people have speculated that Officer Pender never gave any warning to Rachel, nor did he tell her to stand down and return home. He claims that Rachel either hung up before hearing his command, heard the command and didn't heed his warning, or that their call was disconnected and his commands didn't go through. Either way, after locating Rachel's body on May 9th, officers immediately closed in on the 2 dealers, and they were both charged and convicted for ending Rachel's life. They were each sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. In the ensuing investigation into the Tallahassee Police Department, several officers were suspended from their positions. In the end, the department openly admitted to their wrongdoing, confessing that Rachel had 0 training as an informant, and admitting that she didn't even have any experience or prior knowledge of the substances that she would have been purchasing that evening. She quite literally went into the operation blind. Naturally, the police department was found to be at fault, but there's no mention of whether or not they faced any real repercussions for this. Now, Officer Pender was fired as a result of the failed operation, but less than 2 years later, he was reinstated, so it doesn't seem like the department learned anything from this. Rachel's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the department, and they were eventually awarded $2.6 million, but that's pretty much the end of it. No further repercussions were faced. But there is somewhat of a silver lining here. Rachel didn't lose her life for nothing. In the wake of this disaster, in May of 2009, Rachel's Law was passed by the Florida State Senate. This law helped to instate some seriously strict guidelines for how Florida officers are allowed to use informants, ensuring that a situation like this never happens again. This law requires every single police department in the state to subject informants to extensive training exercises to ensure that they're as prepared as they can possibly be for anything that gets thrown their way. If Rachel had had this type of training, it's incredibly likely she would still be here. If Rachel had had any training at all, she'd probably still be here. The thing we have to keep in mind is that laws like this cannot be substituted for common sense. Yes, Rachel's Law is an incredible thing, and it's guaranteed to save countless lives. But it shouldn't take a lawyer or some college degree to understand that you can't throw an average civilian into the biggest police operation that the Tallahassee Police Department has ever seen. On what planet is this okay? And in what world did anyone think this was safe? I love the fact that Rachel's life wasn't stolen for nothing. There was some good that came of it. But she didn't have to lose her life for this to have taken place. Her fate should weigh heavily on the shoulders of all 19 officers who were involved in this operation. Not one of them spoke up, Not one of them suggested, hey, this is a bad idea. Not one of them did anything to preserve her life. Actions speak louder than words, and it's clear to see that the Tallahassee Police Department saw Rachel as nothing more than disposable. You've probably heard someone mention the phrase, the perfect crime, usually referring to a crime in which the criminal leaves behind no evidence or any clues that bring investigators closer to solving the case. Detectives often spend years investigating these cases, all to no avail. Well, that's true in the case of Rey Rivera. Rey was a man who had a lot going for him: a beautiful wife, a brand new home, a great job lined up, and friends and family that loved him deeply. But if all of this is true, what prompted him to jump off of a 14-story hotel on a warm summer evening in 2006? Stranger still, what should be made of the strange series of notes that he left behind, and an elusive thief who repeatedly tried to steal Rey's computer? Well, that's the thing. Rey's family believe he didn't jump off that hotel roof that day, and if key pieces of evidence are to be believed, they may be right. Rey didn't jump, he was pushed. Before we jump into today's story, I wanted to let you know about Pia, an amazing VPN service that you can use on any smartphone, and also the sponsor of today's video. If you're an active internet user, and since you're watching this video, you are, then you need to know one thing. Everything you do on the internet can be seen by someone else, whether you realize it or not. Using the internet without Pia is like having Facebook post your diary. Your friends and family can read all your dirty secrets. Pia, short for Private Internet Access, uses a virtual private network, or a VPN, to hide your IP address from would-be hackers, scammers, and other elusive people, and it helps to safeguard your internet connection using an encrypted tunnel. If you're like me, you probably use Wi-Fi when you're in public places like the supermarket, coffee shop, or even an airport. When you do this, any hackers that may be connected to that same network can see everything you do. Everything. But with Pia, that will no longer be true. You can even use Pia to grant you access to region-restricted content from all over the world, including hidden content on BBC, Prime Video, Netflix, Hulu, and so much more. One of my favorite reasons for using Pia is to access region-restricted content on Netflix, such as movies like The Godfather or Shawshank Redemption, which you can access by switching your location to Germany. One of my favorite things about Pia is that you can use just one subscription to protect all of your devices, including your computer, phone, tablet, everything. Pia is the world's most transparent VPN provider, hiding your IP address and encrypting your internet connection, all while giving you access to heaps of content that may otherwise have been hidden from you. Join Pia by using my link below to get 83% off your subscription. That's just $2.03 per month. Better yet, Pia is even throwing in an additional 4 months of protection absolutely free if you sign up using my custom link. Just go to piavpn.com/truecrimestories to get 83% off your subscription. Then get 4 additional months completely free. Thanks to Pia for sponsoring today's video. Rey Rivera was born on June 10, 1973. By 2006, Rey was doing quite well for himself. He'd become a writer and a videographer while living in Baltimore, Maryland. According to a few reports I found online, Rey was a big fan of movies and film, being particularly fond of Stanley Kubrick's work. Some accounts claim that Rey was an aspiring scriptwriter and storyteller, but his work never really took off. He spent a lot of his time writing and journaling potential plots and stories, but nothing ever really went anywhere. I wasn't able to find any samples of Rey's scripts or any of his storytelling work, but Rey did have a job as a writer for the Rebound Report, a financial newsletter of which Rey was one of the lead editors. While Rey loved his job at first, things just weren't working out the way he had planned. Rey and his wife Allison had moved from Los Angeles to Baltimore so that Rey could accept the job and they could begin their new lives together, having just recently become married. The job seemed like an excellent opportunity, but it wasn't panning out. While Rey certainly was a great writer, it doesn't seem like finance was really his true passion. He did his job to the best of his ability, but many of the stocks that he would write about didn't follow the trends that he expected them to. calling his credibility into question and naturally leading Rey to become quite self-conscious about his predictions and his overall value to the company. This job had been given to Rey by one of his close friends, Porter Stansberry. Porter and Rey went way back, and Porter felt that Rey would be the perfect fit for the role of editor. While Rey appreciated the job tremendously, he couldn't shake the feeling that his efforts would be better spent elsewhere. So after around 2 years of working for the Rebound Report, Rey left his position in late 2005, instead becoming a freelance writer for the Agora Corporation, a company that was still in some way operated by Porter Stansberry. Allison, Rey's wife, says that the two had spoken several times about moving back to Los Angeles so that Rey could pursue his true passion of screenwriting. While the two had talked about this multiple times, they'd never made any concrete plans of returning to their hometown, though it was becoming increasingly clear that Rey simply wasn't happy with their new life in Baltimore. When he wasn't writing or editing financial articles, Rey could be found coaching the local water polo team at Johns Hopkins University. Rey had a love for aquatics, and he'd even worked at a high school in Burbank, California as an aquatics coach for teenagers. His students loved him, with his former high school students recalling him quite fondly, with one of the assistant coaches saying that the kids truly valued his input because Rey was a man that, by all means, knew what he was talking about when it came to aquatics. But all of this seemingly went out the window, when, without warning, Rey disappeared one night in 2006, never to be seen alive again. Rey Rivera was last seen on May 16, 2006. He'd been at home while his wife was away on a business trip to Virginia. While she was gone, a work colleague of hers was staying over at the house with Rivera. This colleague, Claudia, was good friends with Allison, and the two spent a lot of time together. Claudia says that she'd spent the day at the house with Rey, but Rey had been preoccupied with one of his assignments, so she didn't see him much at all that day, as he'd been locked away in his office, busy with work. At some point around 4 p.m., Claudia says that she heard Rey's phone ring. He answered the phone but only replied, "Oh shoot," before taking off out the back door of the home as if he was late for something. No sooner than he left, he came running back inside, then took off again just a few seconds later, leaving the lights on in his office as well as leaving his computer running. When Claudia told Allison about Rey's strange behavior, she tried to call Rey multiple times, but he never answered his phone. Allison later admitted that she assumed that Rey had just gone out to drink with friends, but there was no indication that this had actually happened. It wasn't until the following day that Allison began to fear that something had gone terribly wrong. The next day, Allison returned home from her business trip, and Rey was still nowhere to be found. Reports indicate that Allison spent the entirety of that day searching for Rey, but there was no trace of him. Once Rey had been gone for about 24 hours, Allison decided it was time to report him missing. When Rey left the family home, he'd been driving Allison's car, and about 6 days later, her car was found parked in the Mount Vernon area, abandoned. There was nothing of interest in the car, nothing seemed off, and there doesn't appear to have been any indication that anything suspicious had taken place. The only problem was that Rey was nowhere to be found, and there was no indication of where he may have gone. But the following day, police would reach a breakthrough in the case, when they uncovered a crime scene that was, well, bizarre. On May 24, 2006, police were called to the Belvedere Hotel in Baltimore after a passerby had uncovered a crime scene. The Belvedere Hotel is a major historic attraction for residents in the United States. Originally built in 1903, the building has a very rich history, housing historic icons such as Theodore Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Woodrow Wilson, and King Edward VIII, just to name a few. When police were called to the hotel, Rey had been missing for just over a week. When employees led investigators to the scene of the crime, they couldn't believe their eyes. Rey Rivera was found lying on the ground inside an abandoned office room in the hotel that hadn't been used in a number of years. His remains were very badly decomposed, meaning he'd been here for quite some time. Police believe he had likely ended up here on the same day that he disappeared, or within a day or so afterward. When detectives surveyed the crime scene, they noticed one particular clue that seemingly solved the case after just minutes of arriving. A large hole in the ceiling and roof suggested that Rey had jumped from the top roof down to the lower roof, plunging 14 stories to his demise. And as it would turn out, the Belvedere Hotel is no stranger to people claiming their own lives. with various sources claiming that people have claimed their own lives at this hotel countless times in the past, though a specific number has never been determined. The hotel has a history of strange occurrences that have taken place on its grounds, and Rey Rivera's unexpected demise only added to this list. But there was only one problem. The state of Rey's remains did not at all suggest that he had taken his own life. Worse yet, when detectives started using math and calculating the location of Rey's body, things just didn't add up. If you take a look at this photo of the hotel, you'll see that the building is designed with two distinct roof lines. There's the obvious roof at the very top of the building, but notice the alcove that's right in the center of the building. This alcove has a second, much lower roof, and this is where the hole in the roof was found. The reason I bring this up is because police initially believed that Rey took his own life by jumping from the upper roof down onto the lower roof, with this lower roof giving way under his weight, sending him into the office building below. But this just doesn't add up mathematically. There was a considerable distance between where Rey would have jumped on the top roof and where he would have ended up on the bottom roof. According to experts, Rey fell about 177 feet, and it would have taken him about 3.3 seconds to impact that lower roof. When he impacted the lower roof, he was about 43 feet from the outer walls of the building, and this is where this theory begins to fall apart. For Rey to have ended up 43 feet across the roof, he would have needed to have been traveling at a speed of about 10 miles per hour and leapt off of the roof like he was Buzz Lightyear or something. But the catch is, Rey only had a span of just over 15 feet on the upper roof, not nearly enough room to reach a full sprint speed of 10 miles per hour. To make matters worse, Rey wasn't even wearing shoes when he plunged through the roof. He was wearing flip-flops. This jump would have been difficult even for a professional runner who was wearing proper running shoes. But Rey wasn't a runner, nor was he wearing proper shoes. There was no logical way that Rey could have made this jump. The only other explanation would be if Rey was actually inside of the building, giving him more room to get a running start, then jump out of an upper floor window. But the problem with this theory is that the upper floors have been converted into condos, which for all the obvious reasons would have been locked. And there's never been a report of any of the upper windows being left open or broken at any time. But this brings us to the autopsy report, which is shocking to say the least. Up to this point, police had been running with the theory that Rey had claimed his own life by jumping off the upper roof of the building, even though they couldn't explain how he could have done such a thing. But the coroner had a different idea. I was able to track down the official autopsy report from this case, and the medical examiner documented dozens of wounds and fractures that were all over Rey's body. When looking at the conclusion of the report, the coroner admits that Rey's injuries do appear to be consistent with him falling from a multi-story building. The only hitch in this plan is that the coroner labeled the cause of Rey's passing as undetermined. Others have taken a look at the autopsy report and claimed that Rey's injuries appear to be much more consistent with being hit by a car than anything else, but I'm certainly not an expert in this field, so I can't really comment one way or the other. The only thing I can say that I personally found odd is if someone fell 14 stories, then plunged through a roof and landed on the floor beneath it, I would tend to think that that person would have almost certainly broken their spine. But the coroner's report doesn't document even one vertebrae that was broken. Now, again, I'm certainly not an expert in this field, but I find that incredibly strange and almost impossible to believe. The most important thing here is that the coroner couldn't confirm one way or the other how Rey lost his life, but could only conclude that his injuries could have possibly been from the fall, or from something else. And it's this idea of something else that's led to many different theories, some of which point to the idea that Rey may have been pushed. One of the strangest details from this case that I just can't seem to figure out is that even though Rey's believed to have jumped from the upper roof, both of his flip-flops were found on the lower roof. The only indication of damage to them is that one of them had the toe strap popped loose, but this can happen to anyone at any time, it's not uncommon. But even stranger is that his cell phone was found on the lower roof as well, and it was also completely undamaged and fully functional. So if Rey had been 14 stories up, how were his flip-flops and phone in such perfect condition, untouched on this lower roof level? Now, one thing I'd like to make clear is that there are also rumors that claim the hole in the roof of the building simply wasn't large enough for Rey's body to have fit through, but this just isn't true. The hole, though it seems small in the photos, was more than large enough for an adult male to fall through. I'm not sure where this rumor began, but I do want to put that to rest before it spreads any further. Rey's wife, Allison, weighed in on the situation and mentioned that in the days leading up to his disappearance, Rey had been acting very strangely. She mentioned that he seemed extremely paranoid, and she believes she knows when all of this began happening. She mentioned a time just a few weeks prior to the disappearance when Rey had been speaking with a man in a local park. Allison says that Rey never revealed what the two spoke about, nor did he mention who the man was. But after their conversation was over, Rey was walking away and had a very worried look on his face. Immediately after this conversation, Rey grew so paranoid that his entire demeanor changed. Rey was widely known for being a happy-go-lucky man, but all of a sudden, he'd become quite reserved, quiet, and fearful. Immediately after this, Rey believed their home was burgled twice over the span of just a few days. Their home was fitted with a top-of-the-line security system, and twice the alarm went off in the middle of the night. When the couple got up to see what was going on, the security system never picked up anyone on any of the cameras or sensors, so they had no idea why the alarm had gone off. But this is where things get really weird. After Rey disappeared and police were searching through his home and office, they came across a note that had been kept in plastic and taped to the front of Rey's computer. The note had been typed on a computer and printed out in very tiny font, leading some of the words and letters to be blurry, but the best I can tell, the note reads as follows. Brothers and sisters, right now around the world, violences are erupting. What an awesome sight. The next line is a bit too blurry to read, but it continues a moment later saying, quote, "That was a well-played game. Congratulations to all who participated. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a time to wake up, so here I am. I'd like to welcome those who accepted our invitations for membership during the game. We couldn't have done it without you. I took on this endeavor to find the truth." After this, most of this letter is too blurry to read, but he mentions something known as the Council, then begins referencing people in his personal life as well as actors, directors, and film writers such as Stanley Kubrick. He then writes out a very long list of names, seemingly of people he knows, and ends this list by mentioning his friend Porter Stansberry, saying he didn't do it himself, but he never mentioned what it is referring to. Now, this note is obviously very bizarre, and largely doesn't seem to make any sense, but a Reddit user picked up on the fact that Rey was referring to something called The Game. The Reddit user mentioned a movie called The Game, and in one scene, one of the lead characters jumps off of an upper-level roof and crashes through the ceiling of a lower-level roof. A very bizarre coincidence considering what happened to Rey. But the problem with this theory is that the FBI has taken a look at the letter and found no merit in these claims. And one other expert claimed the same thing, believing that this note has nothing to do with Rey's disappearance and ultimate demise. In fact, Rey's own family seemed to believe that this note is unrelated to his disappearance, as they claimed that he kept journals full of ramblings like this, saying that none of these notes ever made any sense. The note has since been referred to as a stream of consciousness, and that it may have never had any real purpose or underlying meaning. Why Rey wrote so many of these strange notes remains unknown, and what game he was referring to remains unknown as well. Interestingly, all of these notes were found to have likely originated on Rey's computer. When police were researching Rey's case, detectives took his computer in as evidence so that they could take a closer look at his files. After they'd concluded their research, the computer was eligible to be picked up exclusively by his wife. But in the days that it took her to pick up the computer, police noted that one person had called multiple times, day after day, doing their best to pick up Rey's computer, even though they weren't permitted to do so. Police never revealed who this person was. In fact, we don't know if they even know who it was. But Allison, Rey's wife, says that no one else should ever have any sort of interest in Rey's computer, and she has no idea who would have wanted to do such a thing. As far as we know, nothing important or relevant to the case was ever found on his computer, so this seems incredibly odd. The only other theory in this case is that Rey was somehow associated with the elusive group known as the Freemasons, a secret organization that has existed for hundreds of years and are rumored to have been involved in all sorts of dark and secretive plans throughout history. Rey was fascinated by the Freemasons and had picked up various books on the subject, and had even recently purchased a book titled Freemasons for Dummies, in the weeks leading up to his demise. He even visited a Masonic lodge and requested to join the group, but we don't know if anything ever came of this. In the end, no one knows for sure what happened to Rey Rivera. His family remains hopeful that they will find answers one day, and they're adamant that he wouldn't have done this to himself. There's a prevailing theory that Rey must have been pushed from the rooftop that day, as he had an intense fear of heights and had recently just purchased a new home with his wife. But the problem is, there's no indication of who would have wanted to push him. Worse yet, who could have pushed him hard enough to send him flying a staggering 45 feet across the roof? Even if he had been pushed, he should have landed only a few horizontal feet from his starting position, only a little further than he had jumped, but that just isn't what took place. Police are still actively investigating this case even after all these years, but they're no closer to solving it today than they were all those years ago. Police are still operating under the assumption that Rey took his own life, but it seems like even they are beginning to believe that this may be a bit too far-fetched to be true. Allie Kostial was born in St. Louis, Missouri, but had always dreamed of attending the University of Mississippi. When she was finally given this chance, in her eyes, life couldn't have gotten much better. But then, things changed. Investigators say that there weren't any clues or evidence that could have tipped off Allie's friends before her life was tragically cut short on that July afternoon. Detectives who arrived at the scene of the crime couldn't understand how someone could have done such a thing to a well-behaved, easygoing student. But that's when they honed in on their primary suspect, another student who had a secret agenda that no one could have ever seen coming. Allie Kostial was 21 years old in 2019, attending Mississippi State University in Oxford, Mississippi. Oxford, Mississippi is a relatively small town. There isn't a whole lot going on there. I was there just a couple weeks ago, and best I could tell, it was a town that didn't have much to offer outside of a few restaurants and outdoor stores like Tractor Supply. With a population of about 25,000, it's a quaint little town, very quiet, and certainly a great place for college students to live, as there's only so much trouble you can get into in such a small, lazy town. The University of Mississippi is really the main draw for the town, and I think it's safe to assume that the college is likely where the town gets most of its money as well. The university has an acceptance rate of around 90%, but the reason most people go here is likely because its tuition is relatively low, compared to other similar schools. And with the graduation rate of about 65%, it fits right in line with schools that may cost 10 times as much, while offering what's essentially the same exact education. This is likely why Allie Kostial was so determined to attend the University of Mississippi. A great school, a great price, and usually great people. Allie was attending college with the plans of graduating with a degree in marketing. She was scheduled to graduate in the spring of 2020, much sooner than many of her friends and peers, as she'd been attending summer school on top of her regular college courses. Allie had dreams of getting a job in the fashion industry in some capacity, though she never revealed specifically what type of fashion marketing job that she'd been hoping for, at least not publicly. Allie didn't just attend the University of Mississippi, though. She wasn't just a run-of-the-mill student. She had a fierce passion that few people will ever match. Allie had helped found the Alpha Phi sorority and was even the president of the school's golf club. If this weren't enough, in her free time, she would also help teach fitness classes in the area as well. I don't know how she managed to find time to do all these things, but with summer school stacked on top of all this, it's pretty clear that Allie was a very busy person. But she always made sure to save time for friends and family. Her mother recalled Allie's dreams of attending the university and said that she didn't only have plans of carving out a great career for herself, but she also dreamed of meeting her future husband at the school. Allie felt confident that she'd be able to find a suitable partner and settle down with an honest man by the time she graduated. In the fall of 2016, Allie believed that she had finally met this man when she ran across Brandon Thiesfeld, a student that she fell head over heels for. But unfortunately, these feelings were not mutual. Allie's friends say that they did their best to warn her about Brandon, but she was blinded by his presence. For whatever reason, Allie was drawn to him with a magnetic intensity. She just couldn't keep her mind off of him, but unfortunately these feelings were far from mutual, but Allie couldn't let him go. Over the course of the next few years, Allie would learn a lot about herself. after realizing how low she'd be willing to go to keep Brandon around. Oddly enough, Allie didn't actually meet Brandon Thiesfeld while the two were on campus. She actually met him in Fort Worth, Texas back in 2016, but quickly learned that he was a student at the University of Mississippi. For Allie, this likely seemed like the stars were all finally aligning and their relationship was meant to be. But tragically, this simply wasn't true. Now, at the time, Allie certainly didn't know this, but everyone around her knew exactly the type of person that Brandon really was. Brandon was a part of the in crowd. He was popular from the very beginning, at least with other guys his age. As far as women, well, as soon as they actually got to know him, they'd usually go running the other way, but that wasn't true for Allie. She couldn't get enough. According to various friends and acquaintances, Brandon was, well, a terrible person. Now, I don't go around throwing insults like this very often, but I'm serious. Brandon was the very definition of a piece of human garbage. All of Allie's friends recall him as being a total tool. All he ever talked about was his father's money and how he could do whatever he wanted because his dad would always bail him out. It didn't matter if what Brandon was doing was illegal or simply immoral, he'd do whatever he wanted all the time, always, no matter who he hurt in the process. One of Allie's friends spoke about Brandon, and while this friend wished to remain anonymous, she described him as a pig. She said that he would use his family's money to do whatever he wanted, and that he'd have 6 different girls around him at one time, sitting back and laughing at them. She ended her remarks about Brandon by describing him as, quote, super misogynistic. Other friends recalled Brandon in a similar fashion. They said that he was raised as a, quote, daddy's boy, and that he had no regard for women whatsoever. He viewed them as little more than property to be played with. One friend recalled that he would constantly badger every female that he came into contact with in the dorms. He'd hang out with them, get what he wanted out of them, and then move on to the next one. Unfortunately, this seems to have been the case with Allie as well. Allie was deeply infatuated with Brandon. In the early stages of their relationship, Allie was under the impression that the two were exclusive, and that they had started dating. But according to Allie's family, she couldn't have been more wrong. Allie's mother recalled Allie coming home from college one day and announcing that she'd met a boy, specifically a boy from Texas. Her mother says that for whatever reason, Allie was always interested in Texas and the people from Texas. So when she met a boy from one of her favorite places, she couldn't have been happier. Allie initially described Brandon as nothing more than a crush, but it soon became clear that they were far more than that. Maddie Norris, one of Allie's closest friends, says that she never even met Brandon. According to Maddie, Brandon always had better things to do than meet Allie's friends and family. Maddie would later describe the relationship between Allie and Brandon as on and off again, but for Allie, Brandon was the only person she cared about. Allie's friends say that she was repeatedly crushed by Brandon. She would constantly make plans with him, then he would never show up. She'd invite friends over to meet him, but he'd disappear just hours before the meetup. She'd scheduled dates or phone calls, but he was never around. This all reached a breaking point in the summer of 2019. By this point, Allie and Brandon had been involved with one another on some level for about 3 years. But then Allie dropped a bombshell on Brandon. She sent him a text message and announced that she might be pregnant. She also sent a photo showing a pregnancy test result that came back as inconclusive. At this point, Allie was a senior in college, planning to graduate in just a few short months in the following spring. She revealed her possible pregnancy to Brandon on the 14th of June at around 10:15 p.m. While Brandon always did his best to dip and run whenever Allie reached out to him, this time was different. He responded almost immediately by saying that she should just take the Plan B pill and move on with her life. He added that he had no plans to keep a child, saying, quote, "I do not want a kid at all." Just minutes later, this was followed by another text that read, "I'm serious, no kid at all. It will ruin my life. I will not help at all." Immediately after these texts, Allie set up a time to meet with Brandon about the supposed pregnancy, but he never showed up, go figure. She scheduled multiple follow-up meetings as well, but he didn't show up to a single one of them. He would always concoct some sort of excuse and claim he was busy or had other plans or simply forgot. It wouldn't be until July of that year that Brandon would finally get around to meeting with Allie. But he didn't plan on simply meeting up with her. He had much bigger plans, and a much darker secret. Allie and Brandon had once again made plans to meet up on the evening of July 19, 2019. At this point, Allie was expected to have been about 3 months pregnant, but interestingly, police found surveillance footage from that night showing that she'd been at a bar. She got an Uber after leaving the bar and was seen driving home alone, suggesting that she'd likely been drinking. This took place at 11:52 p.m. Just a couple hours later, at 1:28 a.m., believe it or not, Brandon actually showed up for their planned meeting. He picked up Allie and the two drove down to a fishing camp at Sardis Lake. According to photos that were taken at the scene of the crime, the two had been drinking White Claws and eating junk food throughout their drive to the fishing camp. Mind you, this was taking place while the two were operating under the assumption that Allie was pregnant. And for anyone that might not be aware, White Claws are alcoholic, and junk food isn't great for a baby either. The two arrived at the fishing camp at around 2:15 a.m., and according to those who lived nearby, around this same time, a series of shots rang out in the night. A woman who was walking her dog reported hearing the shots between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m., pretty much the exact same time that Brandon and Allie would have arrived. By 10:30 a.m. that same morning, a police officer was passing through the area while conducting his routine patrols of the camp, and that's when he came across a crime scene. Based on the crime scene photos and police officer testimony, when he arrived at the camp, he found Allie lying face down on the ground. Nearby, he found her purse, 2 cans of White Claw, and the aforementioned bag of snacks. There was also a jacket placed on a nearby picnic table. When he approached Allie, it became clear that she had lost her life after being hit by multiple rounds at a somewhat close range. The officer stated that upon closer inspection, Allie had been hit a total of 9 times, though 11 shell casings were found nearby, leaving 2 rounds unaccounted for. The investigator said that in all of his years in the service, he'd never seen someone be hit so many times before. As soon as police confirmed the identity of Allie, they immediately got to work on the case, interviewing her closest friends and family members. In particular, they were interested in the testimony of Allie's friends. After speaking with multiple friends and acquaintances, detectives quickly noticed that there was one name that repeatedly came up in conversation: Brandon Thiesfeld. Brandon was a difficult person to track down, but police were eventually able to get in touch with him, and they asked him to come in for questioning. They didn't reveal that he was a suspect as far as I can tell. They purely explained that they wanted to hear his testimony from the night of the crime. But Brandon treated the police in the same way that he treated all the women in his life, with blatant disrespect. He told the officers on at least 3 occasions that he would meet them at a specific location at a specific time, but he would never show up. Once he lied on this 3rd occasion, police got much more serious and spoke with a judge and requested to obtain a warrant for his arrest, as well as gain access to his cell phone data. The judge granted this request, and police began to trace Brandon's movements by using his cell phone. They quickly learned that he wasn't even in the state of Mississippi any longer. He had packed his bags and was heading towards Tennessee without ever notifying them. Needless to say, this wasn't going to fly, so police tracked him down after issuing a bolo for his truck, an $80,000 Ford F-150 that he'd purchased, once again, with Daddy's money. About 2 hours after issuing the bolo, Brandon was arrested in Memphis. As soon as police searched Brandon's truck, things got much worse for him. They found a .40 caliber weapon that he had been hiding, a weapon that matched the one used at the scene of the crime. Brandon was immediately extradited back to Mississippi, but believe it or not, things would only get worse from here. When police were doing their best to tie Brandon to the scene of the crime, they requested access to Allie's phone records. While they obviously found the weapon that was used in the crime, they didn't have any sort of motive, and without a motive, it would be a bit more difficult for a jury to find Brandon guilty. Well, it wouldn't take long for them to uncover a mountain of evidence that simply couldn't be ignored. When they began looking through Allie's Apple Watch and iPhone, they were able to use her location data, her fitness data, and her text messages to paint a remarkably clear picture of when the crime took place, how it played out, and what role Brandon had played in things. They were able to confirm via Apple iMessage that Brandon was the last person to have seen Allie on the night that she disappeared. Not only this, but they were able to match their location data to the exact same location at the exact same time. But then came the most damning evidence of all. When looking at the contents of Allie's text messages, they learned that for 3 months, Allie had been leading Brandon to believe that she was pregnant and that the baby was his. Brandon, naturally terrified, refused to do the right thing and just meet up with Allie to talk it over and figure out what role she wanted him to play in all of this. Brandon pretty clearly didn't want a child, but Allie continued to push him to talk about the possibilities. In the end, Brandon made a rash decision that would change the history of his community forever. Police were able to prove that Brandon, terrified of, quote, ruining his life, decided to claim Allie's life and the life of her unborn baby. Or did he? Well, yes, he did claim the life of Allie, but a shocking revelation was announced when an autopsy was conducted on Allie's body. She wasn't pregnant, nor was there any indication that she had been at any point in the recent past. So what was with this strange pregnancy test that she showed to Brandon? Well, who even knows? There are a million reasons why a pregnancy test could come back inconclusive, but it seems that Allie was riding this train for as long as she possibly could, maybe just hoping to get a meeting with Brandon. But here's the thing. We have no way of knowing if Allie knew that she wasn't pregnant. We have no way of knowing if she really was just stringing him along. But what I find really odd is that for the 3 months that she believed she might have been pregnant, she never bothered taking a follow-up pregnancy test to confirm one way or the other. But the most crucial piece of evidence, in my book, that proves that she likely knew that she wasn't pregnant was her attendance at the bar that night and the white claws that were found at the scene of the crime. Allie was a smart girl. She almost certainly knew that if she was pregnant, then she shouldn't be drinking. To me, this seems to allude to the idea that Allie may have been so deeply in love with Brandon that she was willing to do almost anything just to get a few moments alone with him and try to hash things out. But Brandon was just too much of a coward to face the possible consequences of his actions and just sit down and have a talk with her. And the thing that bothers me most is that if Brandon had half a brain, he could have pieced all this together as well. But instead, he decided to put an end not only to their relationship, but to an entire life. Allie had been working so hard to get her degree so that she could begin her dream career. She tried so hard to love someone and begin a life with someone, but unfortunately, it was someone who just couldn't love her back. Allie had everything going for her, but this moronic monster stole all of that and more. After Brandon's arrest, police came across a handwritten note in which Brandon accepted responsibility for his actions. The note was addressed to his parents, and he explained that he was sorry for what he had done and sorry for the pain that he had caused them. He explained that he'd been having dark thoughts for quite some time, years leading up to the crime. He said that he couldn't explain where these thoughts came from, but that he'd finally acted on them and deeply regretted his actions. At the end of it all, Brandon was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole once he turns 65. It would seem that, at long last, Brandon had finally committed a crime that his dad couldn't bail him out of. Brooke Wilberger was anything but your average teenager. She was an avid churchgoer, always did right by her family, and put her faith in God above everything else in her life. Unfortunately, the criminals in her area didn't have the same set of values. One fateful day in May of 2004, Brooke had her innocence, her future, and her life taken away from her at the hands of a disgusting criminal in one of the most heartbreaking and grotesque ways possible. It would take investigators the better part of a decade to finally get this case solved, but detectives are still trying to wrap their heads around the motive all these years later. Brooke Wilberger was born on February 20th, 1985, to Greg and Cammie Wilberger, and she grew up in Fresno, California. She had a relatively sheltered childhood, as her family were extremely devout members of the Church of Mormon, more commonly known as the Church of the Latter-day Saints, or LDS for short. Church and their dedication to God was always the primary focus of the Wilberger family, setting their sights on things much higher than the world around us. Brooke went to school in the Fern Ridge School District, eventually graduating from Elmira High School sometime around 2002 or 2003. After leaving high school, Brooke decided to continue her education, but we don't know for sure what her major was. All we know is that she decided to enroll at Brigham Young University in Utah, a Christian school sponsored by the LDS Church. It was around this time that Brooke began to date her longtime boyfriend, Justin Blake. Much like Brooke's family, Justin also had dedicated his life to his church, becoming a Mormon missionary in Venezuela. Brooke and Justin were incredibly close, and it seemed as though their long-distance relationship was working out quite well for the two. When Justin eventually headed off to Venezuela, he left Brooke behind for the summer while she worked for her sister and brother-in-law to make some extra money before her upcoming school year began. This was around May of 2004. Brooke's sister and brother-in-law had been managing an apartment complex in Corvallis, Oregon. They needed help around the apartment during the summer months, so they offered Brooke a job doing various tasks around the property, usually cleaning or restocking supplies, simple things. Brooke was excited about her new job and the freedom that the newfound income would provide for her. But unfortunately, her freedom was about to be taken away in an unexpected and shocking turn of events that would lead to one of Oregon's most publicized missing person cases in the state's history. Corvallis, Oregon isn't a place that you typically associate with a high rate of crime. But while researching this case, I actually found out that crime is actually a pretty big issue in the area. The only exception to this fact is that it's mostly petty theft or other property crimes that run rampant in the area. Violent crime is actually much lower than the national average. With this in mind, it doesn't seem like most people in the area really pay much mind to keeping themselves safe from criminals. Yes, everyone locks their cars and their doors at night, but the area doesn't put its residents in any particular danger, at least not any more so than any other part of the country. Because of this, Brooke and her family never thought much about Brooke's safety when she worked at the aforementioned apartment complex. Brooke would spend a lot of time outside, cleaning buildings, picking up trash, and making sure the place looked the best that it could. This also happened to be what Brooke was doing on the morning of May 25th, 2004. Brooke showed up for work that morning just like it was any other day. She was outside near the parking lot cleaning up some lampposts in the surrounding areas, when, without notice, she went missing. I'm not sure who noticed that she vanished first, but her family would soon discover her sandals had been left behind a lamppost in the parking lot, almost as if she'd walked right out of them. Her sister and brother-in-law searched the whole property, but there was no sign of Brooke. She had vanished into thin air, leaving zero trace behind outside of her shoes. One of the most interesting aspects about her disappearance is that the apartment complex was located on the edge of Oregon State University. So close, in fact, that you should have been able to see the school from the parking lot of the apartments, according to several reports. This area was presumably very well policed, considering there were thousands of college students running around. It was an area where Brooke should have felt the safest, but that safety had quickly been turned on its head when Brooke's family decided that it was time to call in the help of the police. When officers arrived at the scene of the crime, they collected the little bit of evidence that they could and began their investigation immediately. What ended up being fairly unusual in this case was that the police pursued every lead with the utmost urgency. According to Lieutenant Ron Noble, this case was very unusual. In the past, it was the Corvallis Police Department's policy to wait a full 24 hours before pursuing a missing person case. It's their belief that adults are allowed to come and go as they please, and they don't treat any case as suspicious until 24 hours have passed by. But in Brooke's case, they knew something was wrong. After all, a 19-year-old girl isn't typically going to walk out of her sandals in the middle of a parking lot on a hot summer's day and just disappear. This case was bizarre from beginning to end. Police agreed with the family. Brooke didn't appear to be a woman who would disappear on her own. All the evidence alluded to the fact that Brooke was taken, kidnapped. As soon as Brooke's church heard about the crime, they organized a team of volunteers to help search the area in Corvallis. Unfortunately, the search team wasn't able to come up with any leads, nor did they find any evidence to further the case. But it wouldn't be long before police found their first person of interest. A very strange man that police seemed to have had their eye on for quite some time. And you won't believe what they found when they brought him in for questioning. Police had narrowed down their search efforts and had honed in on a man by the name of Sung-Koo Kim. I wasn't able to determine specifically what led police to this man, but as they began investigating him, they uncovered mountains of evidence that proved that this man was, by all means, pretty unusual. By many people's definitions, he was a bit of a creep. Sung-Koo Kim was heavily questioned by police regarding Brooke's disappearance. Kim continually pleaded his innocence, but police weren't letting up. After days of interrogation, police had found that there was far more to Kim than he was letting on. After a few weeks of research and detective work, police connected Kim to dozens of thefts and crimes all across the state of Oregon. Each of these crimes specifically targeted women. For investigators, this was all they needed to know to believe that they had found their man. But there was just one problem. Even though they were able to prove that Kim was a criminal, they still had no evidence that directly linked him to the disappearance of Brooke. But this is when things went from strange to bad to just plain weird. As they dug deeper into every aspect of Kim's life, they learned that he had a collection, so to speak. As it would turn out, the breaking and entering charges that were now being placed against Kim were not the result of him stealing money, electronics, or even cars. Rather, he'd been stealing women's underwear. You're not going to believe this, but the research and detective work uncovered more than 3,400 pairs of women's underwear in the possession of Kim. That's more than your average woman would wear in a decade. Now, I could understand if he had a few pairs in his apartment, maybe even a couple dozen. Not saying that it isn't weird, I'm just saying I could understand how a creep may be able to procure something like this and keep it hidden. There's some pretty strange people out there after all, but 3,400 pairs? I can't wrap my mind around how he could have stolen so many. He would have needed an entire room in his home to dedicate just to this type of collection. It just doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. After all was said and done, Sung-Koo Kim was sent to trial and was convicted for various charges, including the theft of the underwear. He was given an amazing 11 years behind bars, but not before his family filed a lawsuit of their own, claiming that police used excessive force during their interrogation and their arrest of Kim. The Kim family ended up winning this lawsuit, being awarded over $300,000 in compensation. But this is all little more than a side note in the case of Brooke Wilberger. While Kim was certainly a man that police need to keep their eye on, they were forced to exclude him from their investigation after they found no evidence tying him to Brooke's disappearance. With this, police reached a dead end in the investigation, but they weren't willing to give up just yet. By this point, it was November of 2004. Police were left scratching their heads, desperately hoping for a new lead in the disappearance of Brooke Wilberger. It would be November 30th before this lead would finally arrive, and it would be yet another heartbreaking turn that no one could have ever expected. On November 30th, 2004, a foreign exchange student who'd been attending the University of New Mexico, several states away, contacted police after being kidnapped, beaten, and taken advantage of. She was able to survive the ordeal, but naturally, her life would never be the same afterward. Thankfully, it didn't take police long to track down the culprit, a man named Joel Patrick Courtney. Joel was sent through all the typical hoops of the American court system, and it would be nearly 3 years later in 2007 before he was finally sent to prison, being given a sentence of 18 years, then an additional 5 years parole after his release. But it was during this time that Joel was awaiting trial that police in Oregon began to notice a few connections between the foreign exchange student's kidnapping and the disappearance of Brooke Wilberger. In particular, police were interested in the victim's report of being taken away in a green minivan. Investigators would soon reveal that in Brooke's disappearance, witnesses had also reported seeing a green minivan that may have been a bit suspicious. Worse yet, investigators soon learned that Joel was a native to Oregon, making it very likely that he would have been in the area on the day that Brooke vanished. Court documents explain that, in fact, detectives were able to place Joel in Corvallis on the exact date of Brooke's kidnapping, further stating that his van had been witnessed by multiple people, with these witnesses claiming they'd never seen the van before or since the crime. To make matters worse for Joel, an OSU employee identified Joel in a lineup, saying that he witnessed him acting suspiciously on the day that Brooke was taken. Investigators eventually tracked down Joel's green minivan, but not without all the usual hurdles that you would expect during a multi-state investigation. When detectives finally gained possession of his vehicle, they managed to find Brooke's DNA all throughout the van, as well as a strand of her hair. Mind you, all of this unfolded in mid-2005, but investigators weren't able to do much with this information until April of 2008, as they were forced to wait for all the paperwork to be filed and all the usual legal hoopla in order to extradite Joel from New Mexico to Oregon. But all throughout this process, there was a much bigger problem that investigators still had not been able to solve. Where was Brooke? Her body had never been located, and Joel certainly wasn't going to admit to anything. But that's when everything changed for Joel, and he had a sudden change of heart. Prosecutors were interviewing Joel in the case when they revealed something to him that shook his world to its core. They explained that they weren't just looking to get Joel sent to prison. They were pursuing capital punishment, and it certainly seemed as though they had enough evidence to secure this type of conviction. Joel, rather obviously, changed his tone after this and began to cooperate with police. Joel was finally willing to talk about Brooke's disappearance. After an intensive interrogation, Joel admitted to kidnapping Brooke on May 24th. He said that he had noticed her in the parking lot of the apartment complex, and when no one was around, he jumped out of his car, overpowered her, then restrained her in the back of his van. He then drove her out to the woods just outside of town, but after a short while, he returned to town to grab some food. All the while, Brooke was bound in the back of his van, unable to escape or even call for help. This twisted man literally drove all over town with the victim in the back of his van, playing it off as if nothing was unusual, and the people that he encountered along this journey never thought anything about it. Joel says that he hadn't done anything to Brooke at this point. He kept her alive throughout the remainder of the night, seemingly unsure of what he planned on doing. But the following morning, he had made his decision. Joel says that his intentions were simply to take advantage of Brooke, then let her go. But Brooke wasn't going to make things easy for him, and she fought him every step of the way. In the end, he grew so angry with her resistance that he claimed her life, did the deed that he'd been waiting for, then buried her on a logging road where she presumably would never be found. After Joel learned that police had been seeking capital punishment, he cut a deal with investigators. In exchange for taking capital punishment off the table, he would reveal where he had buried Brooke's remains. Both parties accepted this deal, and Brooke's location was determined in late 2009. The trial had been set for February of 2010, with Joel pleading guilty to all charges and being given life in prison with no possibility of parole. After 5 long years, the case was finally closed. Brooke's family were finally able to begin seeking the closure that they so desperately wanted, knowing that this monster would be locked behind bars for the rest of his life. The only mercy in this case is that Brooke's suffering appears to have been over relatively quickly, but the pain and agony that her family are left with is something that they'll likely never recover from. But we also need to keep in mind the innocent foreign exchange student who had all hopes of a normal future stolen from her on that chilly November day. All she wanted to do was come to America in the hopes of getting a better education, but instead, her dreams were crushed and her future forever changed course. I'm sure Joel's arrest makes little difference to this young woman at this point. What's done is done, but maybe, at the very least, she can rest a little bit easier at night, knowing that the man who stole so much from her will never be able to lay a hand on her again. Natalie McNally was over the moon when she found out that she had a child on the way. Her boyfriend and parents were equally excited, but on a cold December morning in late 2022, this excitement was taken away from her. In the still of the night, a criminal broke into her house and claimed Natalie's life in one of the most disturbing ways imaginable. Detectives have been on the hunt for the suspect responsible for the crime, and while the case remains under investigation, police believe they may have found their man. And he was a lot closer to home than anyone would have expected. Natalie McNally was, by every definition, a happy and independent young woman. She had grown up in Lurgan, located in Northern Ireland. Alongside her 3 brothers, Natalie had a fairly typical childhood, growing up in a great community surrounded by family who cared for her. Lurgan may not be a very well-known town, but it's only about 18 miles from Belfast, so pretty much anything you could ever need or want was within driving distance. With a population of around 28,000 people, it would be difficult to describe Lurgan as a small town, but the community was very strong and very close. It's been described by many in the area as a place where no one bothers to lock their doors because crime is never really an issue. It's been the perfect place to raise a family for decades, and this is likely why the population of Lurgan continues to grow every year. Natalie McNally loved it here. She had countless friends that she could always count on, but more importantly, she had family. While she was certainly close with her friends from work and her former years at school, she was closest with her mother. The two did everything together: shopping, crafts, housekeeping, local events, everything. As strange as it may seem to some people, Natalie and her mother were best friends. Even though Natalie was close with her mom says that Natalie was also fiercely independent. While she always hung out with her mother, she made it clear that she didn't need help or expect anything from anyone. She was her own woman and lived her life on her own terms. According to her friends, Natalie was also an animal lover. She had a house full of cats, but she was closest with her dog, a German Shepherd named River. The two of them went everywhere together, and Natalie was dedicated to giving River the best life possible. To top all of this off, Natalie had been in a great relationship with her boyfriend, Steven. The two seemed closer than ever, and things had been going smoothly for quite some time. I don't know if the two were engaged or not, but it may be safe to assume that if they weren't, an engagement was likely imminent. The two were deeper in love than anything you could imagine, and they were expecting their first child in just a few short months. But unfortunately, before they could begin their family together, tragedy would strike the town of Lurgan. Just days before Christmas, on December 18th of 2022, Natalie, now 15 weeks pregnant, went missing. She stopped answering calls or texts, and no one was able to get in touch with her. When a friend decided to check her home to check on her, they walked into a crime scene unlike anything you could ever imagine. Traumatic is the only way that I can put this crime scene into words. Desperate and emotional are two other words that come to mind describing this horrific violence that was displayed toward Natalie in her final moments on this earth. Natalie's parents say that in the weeks leading up to her demise, Natalie was the happiest that she'd ever been. She was just 32 years old and knew that she had the world in the palm of her hand. She was over the moon about being a mother soon, and she'd wanted nothing more in her life than to be a mom. But someone took that joy away from her and left behind nothing but a trail of destruction. We don't know which of Natalie's friends stumbled across this crime scene, but police were called immediately afterward. Emergency services were called to Natalie's home sometime around 10 p.m. on the evening of December 19th. As we would learn soon after, the crime had been committed the previous day, but Natalie wasn't found until about 24 hours afterward. Medics were initially hopeful that Natalie could be saved, but unfortunately, they called off all rescue attempts at the scene. Natalie was gone. When police reviewed CCTV footage from the area that was recorded the evening of the crime, they noticed a scary-looking man who was acting very suspicious. He had walked down Natalie's street at about 8:52 p.m. By 9:30, he was seen leaving the street, coming from the direction of Natalie's house. The best I can tell, there was no footage of Natalie's actual house, only footage of the surrounding areas. But the CCTV footage was more than enough for police to pin down their first suspect. A suspect was tracked down fairly quickly, and he was arrested the following day. By all means, police were pursuing the case with a sense of urgency, but unfortunately, the man had an alibi. The lead suspect was released from police custody on December 20th, and detectives officially announced that they were treating Natalie's case as suspicious. The following day, investigators revealed more details about the state of the crime scene, confirming that they were now classifying the case as a homicide investigation. They revealed that Natalie's body was covered in wounds. She'd been very badly beaten, becoming unrecognizable to her family. They found several wounds that were consistent with a knife and countless others that were defensive wounds. It appeared that Natalie had fought back against her attacker, and she wasn't going down without a fight. According to one report, Natalie was so badly beaten that she had multiple broken bones in her face. Another report detailed that her neck had also been broken as well, but we don't know how all of this played out, though I don't think this information would need to be shared publicly anyway. It doesn't change what happened and how callous this criminal acted towards Natalie. By December 22nd, police had arrested another man and revealed that they'd come across another few pieces of CCTV footage. In this footage, a man was seen leaving the area of the crime while carrying a bag of some sort. Unfortunately, this suspect was released as well, but he was released on bail. Police didn't reveal his name at this point in the investigation, but it appears as though detectives had a significant amount of evidence against him, but not quite enough to secure a conviction. The only information that was revealed at this point was that the suspect was 32 years old, and this revelation certainly began to turn a few heads. After this, the case stalled for a while, but investigators would announce on January 5th, 2023, that they had located the weapon used to claim Natalie's life. But here's where things get far worse. They explained that they had reason to believe that Natalie knew her attacker firsthand. They explained that there were no signs of forced entry, and they had no reason to believe that Natalie didn't let this person into her home willingly. But to top this off, police explained that they questioned whether or not this was a targeted attack, or if it had been completely random. Because of this, they issued a warning to all of the women in the local area that there was a serious possibility that the suspect may have been a danger to other women as well, telling the locals to ensure that their doors were locked at all hours of the day and to never be out in public alone. By January 13th, police arrested another man who they believed may have been connected to the crime, but he too was released the next day on bail. At this point, the case reached another standstill, this time for a period of about 2 weeks. With no further information to go on and no evidence linking anyone to the scene of the crime, police appealed to the public for assistance. They revisited the previously released CCTV footage and begged anyone from the public to come forward if they felt as though they may have seen or heard anything on the night of the crime, but no one ever stepped up. It wouldn't be until January 31st, over a month after the crime, that police would announce that they had the criminal in custody. But it wasn't who anyone would have ever expected. Police had arrested their first suspect, who we mentioned a moment ago, once again. This time they had new evidence against him, but we don't know exactly what this evidence was. This time they were pursuing allegations against this man far more aggressively, and he was sent to the local police station for a full-fledged interrogation. Just 2 days later, this suspect was officially charged with homicide. A few days after this, the suspect's name was revealed, and it came as a shock to everyone, especially Natalie's family. It was someone they all loved and respected, and certainly the last person they would have ever expected to be capable of such a thing. After all, it was the man who claimed to love Natalie the most, her own boyfriend, Stephen McCullagh. Police explained that Stephen was brought in for questioning after they'd originally spoken to him on the night of December 19th. If you don't remember, he was the suspect who police initially arrested, but they let him go after they found out he had an alibi that was virtually undeniable. And I'll be honest, his alibi for that evening was truly remarkable. Stephen has a YouTube channel, and it seems that he mostly used the channel for gaming. In particular, he was a big fan of the Grand Theft Auto series, and it seems like he played these games quite often on his channel. Stephen is also involved in the local media industry, so he knows his way around a computer and certainly knows a thing or two about entertainment. On the night of Natalie's demise, Stephen said that he was at home playing Grand Theft Auto. But not only this, he said that he was live streaming his session to dozens of people. His alibi was as airtight as they come. If dozens of people remember seeing him playing video games that night, then it seems pretty apparent that he was most likely, in fact, playing video games. But this is where Stephen got a bit crafty, and I've never heard of something like this ever happening before. For those of you that may not know, when you stream to YouTube, TikTok, or even Facebook, most professionals use a program known as OBS Studio to do this. I've used it on this channel several times in the past. But the thing about OBS is that it gives you far more features than your traditional streaming app or streaming software. One of those features is the ability to live stream pre-recorded files. This is why, for example, when you see bands performing on live streams, they sound so much better than you may have expected them to sound live, because it's usually all pre-recorded and heavily edited. Well, Stephen pulled off this same thing on the evening of the crime. He had pre-recorded himself playing Grand Theft Auto for more than 6 hours, then used this computer software to replay that file live to his viewers. As far as his viewers knew, Stephen was sitting behind his desk playing Grand Theft Auto. But in reality, Stephen could have been anywhere in the world doing anything, and police have reason to believe that he was at Natalie's house that evening. After all, he perfectly resembles the man that was captured on CCTV that evening. If this isn't already sounding crazy enough, it's about to get even more strange, because police say that their team of computer experts analyzed his live stream from that evening and proved that, without a doubt, it had been pre-recorded. Stephen eventually admitted to this, but he claimed he'd been home drinking all night, though he never gave a believable excuse as to why he had pre-recorded the live stream. But the crazy part is what took place shortly after this. Police say in the weeks after Natalie lost her life, Stephen had visited her parents' home multiple times. On one of these visits, Stephen left the home but returned about 45 minutes later, claiming he left behind his cell phone by mistake. Well, he did leave his cell phone, but it was no mistake. During that 45-minute window, Stephen had been recording audio on his phone to try to determine whether the McNally family suspected him of taking Natalie's life. We don't know if Stephen was ever able to find the information he was looking for, but it doesn't seem like he did. On top of this bizarre piece of evidence, police say that they have CCTV footage that follows him to a bus station in Lurgan that evening, as well as additional footage placing him in the proximity of Natalie's home during the time the crime was committed. They even claim to have footage of him returning home later that evening. All in all, investigators have tracked Stephen throughout every step of the crime. But this all begs one big question. If Stephen and Natalie were as in love as everyone says, and she was carrying his child, why would he want to take her life? Well, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Jealousy is a powerful motivator. For Stephen, this was especially true. Bear in mind, this case is currently ongoing, and there's only so much information and evidence that we can go on for now. But according to investigators, Stephen McCullagh was a very jealous man. When he found out that Natalie had been speaking with other men through text messages, he took great offense. According to police, Stephen had found out that Natalie had been texting an ex-boyfriend through WhatsApp. In total, officers say that just 33 messages were exchanged between the two. In today's world, and in my opinion, this would lend itself to an off-the-cuff short conversation, maybe just two people catching up. But for Stephen, this meant war. The problem with this story is that we don't know the content of the messages. In Stephen's eyes, Natalie had crossed a line, and it seems that he was under the assumption that she was cheating on him. In all reality, she may have been, we just don't know. But a total of 33 messages makes this seem like a bit of a stretch. Granted, you can say a lot in just a single text message, but 33 messages still doesn't sound like much of an affair or relationship, but that's purely my opinion. It could be that there truly was a relationship between Natalie and this ex. And maybe Natalie's child didn't even belong to Stephen, who knows? There's a million ways you could look at this situation. But there's only one way to look at it properly. No matter what Natalie did, she didn't deserve what took place that evening. Police say that on the evening of the crime, Natalie's phone had been unlocked 9 times between 8:52 and 9:30 p.m. Investigators believe that these unlocks were due to Stephen scrolling through Natalie's text messages, presumably catching her in the act. Take it from someone who's been on the other end of a situation like this, whatever Stephen found in those messages likely broke him in the deepest parts of his soul. He'll never be the same after seeing something like this. To be fair, that's incredibly unfortunate, and for many people, it could lead them down a dark path for the rest of their lives. But one of the biggest things you have to remember in situations like this is that it's never an excuse to take your anger out on someone, certainly not in a physical way, and certainly not to the extent that Stephen went. Relationships are complicated, and one of the most dangerous parts of a relationship is admitting that you've taken your emotional well-being and placed it into the hands of someone else. Someone who could tear you apart from the inside out if they felt like it, sometimes just to spite you. The scariest part of a relationship is that lack of control, the lack of proof, knowing just how deeply you love another person, but never fully being able to know whether or not they feel the same way. You just have to trust and assume that they do based on their actions and the way that they treat you. But for Stephen, it doesn't seem like he was willing to place this amount of control over his life into the hands of someone else. Whatever he found on Natalie's phone that evening was his breaking point, and unfortunately, Natalie suffered for it. Police say in the days leading up to the crime, Stephen had searched on his computer most painful ways to die. So it's safe to say that whatever he did to Natalie that evening, she didn't deserve it. No one does. Keep in mind, Stephen is still considered innocent until proven guilty, but let's be real, in a case like this with mountains and mountains of evidence, it seems like this case is pretty open and shut. Thankfully for Natalie, her suffering is finally over. But if Stephen is found guilty, his suffering has only just begun. Hannah Cornelius was a 21-year-old woman from South Africa who was spending the evening out with her friend, Cheslin. As they were sitting in their car, talking about the great time that they just had together, 4 unidentified men approached their vehicle and kidnapped them. Only one of the 2 friends would make it out alive. Detectives soon uncovered a crime scene unlike anything they had witnessed before. So I want to be clear, this case is by far the worst, most heartbreaking, and most disgusting case I've ever covered. And I'm not saying that to hype up the video, I say that as a warning. This case is just awful from beginning to end, so much so that I strongly considered scrapping the whole thing and just covering a different story. But the truth is, no matter how tragic and how haunting these cases are, the victims' stories deserve to be heard, and Hannah deserves to be remembered. With that said, this is the story of Hannah Cornelius. Hannah Cornelius lived in Stellenbosch, South Africa, but was born in Western Cape. From a young age, Hannah was always a very happy young girl. She was very close with her family, most of whom appear to have lived in Cape Town, about 45 minutes away from Stellenbosch. Anyone with eyes understands that Hannah was a beautiful young woman, and her parents, Willem and Anna, were incredibly proud of her. She'd done great in school as a teenager and was destined for success. According to one source, Hannah was doing remarkably well in her university studies, getting an 85% on her most recent final, studying for a BA in humanities, a field that's predominantly focused on human history and literature. Outside of her schooling, Hannah was an excellent piano player and always dreamed of traveling to Paris to see all the historic sites that the town has to offer. She was also an advocate for animal welfare, but I don't know to what extent she was involved in the more recent animal rights movements. Hannah came from a well-established family, with their father being the former magistrate of Simonstown. While her childhood appears to have been great, all things considered, she did have a somewhat difficult home life at times due to her younger brother who suffers from severe autism. While many people with autism are able to still live relatively normal lives, her brother wasn't so lucky, as he requires round-the-clock care and has more recently been sent to an assisted living facility. Hannah had a number of friends who looked up to her and were there for her whenever she needed them. One of these friends was Cheslin Marsh. The interesting thing about Cheslin is that we don't really know how close he and Hannah were, though. I've seen various reports about the two, with some saying that the two were in a relationship, while others say that they were just friends. In fact, one report claims that the two had only met the night before the crime. Regardless of their relationship status, though, it seems safe to assume that these two had a very tight bond with one another, and Cheslin cared for Anna deeply. As fate would have it, Cheslin was with Anna on the evening that things went terribly wrong for her. What was supposed to be a relaxing, fun night out in town ended in what could very easily be described as one of the most gruesome, heinous crimes in Stellenbosch's history. It was May 27th, 2017. Hannah and Cheslin had spent the night out drinking and dancing and had returned to their home at around 3:30 a.m. that Saturday morning. CCTV footage shows the two pulling into a parking lot in Hannah's blue and white Volkswagen Golf. After pulling into the lot, Hannah and Cheslin spend a fair amount of time chatting with one another, waiting to head inside to get some much-needed rest. As they're sitting in their car, though, 4 men walk by. Men who were later identified as suspects in this case. These 4 men were on their way to a nearby apartment when they happened to walk by Hannah's car, noticing that 2 people were inside. It was at this point that their plans for the evening changed. The 4 men approached the car and, without hesitation, began to attack both Cheslin and Hannah. Police say that Cheslin was forced into the back seat of the car while Hannah was pinned in between the front 2 seats. After a few moments, CCTV footage shows Hannah's car driving away after one of the 4 men had fled the scene, catching back up with the gang later on. At 4:30 a.m., the car is seen pulling into a gas station parking lot. This was about an hour after the initial altercation, even though the footage was taken only a few miles away. By this point, Cheslin had been forced into the back of the car, with Hannah being restrained in the front passenger seat. As far as we know, this was the last time Hannah would be seen alive. One of the suspects soon exits the vehicle and enters the gas station, heading toward an ATM. He had stolen Cheslin's bank card and attempted to make a withdrawal from his account, but Cheslin had given him the wrong PIN number, meaning the suspect left empty-handed. The man was obviously angry about this and vowed that Cheslin would be punished later on. The men drove away from the gas station, and police ultimately lost track of them for several hours. One of the suspects would later reveal to officers that Hannah remained quiet and stoic for the remainder of the drive. She didn't say one word to any of the men, nor did she obey any of their demands. She simply stared straight in front of her, silent for the remainder of the drive. It would be around 5:30 to 6 a.m. that the men pulled over into a secluded area, with Cheslin saying that it was still dark out at this point. He had been stowed away in the back of the car for nearly 2 hours by now, but the perpetrators soon opened the hatch and forced him out of the car, telling him to lay down on the ground and place his head onto a brick. We don't know for sure what took place next, but Cheslin says that the last thing he remembers is closing his eyes and praying, begging for forgiveness for whatever he had done to end up in this situation. He mentioned seeing 2 of the men holding bricks in their hands, but he has no idea what they did with these bricks, though I think it's pretty safe to assume what took place. The criminals believed that Cheslin had lost his life, so they abandoned him and drove Hannah several more miles away to an even more secluded location, this time in a patch of woods located just behind a paintball venue. Hannah pleaded with her attackers, offering to allow them to do whatever they wanted to her, only asking in return that she be allowed to leave with her life. The suspects say that despite her pleas and bargaining, she fought back every step of the way and wasn't going to make things easy for them. She refused to willingly exit the car once they arrived at the paintball venue, with the men prying her from the hatch before tossing her into the woods and taking advantage of her time and time again. After the men were done, they put her back inside of the car and drove her several more miles out to an area of secluded farmland. By this point, it's safe to assume that the sun had begun to rise, so the men needed to act quickly if they wanted to get away with their crimes without getting caught with Hannah's stolen car. Once they arrived on the farm, they pulled Hannah from the car, then attempted to end her suffering using a knife. When that began to take too long, the men forced her to lay on the ground, all the while she was begging with her every breath for the men to just leave her be. It was at this point that the men picked up an 80-pound rock from nearby and dropped it on top of Hannah, bringing the worst night of her life to a tragic, horrific conclusion. The gang then abandoned the crime scene, but their night of terror still wasn't over. Early the next morning, the men arrived back in town and chased down a woman who was walking to work. They ran after her until she ultimately tripped and fell, stealing her purse and other belongings and leaving her there, thankfully not going any further than just stealing her possessions. Unfortunately, a third woman wouldn't be quite so lucky. A few miles away, a third victim was kidnapped and robbed, but we don't know the extent of her injuries. As best I can tell, she seems to have gotten away without anything serious happening, but it's safe to assume that her life would never be the same after this, regardless of her making it out alive and with her dignity intact. By the following day, around 2 p.m., only 2 of the 4 men remained with Hannah's car. The men had been traveling through Stellenbosch once again. By this point, it appears as though police had been on the lookout for Hannah's missing car, and an undercover agent happened to notice the car pass by, with 2 unidentified men inside of it. The undercover cop called for backup, and before long, a high-speed chase ensued. The men drove police dozens of miles down the road to yet another area of farmland where they would abandon the car near a field and take off on foot. Thankfully, the 2 men were captured by officers and they were taken in for questioning. By the following morning, Cheslin had finally woken after being so badly beaten by his kidnappers. He somehow survived the horrific encounter with these men, but he certainly left the scene of the crime with more than a few scars and an unbelievable story to tell investigators. As he woke up, he headed toward a nearby series of houses and began begging for help. When he was taken to the hospital, doctors revealed that he, by all accounts, shouldn't even be alive. He ended up going deaf in one ear, but as far as I can tell, he didn't have any other lasting effects from the attack and appears to have made a full recovery. I can't confirm this with any certainty, but he seems to be doing okay these days. Cheslin obviously went to the police and reported what had happened. Thankfully, police had already picked up two of the perpetrators, and it didn't take long for the suspects to begin to turn on one another, each of them blaming the others for the crimes. At this point, it doesn't appear that police knew that Hannah had lost her life, but they would soon uncover all of the gruesome details of that evening and what these four men had truly been up to that night. Now, unfortunately, this is where the case gets a bit muddied. Every source I've found seems to tell a different side of the story, and most of these stories don't align with one another. All I can say for sure is that the four men continually blamed one another for the crimes, with each of the men pleading their innocence at trial. In fact, two of these monsters confessed to certain aspects of the crime during their interrogation, but when it came time for their trial, they claimed they weren't guilty. I'm not sure how they thought they were going to get out of this after being filmed during their confession, with this confession being used against them as evidence in court. They also had Cheslin as an eyewitness testifying against them, but regardless, they all claimed that they had nothing to do with the crime. Thankfully though, Cheslin managed to heal enough in time for the trial that he was able to tell the judge and jury everything that he had gone through, though he appears to have been nearly suffering a panic attack throughout the entirety of his testimony. The only problem is that he wasn't around for Hannah's final moments, so he couldn't help out much in that aspect of the case. But in reality, it doesn't seem like police needed much help in pinning these men for the crime. After all, their DNA and fingerprints were all over Hannah's car. Their DNA was found across every inch of the crime scene, and two of the men were caught red-handed in Hannah's vehicle. This case was about as open and shut as it could possibly be, but if that weren't enough, there were also the two additional victims that the suspects attacked the following morning. I can't wrap my head around how any of these four men thought they would get away with even one of their crimes. Someone had witnessed almost every single aspect of the case, obviously excluding what took place in the woods that night, but the DNA that was found at the scene painted a very clear picture for detectives. At trial, 3 of the 4 men who took Hannah's life were given a life sentence. One of the men got away with a slightly lesser sentence because there was no evidence tying him to Hannah's final moments. In total, the men received a combined 358 years in prison, with the crowd of people who attended the hearing cheering as their sentences were read. But honestly, one of the worst aspects of this case is how the suspects acted during the trial. All throughout their time in the stand, they were making faces at the victim's family, telling jokes to one another, laughing and smiling, and throwing hand gestures at the crowd of people. One of the men even made suggestive remarks toward the judge who was reading the gang's sentence. These 4 men were all the lowest of low, true monsters that deserve everything they'll get behind bars, but the story isn't over just yet. As I'm sure all of you know, one of the biggest crimes in a situation like this, believe it or not, isn't actually what happened to the victim. It's what happens to the victim's loved ones who are left to face another day without the people they hold closest. The real tragedy is the families and friends of those who were taken away far too soon, who now have to figure out how their world is going to keep turning when such a pillar in their lives has been stolen. You may have heard the phrase, the mercy of life is that it just keeps going, but for some people, it doesn't. Hannah's mother, Anna, lost her way after Hannah lost her life. Hannah was so deeply involved in her parents' lives that for Anna, it was just too much to bear. Anna had a remarkably difficult time coming to terms with the loss of her daughter. She went through all of the daily motions, but nothing mattered anymore. In the words of Hannah's father, when Hannah died, so did our family. The following year in 2018, Anna would head out on one of her daily swimming exercises, but on this particular day, she didn't make her usual rounds. She didn't make her usual laps around the ocean. Instead, she jumped into the water, swam into the distance, and just kept swimming. Her body was found washed ashore several days later. The pain of her daughter's loss was too much to bear, and Anna would ultimately lose her battle with depression. Anna's father would later speak about the loss of his wife and daughter, saying, "Me and my son, we're not a family. We're the survivors who live in the ruins of what once was." If all of this weren't bad enough, Willem would soon be diagnosed with cancer. He fought a short battle before the illness overtook him, and he too lost his life. This left behind Hannah's brother, who's now being cared for in an assisted living facility due to severe autism. It's very likely her brother's unable to comprehend what his family went through and why his parents and sister no longer come to see him. This is the true tragedy in cases like this. Rachel Barber was 15 years old in 1999 when she went missing after a dance recital. She was last seen alongside her babysitter that afternoon, but investigators found no trace of her after this. But detectives did find a disturbing diary entry written just days before she vanished, in which her babysitter confessed to what really happened that day. Rachel Barber was born on September 12, 1983. She was the oldest of 3 sisters and had parents who were deeply involved in her life, doing their best to provide her with everything she could have ever wanted. Her mother, Elizabeth, and her father, Michael, had been together for many years, and Rachel's home life was the very definition of healthy and typical for a girl her age. Sometime around 1992 or 1993, Rachel and her family moved to Mont Albert, hoping for better opportunities. It was around this time that the family met a young girl named Katelyn Reed Robertson. Katelyn quickly became a friend of the family, with Rachel's parents often hiring her to help babysit the children. Katelyn would grow up alongside Rachel and her siblings, but she was around 4 years older and certainly more mature than the young Barber girls were at the time. Rachel was just 15 years old by 1999. She spent much of her childhood training to become a dancer, and she was incredibly talented. Not only was she a great dancer, but she aspired to be a model as well. Her goal in life was to eventually enter acting classes and work her way into musicals across the globe, particularly musicals in the US, as most of her favorite venues and performances were taking place in Chicago. Rachel had become a full-time student at the Dance Factory in Melbourne, Australia. She was known for her beauty, as well as her popularity and her athleticism. She was in great shape and was often in the top of her class, becoming a world-class dancer at a strikingly young age. While Rachel may have been quite popular in school, she was actually a quite shy young girl. She didn't take too well with strangers and would often seem withdrawn around people that she didn't know very well, but she was always very nice and respectable. Even though she was quite shy, Rachel had been dating her boyfriend Manny for several months, and it seemed that the two were closer than ever. Despite her timid nature, she had no problems opening up to Manny, who seemed to make it easy for Rachel to just be herself. Katelyn Robertson, the babysitter I mentioned a moment ago, was right there alongside the Barber family for about 7 years or so. She watched Rachel turn from a shy young girl into a vibrant young woman who was bound for success in her dance career. Katelyn adored Rachel, but she had other feelings towards Rachel that were less than loving. Katelyn was a very jealous teenager. She had trouble dealing with other people's successes, especially considering that, in all honesty, she didn't have much going for her at the time. She was a perfectly good-looking girl, but she didn't have the magnetic energy and charisma that Rachel had, and this bothered Katelyn deeply. As she watched over the girls for most of their childhood, it seemed that this resentment toward Rachel grew. What had begun as a simple feeling of jealousy, something all of us struggle with from time to time, grew to something far more dangerous and far more sinister. Katelyn wanted to live Rachel's life, and if she couldn't live it, neither could Rachel. Katelyn's troubles with self-worth and jealousy would reach new heights as her teenage years drew on. By the time she was in her mid-teens, she began to feel horrible about herself, and not just in the typical way that most teens will at some point or another. It seems that by all means, she had begun to develop a genuine hatred toward herself. She didn't look the way that she wanted to look, she didn't feel smart enough, and she certainly didn't feel worthy of being loved. According to those around her, she'd always put herself down, referring to herself as a loser, as unwanted, fat, dirty, or even dumb. In fact, she created a self-portrait around the age of 14 that had several of these words written on it, with misfit being written in bold letters at the very top. Katelyn was reaching an all-time low, and it was happening quickly. But as she got a little bit older, some of this hate turned away from herself and was beginning to surround her father. This being after her father walked out on the family, leaving Katelyn and the rest of her loved ones to fend for themselves while her dad started a new, better life elsewhere. Katelyn would take her anger and write it down in letters to her estranged father. I don't know if she ever mailed these letters or if they were purely therapeutic, but the letters grew very vicious, with her one time blaming her father for her feelings of alienation, writing, quote, "I feel like a troubled, tortured, lost soul that's been thrown into an alien environment full of angels." These terrible feelings of self-hatred that Katelyn held on to would eventually lead her to plotting a crime of disastrous proportions. Her anger and rage would soon be taken out on someone who didn't really have anything to do with her situation: Rachel Barber. It was March 1st, 1999. Rachel's father drove her to a tram stop that morning around 9:30 a.m. so that she could attend her classes at the dance factory in Melbourne. She left home wearing her favorite gold necklace, having only $13 in her wallet. She told her boyfriend Manny that after classes, she was going to head out for a secret job offer that she wasn't allowed to talk about. The sheer fact that she even mentioned the job to Manny was against the rules, but she felt like he needed to know. This secret job was supposedly to pay incredibly well, but this was the only information that she was willing to share with anyone. She left the dance factory that afternoon, headed off for this secret location. Her parents had no idea that she had any other plans after classes that day, outside of hanging out with her friends as she normally did. The last reported sighting of Rachel came just after she left the dance factory, when she was spotted walking around a tram station with a woman. Hours passed by and Rachel had not returned to the tram station to meet her father that evening, and her parents grew very worried. Rachel had never missed curfew before, and she was reported missing right away. Manny quickly opened up to Rachel's parents and the police and admitted that she told him about a secret job offer, but he didn't know anything else about this job, so this information wasn't very helpful with the investigation. By all means, Rachel simply vanished off the face of the earth, and no further updates would be released until 13 days later, when some shocking news would leave the Barber family in shambles. It was March 14th when police approached the Barber family with news that they could have never expected. Keep in mind, at this point, the Barbers had no idea that police were investigating the case as a potential homicide. So you can imagine their surprise when officers knocked on the door of the Barber family home and revealed that they had arrested a suspect in connection with Rachel's disappearance. When police revealed that the suspect was none other than Katelyn Robertson, their jaws hit the floor. Katelyn had been a close family friend for the better part of a decade, so how could she have been involved in Rachel's disappearance? Unfortunately, the follow-up statements from detectives only made things far worse. Katelyn had been arrested because police had found remains buried in a shallow grave near Kilmore, and they had evidence connecting Katelyn to the scene of the crime. Investigators would soon learn that Rachel had been ambushed with a telephone cord, then buried under less than 12 inches of dirt. One of the most unexpected twists in this case came after police brought Katelyn to the station for questioning. It didn't take them long to get Katelyn to open up, and she admitted to everything. Well, almost everything. Within a few short hours, Katelyn admitted that she had, in fact, taken the life of Rachel Barber, but she claimed it was an accident. Katelyn says that she met up with Rachel that day shortly after her classes had ended. I'll admit, I don't fully understand the specifics of what Katelyn was explaining here, but the best I can make out is that she explained to police that she'd convinced Rachel to come to her apartment for some sort of psychological exercise, but it's not clear why Rachel thought this was a job offer or why she thought she'd be receiving any payment for this. Now, the rumor is that Katelyn had invited Rachel over and promised her $500 to take part in a highly confidential survey of some sort. But this was only mentioned in one source, so I can't verify that this is true. But either way, Katelyn explained that the two rode the tram together, then got out at her apartment after promising Rachel that she'd have pizza and drinks ready for them. And sure enough, when Rachel entered the apartment, pizza and drinks were ready. But Rachel was blissfully unaware that Katelyn had spiked the pizza with high doses of antihistamines, causing Rachel to become more and more delirious the more she ate. After Katelyn was satisfied with Rachel's impairment, she began her attack. She told Rachel that she was ready to begin the psychological survey, asking Rachel to close her eyes and think of happy and pleasant thoughts. As soon as Rachel was lost in a dream state, Katelyn ambushed her from behind with a telephone cord. Katelyn then stuffed Rachel inside of a wardrobe, keeping her there for several days while she worked out the next steps in completing the crime. She would eventually wrap Rachel in 2 rugs and enlisted the help of an innocent taxi driver to help her move what she called a heavy statue to her father's property. Obviously, what the taxi driver helped her haul away was no statue. But once the two arrived at Katelyn's father's house, Katelyn took the so-called statue out to the back of the property. And after the taxi driver left, she buried the remains in the family's pet cemetery, next to Katelyn's former dog, Lucy. In the days after Rachel Barber had gone missing, Katelyn became very withdrawn from her normal activities. She went to work the day after the crime, March 2nd, but one of her coworkers ended up driving her home after Katelyn reportedly looked very ill and wasn't able to function well enough to get her job done. Katelyn would call out of work for the next few days as well, claiming that she was sick. During this time, investigators were hot on the trail of Katelyn, tracing Rachel's last moments and getting witness testimonies from everyone who had seen her at the tram station that day. As they dug into phone records, they soon noticed that Rachel had spoken with Katelyn on the day of her disappearance. In fact, she'd spoken with her within hours of her last known whereabouts, meaning Katelyn may have been the last person to see Rachel alive. Witnesses from the tram station also reported that they'd seen Rachel walking alongside a, quote, plain-looking young woman. Detectives went to Katelyn's apartment on March 12th, but they weren't getting any response at the door, even though they knew that Katelyn was inside. They eventually made their way into Katelyn's apartment and found her unconscious on her bedroom floor. They soon learned that she had suffered an epileptic seizure, which had likely been caused by the severe stress that she'd been under while trying to hide Rachel's body. While inside the apartment, they searched through Katelyn's belongings and soon came across her diary. Now, if you've been watching true crime stories for the last few weeks, you'll know that this is the 3rd case I've covered in less than a month where the criminal was found because either they or the victim kept a detailed diary of events leading up to the crime. I don't know how so many of these cases ended up leading to the exact same situation, but that's exactly what happened here as well. When investigators took a closer look at Katelyn's diary, they realized that she'd been deeply obsessed with Rachel. And certainly not in a playful way or in any sort of innocent infatuation. Katelyn had kept detailed records of Rachel's recent life, and had even written down several possible ways that she planned on taking Rachel's life. She scribbled several options down, with one of the options claiming that she planned on incapacitating Rachel, then placing her into an army bag and dumping her out in the middle of the woods somewhere. These clues were a bit too suspicious for investigators, and they soon began investigating Katelyn's recent movements, tracking down her connection with her father's property and the aforementioned taxi driver. Detectives were able to prove that Katelyn had been spending days, maybe even weeks, plotting to take Rachel's life, and in essence, become Rachel. This was only amplified when detectives later found an application for a copy of Rachel's birth certificate in Katelyn's apartment. This is likely why she tricked Rachel into thinking she was offering her a job, as it would have been the easiest way to get personal information about Rachel, including her social security number, ID cards, and everything else she needed. Well, everything except for her birth certificate, obviously. Alongside this application was documentation for a bank loan for $10,000, as well as detailed plans on what Katelyn had planned to do. Her plans for the day claimed that she needed to clean up her father's farm, including the area where she had placed Rachel in the pet cemetery. She also planned to secure the bank loan on the following Tuesday, as well as rent a moving van, dye her hair to match Rachel's, then thoroughly clean her house and carpet. She then planned to disappear and begin life under Rachel's name. By October of 2000, Carolyn was still in police custody. In a surprising twist, Carolyn had opened up to investigators and admitted to taking Rachel's life, even pleading guilty during her trial. She was ultimately given 15 years behind bars. During her court sessions, she explained how much she hated herself and wanted to be someone else, so much so that she was willing to go to great lengths to achieve this. She was diagnosed with a personality disorder just before the trial, with a judge claiming that she was a danger for anyone that she became fixated with. But what's really interesting about her time in prison is that she never once showed any kind of remorse for her actions. In fact, while she was in prison, she progressively made herself look more and more like Rachel. She began styling her hair differently. She appears to have lost weight and did her best to become the spitting image of Rachel, at least as much as she realistically could. Rachel's own mother even spoke out about the uncanny resemblance after Carolyn was released from prison in 2015, after fulfilling her sentence. Carolyn is now a mostly free woman. She still lives under the surveillance of the court system, but she's now allowed to continue on with her life, or rather, Rachel's life. While she never successfully claimed Rachel's identity, she's done her best in the years since to continue living in the shadow of Rachel, and her fixation doesn't seem to have faded over the last 23 years. Honestly, I don't understand how someone like this is allowed to live in the free world after there was such a massive amount of evidence proving that she'd been plotting this crime for years, but I guess the laws in Australia only allow the court system to do so much to someone so young. Thankfully, after all this, Rachel's memory is still very much alive in the minds of those who knew her. But unfortunately, one of those minds belongs to Carolyn Robertson. It was February 4th, 2007. 13-year-old Paris Bennett was at home with his 4-year-old sister, Ella, in Abilene, Texas. Their mother had hired a babysitter to watch over the two for the evening, but at some point during her stay, Paris had convinced the babysitter to step out of the house for a while. About an hour and a half later, Paris entered his sister's bedroom to do the unthinkable, and his sister lost her life. Around 15 minutes later, Paris called the police and concocted a story, claiming his sister had turned into a pumpkin-headed demon, and that he had claimed her life out of fear and self-defense. But when investigators arrived at the scene of the crime minutes later, it became clear what had taken place here. Paris was obviously arrested, but the stories he told investigators were chilling, to say the least, and his true motive was completely unexpected. Paris and Ella Bennett were, for the most part, ordinary kids. They grew up with their mother in Abilene, Texas in the early 2000s. Their mother, Charity, was a single mom who did the best she could for her kids. Her children had 2 different fathers, but they were raised as part of the same household, with Charity presumably having full custody of them both. One interesting thing to note about Charity is that her mother, Kyla, was actually believed to have conspired against her husband and attempted to take his life, her husband naturally being Charity's father. While her mother was never found guilty, in the eyes of the public, she certainly was. Many people believe that there was more than enough evidence to prove that she was at fault, but regardless, she was found not guilty on all counts. Even Charity believes her own mother was guilty, but no one has ever been able to prove it. When Charity was a young girl, she claims her mother rarely gave her any sort of attention. For Charity, it was more or less like she didn't even exist in the eyes of her mom. Some sources say, rather strangely, that Charity made a conscious decision as a young girl to become addicted to drugs in an attempt to get her mother's attention, and finally receive some form of maternal love. But even this didn't work. Her mother truly couldn't have cared less, with many people describing her as a psychopath. Now, I find it rather hard to believe that someone would purposefully become addicted to drugs, but that's what all of the sources claim, so it does appear to be true. And if this is true, it really shows just how far Charity was willing to go to feel some sort of love. Needless to say, Charity had a very hard time growing up. The unfortunate truth is, in many cases, it doesn't matter how much we try to improve the lives of our children compared to how we ourselves were raised, We're all bound to make the same mistakes and end up falling into the same path as our parents at some point or another. The important part is just that we fix these mistakes along the way. But as difficult as this may be to digest, Paris, Charity's son, claims that Charity was no exception to this rule. See, when Paris was a young boy, he was described as incredibly likable and charismatic. He'd make friends with just about anyone, but as the years passed by, his behaviors began to change. He was tested at one point and found to have an IQ of 141, which is pretty impressive. His future looked incredibly bright, but then his sister was born, and everything changed in the blink of an eye. Paris claims that after his sister's birth, his mother couldn't have cared less about it. He was used to being the center of his mother's attention, but all of that went out the window rather unexpectedly. Paris believes that his mother was so caught up in his sister's life and her former drug addiction that she completely ignored him. Now, to be unbiased here, I've got to say this may have been true. I have no idea. I wasn't there. Paris's claims may have been 100% accurate. But what I will say is that I find that hard to believe, after taking into account the various statements and interviews that Charity has released since the impending crime took place. But in his own eyes, Paris felt so betrayed by his mother that he took every opportunity to make her life difficult. This all reached a boiling point sometime in 2006, just a year prior to the crime that would bring an entire community to their knees. We don't know the specifics surrounding this scenario, but Paris's rage towards his mother grew to such an incredible degree that he actually attempted to claim his mother's life. From the scarce details that are available, it seems Paris took off after his mother while wielding a knife, but she somehow managed to escape the situation. Paris was then put into a mental health facility so that he could get the help that he needed. He was released later on, but it doesn't seem like he ever learned his lesson. This would all bring us to February of 2007, the year that everything changed for the Bennett family, and their lives would never be the same again. Sources vary, claiming what specific date this crime unfolded. Some say that it took place on February 4th, while others claim that it took place on February 5th. Charity had been working at the local Buffalo Wild Wings that evening, working late into the evening, well past midnight. Knowing that she would be out for most of the night, she hired a babysitter to watch over her kids for the evening. The evening was like any other, with the kids minding their own business and playing well into the night. But at around 10 p.m. that evening, Paris, now 13 years old, approached the babysitter and convinced her that he'd spoken with his mother, and she gave the babysitter permission to go home, presumably because the two kids had already gone to bed for the evening. The babysitter believed Paris and decided to leave, with Paris and his younger sister Ella now being left home alone. While it's safe to assume that the babysitter most likely believed the kids would simply go to bed, Paris had other plans. In the days after this disturbing crime was revealed, his mother says that she actually uncovered that he'd secretly been watching adult videos on their home computer that night. But these weren't the typical videos that teenagers would dig up without their parents' supervision. These videos were unusually aggressive and violent, and shockingly so. Charity says that she uncovered hours of content that he had watched, each video becoming more violent and more disturbing than the last. Now, I certainly won't go into the specifics of what Paris was watching, but what I will say is that it became glaringly obvious that Paris had some serious issues. While these videos were of an adult nature and were freely viewable online, we have no idea if some of these acts were even consensual or not. All we know is that they were far beyond anything a young teenager should be exposed to, and they would have been shocking even to most adults. But here's the incredibly scary and heartbreaking part. After watching these videos, Paris got a few ideas. Minutes later, he decided to enter his sister's bedroom while she was still asleep. Now, due to his sister's age and the truly heinous extent of these crimes, I'm not really going to go any further than this. The information of what unfolded is widely available online, so feel free to look it up if you're curious, but it's not something I'm comfortable getting into, and I don't think YouTube would be too happy with me either if I went any further. But all I will say is that Paris entered his sister's room with a knife and a particularly chilling imagination. What he did to his sister was unlike anything that anyone should ever have to endure. We don't know just how long Paris was in Ella's room, but Charity, their mother, described Paris's actions as slow, methodical, not frenzied, and not an uncontrollable rage. Charity believes her son wanted to inflict as much pain as possible on his sister, all the while getting some sort of sick gratification for doing so. From the information I've been able to gather, my best guess would be that the crime began and ended in a period of about 30 to 45 minutes. After the crime was completed, Paris, believe it or not, called 911 and openly admitted to his crime, showing no remorse for his sister whatsoever. Once he explained what he had done, the 911 operator proceeded to walk Paris through the steps of performing CPR, hoping to keep his sister alive until paramedics could arrive. In the call, Paris agreed to carry out CPR, but in reality, he made 0 attempts to save his sister's life. As he could be heard counting compressions in the phone call, he would later admit he wasn't administering aid at all. Instead, he was just walking around the house counting, faking the entire thing. When police arrived at the scene just minutes later, they arrested Paris after just minutes of questioning. It became very clear to investigators this was no accident. It was intentional, and it was unlike anything they could have ever expected from such a young boy. But if you thought this was disturbing enough, things are only going to get worse, because when Paris was in custody, he rather quickly opened up about the crime. More specifically, he revealed his motive, and no one saw this coming. Now, I can't seem to determine just how long Paris was in police custody, but my guess would be a few weeks to a few months, but most of this info has been lost to time. But while speaking with investigators and his own mother, Paris decided to open up about his crimes. But before he did so, he tried to weasel his way out of the situation. He claimed that he was delusional and believed his sister was some sort of pumpkin-headed demon that he thought was going to attack him. He wasn't going to willingly let this happen, so he claimed that he attacked the demon in self-defense. But as you might expect, this story quickly unraveled and investigators knew that he was lying. In the end, Paris decided to confess to everything that he had done, and as it would turn out, Paris wasn't ashamed of what he had done either. In fact, he was pleased with himself. When he confessed to the crime, he admitted that he had taken his sister's life for one main reason, because he wanted to hurt his mother as much as he possibly could. He knew how much his mother loved his sister, and what better way to get back at her than to remove his sister from the family. The crime appears to have been revenge against his mother for not paying enough attention to him, very similar to the pain and anger that Charity herself felt regarding her own mother all those years ago. While Charity had turned to addiction to counteract her pain, Paris had taken things much further and simply wanted his mother to feel the same pain that he had felt while being ignored. Now, again, I can't confirm whether Charity was truly an absent mother or not. It's entirely possible she was, but it's also entirely possible that Paris was simply jealous of his sister and wanted all of the attention for himself. There's just no way to know this for sure. But one thing is certain, the statements that Paris gave regarding the evening of the crime don't completely add up. When Charity was first speaking with her son behind bars, it seemed as though he wasn't quite ready to admit to the crime just yet. But the more she questioned him, the more information he revealed until he finally opened up and truly confessed to everything that took place that evening. He finally admitted, quote, "You're right, I did kill her." According to Charity, he professed this with a sense of pride. When she pressed him about the disturbing videos that he'd been watching in the lead up to the crime, he also confessed to this and said that he'd been watching the videos because they made him angry, helping him to conjure up the courage to carry out the crime. See, he claimed he committed the crime as a way to get back at his mother, but investigators have reason to believe that this isn't entirely true. Instead, they believe there's a chance the crime may have been more sexually motivated than anything else. As they were collecting evidence from the scene of the crime, they noted that they were able to collect large amounts of bodily fluids from the scene of the crime. Now, I'm really trying hard to keep this video as respectful as possible, so I'll let you make your own conclusions about what these fluids were, but there's a reason that these fluids led police to believe the crime may have been sexually motivated. This would certainly seem to make sense, considering the videos that Paris had been watching just moments before the crime had unfolded. It's possible he had some sort of sadistic fantasies that he wanted to carry out and his sister was simply a victim of circumstance, but it's also entirely possible he planned the crime for weeks, maybe even months, and simply took advantage of Ella because, in his eyes, why not? After all, by doing so, he would get what he wanted in more ways than one. He'd act out his twisted fantasies, but also get his sister out of the picture so his mother's attention would solely be on him. Unfortunately, this seems to be the most plausible answer here. According to Paris, he didn't plan on stopping at just ending his sister's life, though. He planned on taking the life of his mother too, but just never got the opportunity. According to Charity, her son told her that the reason he spared her life was because he learned that it was a lot harder to claim someone's life than he initially thought. She went on to say that her son also claims to have spared her life because if he took her life, she would only have suffered for 5 or 10 minutes. But if he kept her alive, she would suffer for the rest of her life. After being sent to trial, Paris was obviously convicted and sent to a juvenile detention center. He was given a sentence of 40 years with the possibility of parole after 20 years. He'll be eligible for parole in 2027, but it's pretty much certain that he will not be granted parole. According to Charity, her son has shown no improvement since he's been in prison, and she claims that he's even begun a relationship with a woman on the outside and has been plotting crimes with her from behind bars. Charity has begun to fear for her life, believing that her son may end up having her taken out while he's still behind bars. She also believes with every fiber of her being that when he's ultimately released sometime around 2047, he'll come for her. But what's even worse is that after all this time, Paris is still actively carrying out crimes against his mother. According to Charity, on multiple occasions when she's gone to visit her son, he's assaulted her. In one instance, she claims that she was left unsupervised with him in the visitor's room in the jail. At one point during their conversation, he slammed the table into her, pinning her against a concrete wall. He held the table against her, preventing her from breathing. She was in shock and paralyzed with fear, believing she was about to lose her life, but then he let go. But no sooner than she caught her breath, he did it again. He later told his mother, "By the way, I enjoy watching your pain." Charity ended up writing a book about her life, particularly involving the crimes carried out by her son, titled How Now, Butterfly? A Memoir of Murder, Survival, and Transformation. In her book, she describes the years of abuse that she'd been subjected to by her son, even while he's behind bars. Charity, after all these years, has finally admitted that she's been forced to come to terms with the fact that she can still love her son, but she can't love the monster that he's become. She knows that whenever he's released from prison, she's going to have to move away and do her best to disappear. She spent her more recent years wondering if her brief relapse in 2006 may have been what led Paris to become the monster that he is today. See, she was an addict for years before Paris was born, but once she found out she was pregnant, she got clean. She remained clean for the first 12 years of his life, but had a short relapse less than a year before the crime took place. But truthfully, there's no sense in Charity blaming herself for the crimes of her son. If the stories that she's shared over the years are true, she really did do her best to raise Paris well, but being a single mom with 2 kids just isn't easy, and there's only so much time in a day. Charity says that in the years since the crime, she's been able to forgive her son. She said, quote, "My son is a psychopath. I can't help it. That may not matter in the long run. What may matter is I can't, not at this point, give up on it. I love my firstborn with as much intensity as I did the day I found out I was pregnant with him." Charity says that she associates her daughter Ella with butterflies, hence the name of her book. She says that a butterfly painting was the last thing Ella ever gave to her before she lost her life. What's even more heartwarming and also heartbreaking about this is that one of Charity's friends actually found a butterfly brooch in Charity's backyard on her first day returning home after the crime. It doesn't seem like Charity knows how this brooch got there, and it's more or less like it appeared out of thin air. Charity has continued to carry on Ella's legacy, founding the ELLA Foundation, which stands for Empathy, Love, Lessons, and Action. The nonprofit helps people who are affected by violence, mental illness, and the criminal justice system. One thing is for sure, while Ella's life may have been tragically cut short by a brother who she trusted endlessly, her legacy will live on for many, many years to come. Bianca Devins was an up-and-coming Instagram celebrity who gained quite a sizable following online. She'd made many friends and fans on social media, but one friend in particular seemed to have been much more interested in Bianca than anyone realized. While Bianca and her newfound friend seemingly cared for each other and did everything together, investigators would soon learn that he had an ulterior motive, one that detectives never saw coming, and one that would cost Bianca her life and lead to one seriously twisted crime scene. If you're in a relationship with someone, whether you're married or dating, it's best to check in with one another from time to make sure everyone's needs are being met, and to be sure that you're on the same page. This is where Paired steps in. Paired is an incredible app that can help you improve communication, stay connected to your partner, and deepen your intimacy as a couple. Most importantly, Paired was designed to help you improve the happiness of your relationships, and it does a wonderful job. You can explore fun games, quizzes, and even receive expert guidance to help strengthen your relationships and overcome your struggles or shortcomings. Paired is a fun and easy way to regain control of your relationships, and it's suitable for all couples in any stage of your relationship. My wife and I have been trying Paired out recently, and I'll admit it's actually quite fun. We've been together for over a decade, but still managed to discover some new things about one another. The games and daily conversations are a welcome change of pace from your typical relationship apps that may seem a bit boring or just plain dull. Paired is truly fun every step of the way, especially the new game called You or Me that was just added to the app. That game in particular is a blast. Click my link below and get 25% off a Paired premium membership so you can strengthen and deepen your connection with your partner. Thanks to Paired for supporting today's video. Bianca Devins was a self-described fake internet girl who had gathered quite a following on Instagram. But Bianca was also a very real person, something we all may tend to forget from time to time when keeping tabs on some of our favorite social media stars. Bianca seems to have been focused on attempting to make a career out of being a social media influencer, and she was certainly on her way to making these dreams a reality. I can't say for sure just how large of a following that she had, but her account currently sits at just under 150,000 followers. So I'm sure many of these followers found her account after the crime took place, but more on that in just a moment. Being just 17 years old, Bianca had a good head on her shoulders for her age. She was incredibly talented as an artist, and this shows in many of her more expressionistic Instagram posts. Bianca wasn't a so-called e-girl in the traditional sense of the word. Rather than posting provocative photos like many people do these days, she would pose for more artistic shots, often adding in captions or other images alongside herself, making her posts more of a modern art form than anything else. While Bianca focused heavily on her potential career online, she also took the proper steps to ensure that she'd have a successful life in case social media didn't pan out. Bianca was a remarkably bright girl, and her family says that she took pride in her efforts to help others. A former online friend spoke about Bianca and remembered that she always was willing to help those around her, even if she was going through some dark situations in her own life. Bianca had made plans to study psychology at Mohawk Valley College in Utica, New York. She doesn't appear to have decided on what she planned to do with this degree just yet, but I would imagine she would have been involved in counseling or some sort of therapy if I had to guess, but we really don't know for sure. While Bianca presented herself online as a powerful and willful girl, she had some pretty serious struggles that she had to deal with on a daily basis for a number of years. I'm sure most of us are aware that being a teenager is incredibly hard, and many teens end up battling depression at some point. But for Bianca, her struggles were much deeper than anything many of us would have ever had to deal with. Her family spoke about her teenage years and recalled that Bianca had been battling serious bouts of depression for a number of years. Not only this, but she also had to deal with crippling anxiety and a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder. Now, I don't know really anything about BPD, so I'm certainly not going to try to give any real detail to try to describe the disorder, but I know that a large number of people often struggle with BPD, and many of them are teenagers. The only thing I can say for sure about BPD is that it often leads to a disturbingly warped sense of reality and dramatically heightened emotions. And it's been said that up to 10% of people who suffer with BPD will end up taking their own life before finding a suitable form of treatment. If this weren't bad enough, Bianca would also be treated for PTSD, but we don't know for sure what may have led to all these troubles. Bianca's loved ones say that because of all these struggles, she found herself in and out of mental hospitals all throughout her teenage years. Bianca was seriously having a hard time, and she did everything she could to keep her health troubles at bay, but she'd often lose these battles and be forced to spend additional time in various hospitals for treatment. With all of the issues that she faced in her day-to-day life, it's no surprise that Bianca found refuge in online communities, particularly 4chan and Discord. And who can blame her? Many of these forums that she became a part of prided themselves on the anonymity that they offered, meaning that Bianca could be whoever she wanted to be without feeling judged for the troubles that she faced on the daily. Bianca found a great number of friends online, but she also made more than a few enemies. According to a newspaper article, while Bianca loved to hide away on the internet, she found herself being harassed by perverted men on multiple occasions, and these men would go to great lengths to lure Bianca into do well, whatever they wanted her to do. There's really no telling with some of the creeps on the internet these days. They could have been harassing her for photos of her armpits or something for all we know. Now, I say that as a joke, but seriously, if you have teenage kids, keep a close eye on the people that they talk to online. One thing can lead to another very quickly, and Bianca was about to learn this in the worst possible way. One of the men that Bianca had been speaking with online went by the name of Brandon Clark. Brandon was a bit of a troubled child. While details of his childhood and upbringing haven't really been shared publicly, we do know that he had to deal with a lot of trauma in his younger years, much like Bianca. He recalled one particular incident where he witnessed his father using a weapon to hold his mother hostage for several hours. Thankfully, the situation seems to have cleared itself up, but this did a great deal of damage to Brandon, considering he was so young at the time. As time passed by, Brandon was able to hold himself together, but he always had troubles and triggers that would send him into fits of rage, paranoia, or worse. While he was able to live a normal life, he'd been battling demons for as long as he could remember, and that's probably why Brandon and Bianca hit it off so well. It's believed by many that Bianca and Brandon met on Instagram sometime in the spring of 2019. He began following Bianca because he enjoyed her posts, but he soon began privately messaging her as well. Bianca thought that he seemed like a perfectly nice guy, so she even messaged him back. Eventually, their relationship blossomed into a real-world friendship, but that's the problem. See, Bianca was just 17 at the time, and Brandon was 21. But this didn't matter to Brandon. While he loved being friends with Bianca, for him, that simply wasn't enough. While their relationship wasn't illegal per se, considering the age of consent in New York is 17, their relationship certainly turned a few heads. Brandon had expressed his romantic feelings for Bianca several times, but Bianca quickly set him straight, explaining that she wasn't interested in becoming anything more than friends. She felt that the two had a lot in common and they were both able to get a lot out of their friendship, but Brandon just wasn't able to let it go. But here's where things get a bit confusing. According to investigators, they have evidence to suggest that Bianca was, quote, personally intimate with Brandon. Now, your guess is as good as mine as far as what that means, but to me, this suggests that they have reason to believe that the relationship was of a private, consensual nature. I could be wrong about that, but that's the implication as far as I can tell. But Bianca's mother refutes these claims, saying that she'd spoken with Bianca about Brandon on several occasions, and Bianca had assured her that the relationship was nothing more than friendly. But let's be real for a minute. If you were 17 and you were having relations with someone who was 21, would you really tell your parents? Now, I don't know the dynamic of Bianca's relationship with her mother, and I'm certainly not suggesting that Bianca was lying to her mom. I don't know this family at all. The only point I'd like to make here is that it's entirely possible that her mother wasn't aware of the full nature of this relationship. Now, I may seem way out of line to even suggest such a thing, considering Bianca was a minor, but the reason I've come to this conclusion that Bianca wasn't being entirely open with her mother is because one of Bianca's mother's close friends claims that she feared that Brandon was manipulating Bianca. The friend claims that Brandon would get Bianca high and then coerce her into sexual encounters. So if this family friend had reason to believe that Bianca and Brandon were intimately involved with one another, and detectives claim the same thing, well, I don't think it would be too much of a stretch to assume that they were intimately involved. But we still need to treat this idea as nothing more than a rumor since it can't be proven. But the real kicker here is that, in all honesty, regardless of the details of Bianca's relationship with Brandon, one thing is certain. She was not interested in him when it came to a serious or even long-term relationship. While they may have been slightly more than friends, she didn't plan on things going any further than that. But Brandon was a very jealous man, and Bianca was a young girl who turned quite a few heads. And unfortunately, this would lead to a dramatic fallout in their relationship, and one that Bianca wouldn't recover from. It was July of 2019. Over the last couple of weeks, Bianca had been speaking with her mother about attending a concert in Queens. A gothic folk singer that Bianca was extremely interested in was coming to town, and Bianca wanted more than anything to be there. Bianca's mother was extremely nervous about letting her daughter go to a concert unattended, but she soon learned that Brandon would be there as well. Bianca's mother loved Brandon. He seemed like a very clean-cut guy, and she felt much better about letting Bianca go to the concert after learning that he would be going with her. Now, to be clear, her mom still didn't want her to go, but in her mom's own words, Bianca was nearly 18 and she knew that she would go whether she said yes or not. When the night of the concert came, Bianca couldn't contain her excitement. She'd spent the majority of the evening trying on various outfits and asking for her mother's feedback. She finally decided on a black tank top with a black and white skirt. It was around this time that Bianca's mother learned about another person who'd be going with the two to the concert, a young man named Alex that Bianca had met on Discord. We don't know Alex's age, but we know that he lived somewhat close by, and Bianca thought that this concert would be a great way for the two to meet up for the first time. Bianca eventually left home with Brandon and met up with Alex a short while later. According to various reports about the meetup, Bianca appears to have been romantically interested in Alex, even though she had told her mother that she wanted to remain single so that she wouldn't be tied down when she left home to attend college in a few months. But for whatever reason, Bianca appears to have been taken aback by Alex. The two had so much in common, and Alex was an incredibly sweet and caring young man. The two had chatted for hours upon hours online, talking about anything and everything. Bianca felt that the two had been friends for years, even though they'd only known each other for a matter of weeks, as far as I can tell. This relationship only continued and strengthened once they met in person, and Bianca seems to have been falling head over heels for Alex, and the two ended up kissing at a nearby store in Queens. As you could imagine, this kiss angered Brandon greatly. Brandon, being somewhat possessive, felt betrayed by Bianca. After all, she'd no sooner told Brandon that she wasn't interested in anything serious when she, in his eyes, then turned around and began pursuing someone else. Brandon was devastated, to say the least. Bianca insisted to Brandon that this was nothing more than a friendly kiss, but Brandon could sense that something more was going on here. Nevertheless, it appears as though the three attended the concert together anyway, but Brandon kept a much closer eye on Bianca after this. Bianca had been checking in with her mother all throughout the evening, and her final text rang through at about 7:30 p.m. when the three were looking for a parking spot at the show. After this, her mother was left completely in the dark. When her mother hadn't heard back from them by about 1:45 the following morning, she became a bit concerned, but she assumed that Brandon and Bianca had pulled over somewhere to sleep before attempting to drive home after dark. Unfortunately, this wasn't true. By 7 a.m. that morning, Bianca's sister Olivia heard a knock at the door. She answered and was shocked to find that it was the police, and they wanted to talk about Bianca. When prosecutors arrived at Bianca's home, they weren't there because Bianca had gotten into trouble or had been arrested. Instead, they arrived with the worst news a parent could ever imagine. Bianca's life had been stolen from her, and if this weren't bad enough, it was taken by a trusted family friend. While Brandon may have given outward appearances of being a very calm and collected young man, he wasn't, by any stretch of the imagination. The two had argued about Bianca's kiss with Alex for hours after the concert had let out. While Bianca thought it was nothing more than a misunderstanding, Brandon perceived this as a direct violation of his trust, and he wasn't going to stand for it. Brandon truly believed that he loved Bianca, and he would have done anything to have had her love him back, but if he couldn't have Bianca, no one could. While the two were in the midst of a heated disagreement in Brandon's car, Brandon pulled out a knife that he had hidden in his car earlier and claimed Bianca's life with one swift movement. For reasons that remain unclear, Brandon appears to have been under the assumption or the delusion that he and Bianca were dating, even though she had allegedly made it painfully obvious that she was uninterested. We know that this is the case because Brandon actually called the police himself and confessed to the crime. But rather than admitting that he had taken the life of his closest friend, he phoned 911 and said, quote, "I just killed my girlfriend." But here's where things get disturbing, confusing, and just plain dark. On that fateful evening, Brandon revealed that not only was he battling some serious issues, but he was truly a sick and disturbed man. Before he even bothered calling 911, Brandon had actually taken photos with Bianca's body, posed with her body, and then shared these images all over social media. If this weren't bad enough, these photos spread like wildfire, but it gets even worse from here. Considering Bianca was an up-and-coming Instagram celebrity, these photos eventually made their way to Instagram, and soon enough, the photos had been sent to the inboxes of Bianca's family members. These images were sent to Bianca's mother multiple times, with her mother opening the messages before she could realize what they contained, blindsiding her with the most awful images of her child that anyone could ever witness. These images were sent alongside hurtful and untrue statements, with some users claiming that Bianca got what she deserved, with some even saying that Bianca was sleeping around with various people and that she had it coming. But this statement is an outright lie. When detectives dug into the situation further, they learned that Brandon had first posted the images to one of Bianca's regular Discord servers that she was known to frequent. He posted the image alongside an expletive-laced comment saying that her fans would need to find someone else to follow now that Bianca had been dealt with. Detectives have even suggested that Brandon filmed himself committing the crime, and it's rumored that this video is floating around on the internet as well, but to tell you the truth, this isn't an allegation that I'm willing to dig into because some videos are better left unseen. So if you're curious about the validity of these claims, I'll let you do the digging on your own. When police arrived at the scene of the crime following Brandon's phone call and his confession, he turned the weapon on himself and attempted to take his own life, but thankfully first responders were able to administer aid in order to keep him alive long enough to stand trial. In the end, Brandon made a full recovery. Investigators say that they have every reason to believe that not only did Brandon take Bianca's life out of jealousy, but they believe he also did it for the fame, as they found a note left behind at the scene of the crime that was written by Brandon, reading, "May you never forget me." Worse yet, the crime may have even been premeditated, and the kiss may not have actually been what provoked Brandon. He may have planned on committing the crime from the very beginning. Police claim that they have more than enough evidence to suggest that Brandon had been planning the crime for quite some time. If you remember, the weapon that Brandon had used to commit the crime had been stashed away in his car ahead of time, presumably long before Bianca's kiss with Alex. Brandon had also spent several days Googling information about the location of the carotid artery online, as well as how to incapacitate someone. By all means, it seems as though Brandon had every intention of claiming Bianca's life for weeks in advance, but in the end, he was only sentenced to prison for second-degree murder, presumably due to a lack of irrefutable evidence. But thankfully, Brandon was given life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. But if we're being honest, I think we all know that this man will never see the light of day again. In the aftermath of the crime, Bianca's crime scene photos were popping up all over the internet. Her family were forced to not only live through the tragic and heartbreaking loss of their loved one, but every time they opened social media, they were greeted with more disturbing images of their family member. One of Bianca's friends recalled a time when someone had forwarded the photo to her. The friend had flagged the photo and reported it to Instagram so that it could get removed. But get this, she got a message back from Instagram the following morning saying that the image didn't violate their terms of service, and thus it wouldn't be taken down. This happened on more than one occasion as well. Some of Bianca's family members said that they continued to receive these images in their inboxes for more than 2 years after Bianca had lost her life. With her family essentially being unable to do anything to drown out these disturbing photos, fans of Bianca came up with a different idea. Her followers all worked together to begin sharing photos of pink clouds in Bianca's honor. The idea here seems to have been to snuff out the images of Bianca's crime scene with images of peaceful pink clouds, and this movement certainly worked to a certain extent. For Bianca's family, though, the damage had already been done. Bianca's mother says that she doesn't feel as though she can close her eyes without seeing the awful, disgusting final images of her daughter. Worse yet, she found out that the Oneida District Attorney's Office also leaked private images and videos of Bianca to the press. So now these videos are circulating around on the internet as well. These images supposedly came from Bianca's private phone, and when investigators and detectives searched the phone during the investigation, these images were uploaded to a database shared by multiple law agencies, then eventually leaked to the public somehow. Without getting into too much detail, all I can really say is that these photos and videos, well, they're disturbing and highly illegal, as Bianca was underage. That should tell you all that you need to know. Bianca's family has since pressed charges, but as of now, the case hasn't been settled. This story is just disgusting from beginning to end. From Bianca's mental health issues, to the actions of her close friend, to the mishandling of her case by the district attorney's office, everything about this case is just tragic. Bianca's family will still be battling court cases for many years to come, but maybe on some level, the incarceration of Brandon will help bring them some form of peace, knowing that the man that ruined their lives will now be locked away forever. At trial, Brandon certainly did show signs of remorse, but whether these feelings were genuine or all for show remains to be seen. All we can hope for now is that Brandon never gets to live his life in the free world ever again. Thank you guys for tuning in to another episode of True Crime Stories. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out this other interesting case I covered. And don't forget to subscribe. It's totally free and keeps you up to date with all of my future videos. You can also click that join button below to support the channel and see new videos long before everyone else does. But my name is Ty Knotts, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.